who are claiming that Egyptian civilization is theirs.
Yeah.
And as you know, what's his name, DeSantis in Florida here in the United States is saying that, don't read anything about Black people because that's not relevant. So what happened in the 18th century, 19th century, et cetera, is going on in the 21st century.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, let me say something about that. I've heard that there are some Arab Egyptians wanting to do a lawsuit against Shonda Rhimes, something to do with they're upset about the portrayal of Cleopatra.
Yes.
And what I say to those Arab Egyptians, if you're watching this, bring it on. Bring it on. You're going to lose. Are people pretending to be ancient Egyptians when they set foot in that country December 639 AD, pretending to be ancient Egyptians?
Yeah.
Not even BC, AD.
And that's so well documented. I can't imagine why they're trying to, well, I shouldn't say that because then you have the mindset of DeSantis, as if to say, slavery didn't happen, Black history, the history of Black people doesn't matter. You just throw it out the window and you recreate your own truth. And this is the whole thing with the mindset, as my dad said, we have to liberate our minds from mental slavery because, while others will help you free the body, you can break the chains, but unless you break the chains around your mind, you're still going to be enslaved by a process that has been enslaving your minds, for centuries. And in doing that, it's also altered the course of civilization, their civilization, in a sense, which has become dominant because it's so far away from the truth. And now anytime something is shall we say, discovered, it's as if to say it's something new and was never there before. When, so many of the ancient civilizations did all these things, millennia before, whether it's in Africa or in India or in Asia and China and so on. And so we have this distortion. And I think that is what is destroying the world and leading it astray. And I think that unless the history of Africa is righted, because as we have said at the top of the hour, that African history is world history. So unless that is righted, then the world is headed certainly for a catastrophe because it's carrying out a lie, and it's not only carrying out a lie historically. I think it continues to validate a way of looking at reality that is a materialistic approach, and that has led us to scientific materialism. It led us to nuclear weaponry. It is leading us to artificial intelligence, of which all of these things have the potential to destroy not just nature but our humanity, and both actually. Because of this one-sided approach to reality, which is a physical approach, a materialistic approach, the five senses, there is no balance in terms of understanding the reality that you can't have matter without spirit. There's no such thing as mass without energy. I mean, Einstein showed them that, E equals mc squared. And now quantum physics has shown them that consciousness is primary. Consciousness is what moves everything. And so there's no longer any basis for their scientific material, which produced the Industrial Revolution, which has been, using up the resources of the world and producing all of the gases, etc., the CO2 and the methane, and elevating the temperature.
see, this is the way that we're coming at it a little bit differently. Essentially, if you write history in a particular way, you can indeed put European science and technology on a pedestal. And of course, that's what they've done. And the way that they do it is if you remove ancient Egypt from world history, and if you then replace that by some European foundation, you can make it look like European science is the alpha and the omega of all knowledge. And that's what they've actually done. But here's the thing. As we're finding out more and more about history, we're finding out that it's not just the political history that's been rewritten. It's also the scientific and intellectual history as well. And so with that, then, the game is now changing even here. So when it comes to, for example, the whole thing about human origins, a lot of people would start with Darwin and his theories of natural selection. We now know that there were Black scholars in the Middle Ages, and we can name one, Abu Uthman ibn al-Jahiz, and he's the guy that wrote the Book of the Glory of the Black Race. And that was a 9th century book that's been reprinted. But the same scholar has also written a book called the Book of Animals. And there are passages in the Book of Animals that reads just like the theory of natural selection. And because al-Jahiz is a Muslim, Muslim scholars have been running with that to say, see, Muslims invented the theory of evolution. Does that make sense? But you then read their books and they make it quite clear. al-Jahiz, an Arab intellectual of East African descent. That's how they describe him. You see? So the question now is, I'm now raising the question, if this is all true, why is Darwin in the science classes and not al-Jahiz? You see? And when we then bring in other African intellectual centers, the likes of Timbuktu, et cetera, again, it changes the game. So a lot of the scientific ideas associated with people like Galileo and Copernicus about the sun being the center of the universe and the planets orbiting it, there are Timbuktu manuscripts that say that. And those Timbuktu manuscripts are 150 years before Galileo and Copernicus. So these are the ways then that the scientific history of the world is being changed by African data. And what we're trying to do at the Black Secret is to show how, by changing what is taught in African history, it changes all the other disciplines. So science teaching can't now be the same. And in that way, we dethrone European science from being the alpha and the omega of all science, you see. And therefore, the kind of things that you're talking about, where they can come with a soulless, dead matter thesis, that theory now, which now becomes the basis of their physics and the basis of their chemistry, we don't have to accept it. We can dethrone it, and we can produce our own intellectual heritage when it comes to the whole scientific endeavor. And again, even when they came with the dead matter thesis, there were some of their own philosophers that disagreed with that. But those philosophers that disagreed had to be overruled so that they could do that. And in that way, you can now come with a materialism, and the materialism which is soulless. And then once you do that, we're headed exactly where modern science is headed.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and they've always sort of looked down on Africa as if from a pedestal, when it's been from a pedestal of ignorance. Like they said that we were animists because we thought that everything was animated by energy. Of course, Albert Einstein showed them, everything is animated. Everything has an energy base, and matter is just slow moving energy. Yeah, and of course he did this when late 19th century, when this is something what was always present in all African societies. If the wind was a force. The water had a dynamic energy. The earth had its own energy. All of these things, had energy. Not only did they have energy, but they had consciousness in that you could speak to the wind and you could speak to the water, and you could speak to the earth. But that has not been understood. That was called panpsychism.
Yeah.
Which is like another word is, crazy people, they're panpsychism. But they could not be, when we believe in one God, whatever the one God was out there somewhere extraneous to everything else. And these people believe in panpsychism. Well, this is what, quantum physics has shown us, that there is panpsychism. There is consciousness in everything. So you go from energy and they're all of matter.
Greetings. My name is Robin Walker. I'm also known as the Black History Man. I am perhaps best known for my 2006 book, When We Ruled. Based on this book, I'm launching a new online history course aimed at you, the adults. You could be a parent, you could be a teacher, a mechanic, cleaner, professionals, care workers, security guards, taxi drivers, kitchen workers, entrepreneurs, tech heads, lawyers, all of you. We want people from all over the world to be empowered by our content. We want you to gain mastery over your history and heritage. And you can do this by subscribing to our course. Click on the link to get this powerful, life-changing material.
Consciousness and the way is open, shall we say, for us to reconstruct who we are as a people based on the historical facts and based on a systematic educational process, because then we can produce the paradigm that is needed to counter the paradigm of scientific materialism, which really is leading us to disaster.
Bruce, and my whole thing very much is to work out ways of systematizing the data so we can systematize the history teaching, but we can at the same time systematize the science teaching. Because if you then look at what we now know in terms of African science and technology, not just the stuff that the people in Kemet were doing, not just the stuff that people in Ghana, Mali, Songhai were doing, not just the stuff that people in Ethiopia were doing, the Swahilis. Are you familiar, sir, with, there's a gentleman in America, Professor Vincent Taraku Farrar, who has written a book called Pre-Colonial African Material Culture. Okay, let me explain his importance.
Okay.
In his book, he says, ancient Egypt, Bonnet. Songhai, Bonnet. Swahilis, Bonnet. His view is, forget all of that. We're going to deal with the Africa nobody else deals with. Strictly Central Africa, the West African coast. That's it. And his thing is, let's show what their technology was saying. Do you see? And you may think, well, what a waste of a project. It turns out that it's actually a revolutionary project, because what he's shown is during things like the enslavement of African Americans, enslavement of Black people in the Caribbean, the enslavement of Black people in South America, when people were being enslaved, the enslavers had three choices. They could either use their own technology coming from Europe, or they could have used Native American technology coming from the indigenous Americans, or they could use African technology coming from Africa. And in most cases, they picked African technologies coming from these people from West and Central Africa. And he gives the examples of the crops that were being grown and the agricultural techniques. He gives the examples of the metallurgy, where Africans were particularly kidnapped for their metallurgical skills. He gives the examples of Senegambian horsemen being kidnapped to become the cowboys in the Americas. He gives the examples of between the 15th and the 18th century, the finest cotton in the world came from Senegambia. Wow. Now, once Europeans knew that, you now know what's going to happen to people from Senegambia. They're going to end up as slaves, working cotton. Then you've got certain techniques like indigo and indigo production. I've since found an 18th century etching, and the etching has got Africans and Native Americans engaged in an indigo production. I think it's in South Carolina, somewhere like that. And you've got two Europeans on the side watching as these slaves are doing this. And then you find out that the center of indigo, the Hausas in what's now northern Nigeria, they were a center of indigo. So that would be a reason why you would snatch people from these countries. And then when it comes to things like mining, you know, I mentioned that Africans were mining 43,200 years ago in Eswatini or Swaziland, whatever. You would then swipe Africans to then do the mining in South America and so on and so forth. And so the level of technological transfer from Africa to the West during the enslavement period was massive. And if it wasn't for this dear brother, Professor Vincent Taraku Farrar, see, a lot of the information was in this book, this doctorate thesis, this book, this doctorate thesis. What he did was he put it together and make it a coherent narrative. And it's a powerful narrative, you know?
Yeah, could you repeat that for me? Because I'd love to get that, because most of what you're saying is unknown to me. I know something about the crops, particularly rice. I think from Senegal, and I think the Sea Island area outside Georgia and so on. A lot of those people came from Senegambia and brought their rice culture with them, South Carolina, etc. But the other stuff that you mentioned, I think I'm well read, but it was novel to me.
As I said, I have to thank one of my, there's a young man that's kind of showing me some of the new findings. His name is Emmanuel Adama. And what's happened is he's hipping me to some of the latest research, which is changing the game. So the gentleman's name is Vincent Taraku Farrar, F-A-R-R-A-R, I think.
Okay.
And his book is called Pre-Colonial African Material Culture.
Okay.
And it's not about the Kemits, it's not about the Kushes, it's all about the places in Africa that everyone ignores. Pre-colonial African material culture. And he's revolutionizing the game, because what it now means is, if we were now trying to reconstruct an ancient African science history, this is what it would now look like. You've mentioned Schwaller de Lubitsch's book, Sacred Science. Yeah? All right, that could be, if you like, chapter 2. Chapter 1 will be the prehistoric stuff. Africans engaged in mining 43,000 years ago, counting 37,000 years ago, the Ishango bone 25,000 years ago, animal husbandry in Kenya 15,000 years ago, Africans engaged in astronomy at Nabta Playa 8,400 years ago. That's, if you like, chapter 1. Schwader de Lubitsch now, that becomes your chapter 2. The great African civilizations like Timbuktu, etc., that becomes, if you like, chapters 3, 4, 5, whatever. Then you've got the technological transfer by slaves. That becomes a chapter. Then you've got the scientific transfers by slaves. I think you probably know this already. Smallpox vaccination was brought into America in Boston by an African slave known by his European name, Onesimus. There's one thing that's been blowing up in this country. I don't know if you're aware of it. We now know that Jack Daniels whiskey wasn't Jack Daniels. It was a slave called Nathan Nearest Green. You know, so we're starting to find out that a lot of things that we thought were European discoveries, it wasn't. It was Nathan Nearest Green, who was, the story went that Jack Daniels was taught by a guy called Daniel Call, I think his name was, and it wasn't Daniel Call, it's Daniel Call's slave, Nathan Nearest Green. So what's happened now then is we're starting to see these scientific and technological transfers. And then you've got now your next chapter will be the African-American scientists and inventors, Elijah McCoy, Granville T. Woods, blah, blah. Now, can you see it's an alternative science history?
Absolutely. And, you know, that's so important because, you know, what comes to my mind is Carter G. Woodson, the miseducation of the Negro, and he said, you know, if the Negro is taught the same thing as his white, you know, oppressor, then, you know, if there's no back door, he'll find a back door and he'll build a back door to get into the house, and we've seen that. And of course, what we have been told over and over again in our schools is that, you know, the Negro brought nothing. If the Negro was uncivilized, if you will, and you know, and was brought here, you know, thank God he was brought here, because he was brought here to be civilized, and he really came with absolutely nothing. He came from a savage continent, you know, where people probably even ate each other's, so to speak, you know, ooga booga booga booga, you know, with a bone in your nose, and you ate each other, and you were always.
Let me come back on that. Let me come back on that. Even that turns out to be nonsense. Let me tell you. I have a background in music, and because I have a background in music, I'm also interested in the history of dance. Yeah. In Britain, we have a TV program called Strictly Come Dancing. And what that does is it popularizes ballroom dance. And one of the presenters of that program did a TV series, a three-parter called The History of Intimate Dance, Dancing Cheek to Cheek. And one of the programs was called The Shock of the New, and it pointed out the influence of African-American ragtime and how ragtime changed ballroom dance. And they mentioned 4 ragtime dances, and they made it clear that these were called plantation dances because they were done by slaves on slave plantations. Bunny hug, the camel walk, the turkey trot, and the grizzly bear. And those 4 dances ended up influencing the white upper classes to create. And then what then happened is when those dances crossed into the white community, they now had a new name, the foxtrot. So stuff that started off on slave plantations. And I did my own research, and then I found out that the tango, the same thing happened, except the tango was Black people in Buenos Aires.
Yes, that one I knew about.
Yeah, the habanera, the same thing happened. This was Black people in Cuba. The samba, the same thing happened. This was Black people in Brazil. The rumba, same thing happened. This was Black people in Cuba. The mambo, this was Black people. Some of them were in Cuba, some of them were
Perez Prado. I remember him very well. I used to listen to him in Jamaica on the radio because Cuba was 90 miles away. So I could listen to Perez Prado on the mambo, and then came the cha-cha-cha.
Right.
I mean,
and then you find out that, but wait a minute, out of all the ballroom dances, the only ones that weren't invented by enslaved Africans, as far as I can tell, is the waltz, the polka, and the paso doble, right? Those are the only ones that weren't. All the others, so what that means is the very thing that they said was jungle dancing, jungle music, the same people that said that ended up codifying our dances and making them into the dances of the upper classes, ballroom. And this was enslaved Africans responsible. So even when they say bone through noses, blah, 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 you realize it's all nonsense.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you can trace so much of the creativity here, certainly here in America, to African Americans. You know, the blues and gospel and jazz, you know, coming out of all of that. Community music, if you will. You know, that we would perform, you know, Friday nights and Saturdays, you know, to enjoy ourselves. I mean, and the whole rhythmic basis of it, because, you know, we are rhythmic people. They're definitely not rhythmic people. You know, they may be harmonic, but they're not rhythmic. And all of those rhythmic things really, you know, come out of an African base.
And so what happens then is that, again, thanks to Vincent Taraku Faral, I've learned a new respect for the people that ended up as slaves and what their contribution was, because their contribution was massive.
Yes.
And then if you want to go into their contribution in religion, because without that same population, you would Pentecostalism, none of that stuff would exist. And so you then look at how it doesn't matter which direction you want to take the research. You can rewrite, you know, the different curricula for the different subjects. You can rewrite them just based on what we've been able to achieve. As a thank you for visiting our website, we are giving you a free copy of our exclusive 100 Black History Facts, which is in fact a taster of our course content. Make sure you leave your email address and we will send it right to you. We hope it inspires you to dig deeper into your history and heritage.
I think, you know, that's obviously true. And it's also important because it leads back to a different way of looking at the universe, of accepting what is reality. Because I believe that as African people, we have always had an understanding of a spiritual reality and a physical reality, and that the two were not separate, that the two were intertwined. And if we go back and, you know, as we go forward, of course, we'll do this, you know, in deeper in terms of excavating the philosophy and the theology, certainly of Kemet. If we go back to their understanding, and certainly with the story of, you know, Ausar, Auset, and Heru, and so on. I mean, Auset is really Ausar is very much the spiritual component of who we are. And to resurrect Ausar means to bring that spiritual self, you know, to the fore. And that is what guides us as human beings. And you can see that, you know, all through, you know, African civilizations, you know, not just the Dogon per se, but you know, Ubuntu and so on is based on that, you know, you have the same spiritual essence that I have. And that's how I greet you, you know, because we are the same. You know, it's not just two separate individuals and I'm going to be nice to you. No, I'm going to be nice to you because we're really the same. And that's the difference between Ubuntu and, you know, treating me as I want to be treated. So that whole perspective, or I should say consciousness or perceptive ability, to be able to go beyond the five senses and understand a spiritual presence. That's always been in Africa, you know, and I think, you know, Sheikh Anta Diop and others have pointed to that. And that is really the basis of our unity. And that is something that has to be brought back to the fore, because one of our problems at the present time is our divisiveness, even in relationship to religion. As you know, the African continent is subject to, you know, so many religions, quotes, that started outside the continent, but also intrinsic religions. I mean, it's Islam. I'm not even sure what percentage of the continent, has Islam as a religion, maybe 60%, I'm not sure, and Christianity, that maybe the other 30%, if not more. And then, the indigenous religions here and there that some people still adhere to. So those tend to...
Let me jump in a little bit there, sir. Can I jump in?
Yeah, please, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but even there too, you see, because my whole thing is very, very much about education, because of the research of people like Professor John Jackson and Professor Youssef Ben Yochanan, we can revolutionize the teaching of religious education. Because what it is it is true that the Abrahamic religion started from outside Africa, but they contain so many elements from inside Africa. And what's more, we are important players in the history and evolution of those religions, so much so that we should claim it. Because what happens is, if we say, nah, bun that, they're from outside, you're giving away too much of our history to people that don't deserve it. So the way that, for example, when Dr. Ben wrote African Origins of the Major Western Religions, and he talks about Moses and his influence on Judaism, Bilal and his influence on Islam, St. Augustine and his influence on Christianity, and the way that Black people, for example, a lot of the African Americans have contributed important new ideas and theologies, especially in the last 2 centuries. What the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did with Islam, what your father did with Christianity. Do you see? It's changing the theological game, what the Reverend Dr. King did with Christianity, what people did with Black liberation theology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And again, that is an intellectual history that is too important to give away. And what I propose is, when it comes to how we teach the next generation in terms of producing African-centered content, these are the approaches, I think, that would be a constructive way, that if we can teach young people that these religions, they may have come from outside, but they've got a whole heap of inside elements in them, and a whole heap of Black scholars and theologians and mystics and so on have contributed to them. You now have an intelligent basis to pick and choose, do you see? And as you say, the overriding philosophy of Ubuntu and so on, we can now include that alongside Ma'atian ideas and so on and so forth, so that you've got a holistic picture of the origin and evolution of religion. And we can do that from our perspective in a way that embraces everybody's tradition. Do you see?
That's tremendous and comprehensive, shall we say, and big picture. And it's of extreme importance, because we face a problem and a situation that's never been faced by humanity before. And it requires that sort of thinking, understanding, and educational process to bring us back from the edge of destruction. And as you mentioned, this way, which we can call a new paradigm, or we can call it the old paradigm revisited. The big picture is of extreme importance because it is founded on a different way of viewing reality. And this has not been brought to the fore. The only way of viewing reality has been the way in which the Greeks, etc., have defined it, which is through the intellect, through logic, and through dialectic reasoning. And that's a very narrow perspective, because it's based on language, and it's based on words which are incarceration of ideas. Very often we don't know what the meaning of the words are. because a word has a different meaning depending on its context and its relationship, and who is using it and how they're using it. So you are unable to perceive truth relative to simply dialectic reasoning, because all you're doing is using facts and moving facts around. Now, there's another way to gain knowledge, and I think this is the African way, the hermeneutics, if you will, of ontology. And you know, I'm sure we will get into that. And that is the whole business of full consciousness as conscious of itself, and then be able to absorb information not only through the five senses, but through its contact and its relationship with the unified field, if you will, or cosmic consciousness, if you will, or even with God, if you wanted to think about it or talk about it in a religious sense. And I think this is what has to be appreciated, because it's the basis of all the things that you're saying, is that we have a philosophy that can be based on that. We have a theology that can be based on that. We have a science that can be based on that, as opposed to that which has been based on simply the understanding that comes from the facts related to the five senses. And that is what has gotten us into trouble. So we follow this ability to create things, material things, without appreciating the context and what is going to happen down the road if we continue to do this, as our garbage piles up and as we overeat the planet and so on. You know, there is a whole educational process, as you say, that has to be done. And hopefully we can explore that together as we go down the road.
Yeah, I mean, let me say something about that. This is the reason why I'm very, very much about, if we can rescue the history, we can rescue the science history based on it. We can rescue the STEM history based on it. We can rescue the philosophy based on it. And we can then turn these into a fully coherent model of teaching that takes us outside of European paradigms. And if we're looking at, for example, some of the religious systems of some of our ancestors, for example, in Mali or the Bandiagara Cliffs, where the Dogon were able to synthesize high science, including some of the outer reaches of abstract physics, with a religion. And it's not a contradiction. And what that tells me is, if we can come with a body of knowledge that could be used to teach the next generation, we could revolutionize STEM teaching. We really could, because you can get a generation of thinkers that don't think that stuff that is outside of the five senses is irrelevant. And the other thing too is, and this is what's eating European science from the inside. Have you heard of what they call the I think it's called the ability to replicate, the replication crisis?
With AI.
Not just with AI, with European science generally. Articles have come out in the last few years that it's not just psychology, it's not just economics, i.e. the soft sciences, it's also with the hard sciences, that something like 40 to 60% of experiments can't be replicated. Yes, yeah. And what happens is the techniques that scientists are using, people are calling it p-hacking, where you're trying to twist your experiment so that you get the 5% significance. And they've managed to jig the figures to get the 5% significance. Published that. And then when other people try to replicate it, they've been unable to do it in between 40 to 60 cases.
It's science for science sake. That's what we're writing a lot of papers and publishing a lot of papers.
Yeah, yeah. So if you've got a replication crisis in science, which is supposed to be based on the dead matter thesis, you really do have a problem.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, well, that's not surprising to me because I think there's an end game here that we're seeing playing out.
Yeah.
And it's playing out in science and technology. And it's playing out in government. And we see that in terms of politics. We're moving to a multipolar universe and so on. And it's playing out in terms of the cultural disorder that you see within, for example, the United States is at the forefront of this whole materialistic culture and environment, and it has nothing to hold it together. The boys are over there, Trump is over there, and DeSantis is over there, and so on and so forth. All very negative influences. Fighting against each other. So there's nothing to hold it together. And this is where there's a necessity for what you're just talking about. And I certainly look forward to exploring these things with you in greater detail. And it's been a pleasure so far to get started. So
thank you very much, sir.
Great. See you next time, Robin. Peace
okay, thank you very, very much. Hope you've enjoyed that.
Definitely have.
Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Thank you, thanks.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the contents of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is about that once applied correctly, you will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestisaacinstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestisaacinstitute.com.
You're not gonna say nothing about Farrakhan. When the Jews call you and ask you what you got to say about Farrakhan, if you ain't got nothing good to say about him, you ain't gonna say nothing. I'm telling you, black man, these Negroes fear the white man. These Negroes fear the Jews. But you gotta make them fear you the way they fear the white man. Of grassy bread. Let me have 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes and I'll wrap this thing up. Is this New York or not? Are you New York? Are you New York? God damn it, I'm like you New York.
Praises to the Maui Haile Selassie. give thanks for your presence with us, the Tiger's Nest in full effect. Oh yeah, man, all praises. And of course, give thanks for the voice of the sword himself. That was one Khalid Muhammad, a great ancestor with us at this moment. Hey family, give thanks for another moment of the truth. Yeah, good information and good inspiration, Tiger's Nest. Hey, give thanks for those who may be just coming in, the Radio Anu exclusive. We're also premiering this aspect of the program on the Radio Anu TV. Give thanks to the full family that will also be viewing also on the YouTube. Let me just tell you early, when we seal up the YouTube, you just have to press the link in the description below and come to Radio Anu for the remainder of the program, the Tiger's Nest. Hey, give thanks for all our subscribers. Give thanks for all of those who would have also purchased the Santa Claus Massacre. Hey family, $12.99. $12.99, talking about the Santa Claus Massacre. Still available. $12.99. Believe me, it is a wonderful watch. Something that your whole family, there's no one in your family that ain't gonna full enjoy the Santa Claus Massacre. But since we have already massacred him, we're going to talk about something else tonight. Even as we're touching down here, we are observing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. And as I said, we are looking at the fullness of the moon. I think it will be officially full maybe in an hour or two or something thereabout. But I mean, anytime. It's still the full moon right about now. But the point is, that moon that we are looking at here is considered to be what they say is a Cancer moon. Don't be giving my moon no cancer. What's wrong with you? And the name of the constellation is Kepler, by the way, not no Cancer. Yeah. So we're looking at the beautiful full moon coming over the horizon from where we are here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We can literally look to the eastern sky and actually see the moon, the light of the moon reflecting on the beautiful water. Very beautiful and clear evening it is, and we can see a good distance from where I am here, observing the heavens and the moon coming forward. But what I'm saying, royal family, yes, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take this thing to another level this evening. Now, how many of you, this is the full moon challenge now. This is a challenge to anyone who is going to deny what we are saying this evening. In fact, let me put my point down first, and then we're going to go into the actual challenge. Now, it is said that the moon this evening is a Cancer moon. So that means it is supposed to be in the constellation of what they call Cancer, the so-called crab, as I would have showed to those on radio and TV previous evening, that this is not the case at all. Now we are looking at the moon, and I can see with my eyes, this is not a question, this is not a sky app, this is not the computer, this is my eyes that are working quite well. And I'm looking at the full moon, and yet still, even though Gemini, you understand, is right next to the moon, yet still the strong light of Castor and Pollux, as they call in the astronomical world, can still be seen, you know, because when the moon is bright like it is tonight, it actually would dim out a lot of the fainter stars, obviously. That's why the moonlight, you can go through the forest with the moonlight. It's just a lesser light than the sun. So we observe in the moon, if it, like the sun, when you see the sunlight on the water, it's like the sun walking on water. How does that sound to you? The sun walking on water. Interesting. Very good. So my point is that the moon is not in Cancer. And as I showed you previous evening, for those on radio and on TV, it's not that it's in Gemini. It's not even in Gemini as yet. It's still a little way from Gemini. It's at the feet of Gemini. It is in Gemini's zone. I will tell you that for sure. But it has not entered Gemini, the constellation yet. So it definitely is not a Cancer moon. It is a Gemini moon, without a doubt. Tomorrow evening, 24 hours after its climax, it will be in the perfect center of Gemini, at the literal point where Shu is holding the hand of Tefnu. A very special evening for those who are joined in union and oneness, lovers as they call it, those who have a oneness of heart, soul twins, twin flames. Yeah, them kind of energy there. Soulmates, that's the term I was really looking for. One's argue that there's a difference between twin flames and soulmates, but you get the point. I'm talking about male and female, by the way. Gemini. So tomorrow evening, the 27th, the moon will be stationed specifically right at the point where the husband is holding the wife, the hand of the wife. So that energy will be extremely strong for those who are joined in heart. You know, understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's how you read the heavens. Although it may not be the full moon, it's 24 hours removed from the full moon of tonight, but yet still it will still be carrying a very strong energy. I mean, 2-3 days after the full moon, it's still a strong full moon energy. It hasn't reached into the other stages yet, so it still is within the full moon phase and energy and power. So that's where it is tomorrow evening. It's still not, it will not be in Cancer. Tomorrow evening, that's my point, it will be in Gemini. So the whole vibration about it being Cancer tonight is false. Good. Now, how many of you, because I know many of you can see the moon as well as I'm speaking to you, how many of you have the sky app on your phone that you can point the camera of the phone to the sky and it literally shows you what constellation you are looking at? How many of you have that app on your phone? And if you do not have it, is it possible for you to put it on your phone? Because this is a serious thing. Now you see this challenge that I'm giving to you right now. I need to carry this challenge on the road because these apps work. You comprehend? I don't have the app on any of my devices. I don't have a problem with it. You know, in fact, I think several times I attempted to put it on, but for whatever reason, you know what it does when you point your phone to the heavens, it shows you what's going on. It shows you which constellation you're looking at. which star, anything that you see there, the stuffs you see moving, it will tell you, well, it's this satellite and that satellite, etc., etc. So if you were to point that at the moon right now, those of you who have the app on your phone, if you were to point it at the moon right now, you will see that the moon is at the feet of Gemini, specifically the male aspect of Gemini, which is Shu. That's the male aspect of Gemini, and Tefnut, the female. So it has to go into the male and basically come to the center and then pass through the female aspect. So that's where it is. It's actually between Gemini and Taurus. So the moon is between, closer to Gemini, you know, for sure, but the moon is between Gemini and Taurus. The moon is closer to Taurus as we speak right now than it is to the constellation of Cancer. So this is a very serious thing. So put your phone up into the heavens, point it to the sky, and tell me what constellation the phone, the app says that you are looking at in the heavens. I'm positive it will tell you that you are looking at Gemini, the closest thing to the moon. And again, tomorrow evening, so even if you are hearing this or seeing this like 24 hours after, do it again. Because if the evening of the 26th, around 7:30, some report says it's 7:33 Eastern time. I got another report that is around 10:33 Eastern Standard Time that the moon should be full, but it's all right. Believe me, between 7:30, these few hours, no grand difference. It's not going to go too far. It's still right there next to Gemini, right by the feet. So don't worry, it's all right. But within 24 hours, again, if you're hearing this 24 hours after, still go, still take your phone, still put it at the moon and see what constellation it is in. Because if it was in Cancer on the night of the 26th, well, it should not, it's impossible for it to be in Gemini on the night of the 27th, not unless the earth is spinning backwards. And obviously, again, that is the night of the 27th, it will be in the center of Gemini. Yeah. So again, just a simple thing. Astrology is off, way off. To those who may be hearing this level of conversation for the first time, you may be saying, yeah, this is some good stuff, but what's the point? Why is he stressing this? So who cares? Well, what do you mean, who cares? I didn't want to insult anyone. I was going to say, you crazy? But I wouldn't say it. Who cares? My family, you see, like a night like tonight, oh, astrology is right. Yeah, phone calls are being made, people are online, emails are being sent, WhatsApps, and the astrologers are having their time, and those who are eating up the astrologers' vibration, they're having their own vibration and doing what they're doing, and they're having a wonderful time as well, and they're getting their readings. And the astrologers are showing them that when the moon is in Cancer, this is what's taking place. And when the moon is in Cancer, as it's in tonight, because it's a full moon, this is what's taking place. Now, of course, family, as I've always said, a full moon is a very powerful thing. A full moon is a serious thing. It's nothing to play with. New moon, nothing to play with. The moon in general ain't anything to play with. The stars and the planets, the sun, the trees and the dirt, nothing to play with. Nature is nothing to play with. The universe, nothing to joke around with. But we understand how the moon reacts with human beings. That's why some people are called lunatics. They react with the full moon. That's just a real thing. not to mock anyone. It's nothing at all, to be ashamed of. No one should be ashamed of anything if you have, some sort of reaction with the moon. These things do happen. I know that for a fact. These things happen, you understand? Because we all of us react to the moon being full. Maybe we just can't pick it up and it's more pronounced in other people because of certain things, whatever it is, circumstances that they may have gone through or whatever may be happening to them at the moment. But the point is, the moon is powerful. The full moon is serious. So when one is trying to give you some level of reading because of where the moon is, all of that is good. But when you have the moon in the wrong position, you're going to give the wrong reading. So when you look at Gemini, as I said, the moon is right by the feet. And tomorrow evening, the moon will be literally right in the center. And then on the evening of the 28th, then you will see the moon entering into Cancer. But that's not the full moon. That moon will be rising at least like an hour and a half later than the setting of the sun. The full moon rises when the sun sets. This is very serious. So those who may think, man, this is just what kind of conversation is this? As I said, family, this is a serious conversation. That's the type of conversation. And the thing is, because I'm an individual who understands that, yes, stars have energy. Stars have frequency of their own. These constellations, whether you believe it or not, have their own dynamics. That's a fact. Our ancients taught us this. Why would the Almighty, even in the biblical writings, highlight constellations, Orion, and highlight Arcturus, and highlight the Pleiades? Why are these constellations, not even stars, but groups of stars that are considered to be an image of something, and they're highlighted in Scripture as God speaking to Amos and speaking to Job and mentioning these constellations? Why? Because they're relevant. So the art of understanding what is taking place in that connection, it's a real art. And in many cases, the astrologers, because of where they got the original teachings from, have it correct, but the astronomy is totally off, so you're getting a totally off reading. I'm going to show you how to get the right reading. It's a simple thing. I'm going to show that to you right now, this evening, right here in the Tiger's Nest, because, basically, they're going to be giving you the reading for the moon in Cancer. Last month, they gave you what? The reading for the moon where? In Gemini. But the moon is in Gemini now. It's best you go back to last month's reading and you get the real reading. You understand? Now, this is a deep science. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to go to what you consider a reputable source. Definitely, I'm going straight to the Yoga Journal. And this is a magazine that we do business with as well. And of course, when it comes to this level, although the astronomy is off, just like every other astrological reading, but we're going to show you how it is on point for where the moon is really now in Gemini and not in Cancer. So what I'm going to invite those of you who are watching us on radio and on TV, you know what to do. Now is your time to press the link in the description below and join us on radio and you understand. The premiere may be even several minutes behind the actual live program that is going on, but for sure it's all right. You still will get a good juice once you come in, as soon as you get the word. So again, the link is in the description below. The link is in the description below. When you press the link, you will come straight to Radio Anu, and of course, you'll be listening to the exact energy, the exact reading of what is taking place tonight as it relates to the moon. I mean, you've heard the mathematics here. I think you obviously see that your brother has some level of understanding with the mathematics of the heavens that the astrologers either they don't have it or they don't want to let you know they have it. They're just staying with the old time Merlin the magician culture. But anyway, so because we obviously understand the mathematics, you should at least have patience with us now that we are going to show you with the assistance of that ancient astronomical, which some call astrological art of understanding the planets, the moon, your organs, the sun, the stars, and everything that is related and interrelated. And I'm going to use all of that, and we're going to get a proper reading for tonight. Yeah, you're not going to get this nowhere else. All the different websites you're going to go on tonight, because you know the astrological world tonight is a frenzy, you know. All the websites, they're having webinars tonight, they're having lectures tonight, they're having Zoom meetings tonight, all over talking about this full moon in Cancer. Yeah, if you're into it, you can, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So what you're going to be hearing now on Radio Anu is totally different than anything any one of them is saying, because we have the astronomical academics, the mathematics, correct. That's the point. Yeah. So hey, those of you on YouTube, press the link in the description below as we continue to flow. Radio Anu. Come, let's go. Yeah. Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth's Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the contents of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is about that once applied correctly, you will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestIsaacInstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestIsaacInstitute.com.
You're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
The best things I love telling people for validation of your clairsenses is trust the goosebump rush.
Yeah.
You know, when you feel that goosebump rush coming up over the back, that is actually your visceral nervous system trying to communicate to you through your body, hey, this is information, this is really valid. And that's what I tell people in seance, when we're doing seance and you get this impression of something that you want to say and you're just about to say it, then you feel that goosebump rush, that's when you know you should be saying it, because that's validation.
Absolutely. And then you can also, when you're shown something, and say, for example, it is of a precognitive nature, that's just kind of low-hanging fruit, and then that thing happens the next day, or that person calls you in a few minutes. Don't ignore those. Those aren't coincidences. Start looking at those as little moments of validation. I think a lot of validation that's happening, we walk right past. We don't register, or we just kind of blow off. And I think in this process of developing this, it's important not to blow these coincidences off.
Right. It's what I call the believing and seeing dynamic. It's you have to believe in it a little bit. So believe in yourself that you're getting some sort of information that you can validate. Then you go out and you prove it, and now you've seen it.
Yeah.
You see it's there. Now that actually goes back and reinforces your belief, so you believe it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Then you go out and you can see it more. And then you see it more, that validates even more.
Yes.
And I've developed that into a bit of a practice, let's say using a pendulum. So if you use a pendulum and you're getting yes or no responses, and I've got some techniques to develop to work with a pendulum, but let's say you finally develop your yes or no responses. You're asking questions that you already know the answer to. You know, this is a gray table, my feet are on the floor, my hair is blue. You're able to calibrate that. Then you go out and you ask a question you don't know the answer to, and then you put it away, go out, test and validate it. Then you keep doing that. Some yes, no answers that you know, and then the answers you don't know, you test and validate. Eventually, you're going to notice inside something that feels yes and something that feels no. And that is your intuitive hit. That's an intuitive response coming from the gut, that visceral nervous system. Meanwhile, the brain is going, no, this doesn't make any sense. This isn't rational. This isn't logical. It's dumb.
Absolutely.
I don't want to believe that one. So that's where we look at that. We go, okay, well, my brain says, the logic reasoning says this isn't valid. But meanwhile, your intuition is going ding, 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 ding. So you do the pendulum, you build your yes, no responses, you go out in the world and go, oh, that was right. Oh, that was right. That builds that trust between the visceral and the cognitive, so that now you know when you feel this one thing, there we go. That's my validation, and that's all I need to do.
That's all you need.
Now I go prove it.
And the word you use is exactly the one I was going to bring up, trust, which even spills over into faith of sorts. So I totally have faith that it's all going to work through. I'll listen to the signs along the way, and I'll end up in the right destination. That's a matter of almost faith. But there's a fine line between trust and faith. I'm sure somebody could, a linguistic scholar could go ahead and break that down for us. But I find the feeling of trust, and it moves into the feeling of faith, so to speak. And one of the things about a pendulum, validating what you're talking about, when I had Conscious Media Network, we go to these big conferences, right? You know, Spiritual Life Expo or whatever it was, and I have to try to really quickly get people to agree to an interview between things, and it's a madhouse, right? Everybody has schedules to meet, and it got so crazy, I thought, I can't do this with my mind, so I get a pendulum out, go over the faces on the roster, and try to disconnect what my mind knew about the people, and I was always surprised. It's like, but that's not someone I would normally choose, you know, from what I'm interested in. Or someone else, I absolutely need to talk to her, and it'd say no. Well, it would turn out something interesting, like their plane was leaving right after their talk, and we would have never been able to schedule it. I'd find out after. I'm just saying how perfect it is if you leave it to this higher part of your being to discern this information. It worked like a dream. It was so easy to work at conferences after that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Pendulums are a great way of building
really
that
are.
paranormal awareness.
Yeah, and anyone can do it.
Yep.
Anyone can work with them. What are some of the other modalities you like to work with besides the pendulum?
Besides the pendulum, I love the black mirror.
Oh, well, tell us about the
Black
black
mirror
mirror.
is my favorite seance tool. I was just using it last night, in fact. It's nothing more than just a piece of paint and glass. That's all it is, just a frame. You know, you go to a hobby store and you can just buy one of those picture frames and you spray paint the back of it with black paint. That's all it is. But in the ritual setting, when you get your mind tuned into it, it becomes a portal. It will connect you to other realms, other worlds, other people, and they can come through now and you can connect. Energy goes back and forth both ways. Communication goes both ways through it. Connect with higher beings, exchanging energy through it and getting these higher level transmissions through the black mirror.
Why the black mirror? I mean, does it get to the point you don't need the black mirror? You just set your mind in that place and you can do it anyway, right?
I love the visual dimensional shift that it gives.
Okay.
Because when you look through the black mirror in a dark room, it does look like a mirror. You can still see, you know, the room, you can still see yourself in there, but you can transform your visual perception from like 3D to 4D to 5D. I can't explain it because though times where the mirror is here, but then when I'm working with it, it's here. It will shift in size, and then sometimes it'll go small. The colors that come through, I can never tell you if they're green, blue, brown, or yellow or whatnot, but the colors are so vivid. They're not a color I've ever seen in my entire life. It's vivid, it's bright, it's in there. If you want to do shape-shifting work, imagine this. You can stand in front of the mirror and see yourself how you want to see yourself, like as an animal form or an ideal body shape. And you can see it transform in the mirror, which affects the ethereal body, which then affects the physical body. So now you're integrating, like if you want to be the bear, so you're more big and bold and boisterous, you see yourself as a bear in the mirror, then you can feel it, you absorb it, and you're now the bear.
The ancient complex of Palenque is one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in all of the Yucatan of Mexico. It stands apart from other Mayan sites geographically. It's very, very different on a different location from Chichen Itza and Tulum and other sites like that. Set by itself in a higher elevation in a dense, dense jungle. And of the many sites on the complex, perhaps the most mysterious is the temple that's called the Temple of the Inscriptions. In this particular temple, it is the site that has the longest contiguous record of a glyphic nature, of hieroglyphs, covering 180 years of Mayan history, over 600 glyphs covering 180 years of Mayan history.
There is a collection of 3 main temples at Palenque: the Temple of the Sun, the Cross, and the Foliated Cross. Several notable buildings are the Temple of the Jaguar, the Palace, and the Temple of the Inscriptions, which holds some interesting information. It consists of an 8-stepped pyramid with a total of 9 levels. The 5 entrances in the front are surrounded by Mayan inscriptions for which the temple is named.
When we look at Palenque, we see a city that was built in 3 stages or 3 levels. We have the early, middle, and late classic periods. And during each one of these periods, cities were built. Now, in the early period, which is very, very ancient, they used megalithic technology to build this city. And in the middle period, people came and built directly on top of that again. What you see as you look into these ancient cultures, they like to build directly on top of what the ancients built on, because they knew that the ancients picked the right spot. They knew they had the right magnetic frequency, the right resonance, the right location. It took a lot of the thinking out of building. What it shows us, though, is that the people there had really significantly inherited. It was a very highly populated area, most densely populated by the Mayans. But the Mayans truly didn't build any of these structures going all the way back to the early period. This is some real super deep antiquity beings that came here and built that area up. And then what happened was we had people come and build right on top of it. The Mayans literally inherited what was already there.
So the Olmecs were a civilization that predated the Mayans. They may have been more advanced. No one is really sure where they came from, but their religion and their beliefs of their culture are embedded throughout their structures, throughout their culture, throughout the things they left behind. Palenque was built in 3 tiers. The Olmecs really loved to build according to the contours of the land. They were really into having their ball courts. And when we look at the structures of Palenque and how Palenque is built, we see absolutely that the temples and all the plazas were built around the contours of the land, and a lot of this centered around a big ball court, which is a central feature of their culture. All of these kind of things would have been influenced from the previous Olmec culture. So what this seems to suggest to me is that the Olmecs way predate the Mayans, and that the Mayans built on and were influenced by what the Olmecs had left behind for them.
Mayan architecture is a repository of ancient astronomical knowledge possessed by the Mayan archaeoastronomers. Researchers or archaeologists refer to this as astronomical hierophanies. And what this means is that these Mayan archaeoastronomers were trying to draw down powers into their temples. And in so doing, they were then able to enter into the energy or frequency of those star systems. We find this, for example, at El Castillo, where twice a year, the sun would cast the shadow on the pyramid, and we would see the image of a serpent winding its way down the pyramid. This symbolized Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, descending from the heavens to the earth plane, and therefore El Castillo became a conduit or a portal between earth and the heavens. So what these archaeoastronomers are doing, again, is linking earth with the heavens and drawing down the power of the stars and creating essentially a mirror effect, as above, so below.
I'd like to remind you that we'll be having the final lecture on the national question next week. Nelson Peary will be speaking Thursday, December 7th in Locke Hall Auditorium. Okay, and also to be sure to look for some of our lectures next term as well. This evening, I'd like to welcome you to hear Walter Rodney, who will be speaking on crisis in the periphery of the world system, Africa and the Caribbean. Dr. Rodney is a historian, a political economist who's taught at the University of Dar es Salaam as well as the University of the West Indies and Cornell. He's lectured widely throughout the Caribbean, the United States, Africa, and Europe. He's also the author of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa and co-author of The Silent Class Struggle. In Guyana, he's a member of the Working People's Alliance, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Walter Rodney.
Good evening. It's not a no-show. A few small problems, like someone borrowing my briefcase and papers and things of that sort, have disrupted the proceedings somewhat. Nevertheless, I think that on this particular occasion, I feel that I'm continuing a discussion because I'm no stranger to this context. And while it is true that the audience varies from time to time, and while it is true that my appearances here have been separated by intervals of 2 years or 3 years, as the case might be, it is still true that within an institution, certain traditions are established, and presumably in an institution of learning, a tradition of learning and discussion is of the utmost importance. So I would like to feel that there would be a few people who have participated in earlier stages of the discussion, and that there will be many more who have in some way, by proxy at any rate, also had a feel of some of the earlier issues which might have been raised in forums such as this as the years have elapsed. Issues concerning the general condition of Africans on the African continent, of African descendants, the black people of this country and the Caribbean. And when on previous occasions I have had the opportunity to join with you around these issues, I have sought at all times to try and establish a methodology more than anything else. Not to seek to be a pundit, not to seek to be a soothsayer, to gaze into any crystal ball to foretell the future, but to try first of all to grasp problems in their correct dimensions and in their complexities, to describe accurately and therefore to lay a basis for a scientific analysis. And out of that, presumably, all of us collectively could begin to see the light, could begin to see the possibilities of the solutions. Because what matters most of all is that the questions be placed very clearly. When those questions are identified, it seems to me that we are on the way to getting an answer. But there are no answers to questions which are muddy, questions which are unclear. And I would like to remind some of the brothers and sisters who have been with us for some time that on previous occasions we had cause to discuss specific issues of the African and Pan-African world, like the significance of the regime in Uganda, like the trend of events in Angola, like the pattern of social development in the Caribbean. And I would like to feel that on most of these crucial issues, the position which I myself sought to adopt in previous times has been vindicated. And I say this not with any intention of a personal vindication, but to illustrate the possibilities of the method to which some of us subscribe. A method which, for one thing, seeks to unite our comprehension as so-called scholars with our reality, with our being, with our day-to-day activities as we intervene in the historical process to produce change. There is a saying, particularly in Marxist and left-wing circles, that one ought to engage in praxis, to unite theory and practice. And very often that phrase is used somewhat cheaply. It is bandied about, perhaps without a full significance, without a full appreciation of its significance. Because ultimately what it means is not merely that one theorizes and subsequently goes into practice. Of this derives from the effectiveness of the practice. There really cannot be any separation except the initial conceptual separation of these two ideas. Now at the present time, I want to move forward to look at essentially the African and Caribbean sectors of the international world scene. Those two areas will interest directly a large proportion of people who are here this evening, and indirectly, presumably, it interests everyone who's here. And what we need to try and find is an overview which is an accurate, or at least an approximate overview of our time. 1978, we are living in a process and we are going to struggle, however difficult it may be, to temporarily abstract ourselves from that process, as it were, and to see it in its objective clarity. We live, and inevitably when we live in a social situation, it is often difficult to do that abstraction. I know that it's always easier to do it as a historian, to see the period, to see the epoch when it is concluded. But when all of the tendencies are still incomplete, that of course is when the analysis is most difficult. And when we will make mistakes. So I am not, as I said at the beginning, intending to act as a pundit or as a guru. Maybe mistakes will be made, but we want to grasp the essentials and the inner movement of the period of time in which we are living as African and or Caribbean peoples. And first and foremost, I would like to locate our existence within the international system. That for the longest while, from at least the 15th century, we have been part of a particular system of production. Our labor, our land, and our resources have been integrated into that particular system. That system has determined whether or not land has been a commodity in our society, whether or not labor has been a commodity. It has even determined that we ourselves have been commodities and have been sold as slaves. It is a system which at some time says, you are a colony, you are to be ruled by a white administration. And then when the contradictions reverse that process and we move towards independence, the system has had a number of new answers. And we want to deal with the new answers after a very brief evaluation of where this African and Caribbean world has reached. Because we have reached a point more or less of national independence. It is true, and it must be acknowledged, that the national independence movement of the Third World and of Africa and the Caribbean in particular has come almost to its conclusion. We see only the very last phases of that movement in Southern Africa today. And we ought to recognize the historical weight of that movement. It is not to be treated lightly. There was a time not so long ago in our lifetime when the continent of Africa and the area of the Caribbean was colonized, a specific political conjuncture, and one which many people expected to last at least until the end of this century, if not until the end of the next. There was a period not so long ago, at the end of the Second World War, when it was not considered even sane to conceptualize a free Africa or a free Caribbean. When Winston Churchill said that there would be no dissolution of the British Empire except over his dead body, he was making a statement on behalf of a ruling class. He was expressing a perception that they did not see freedom, even in the limited sense of political independence, for African peoples at home in Africa and in the Caribbean. And there had to be a counter vision to the vision of the ruling class, a counter vision which was perhaps best and most ably represented in the activity and the thought of Kwame Nkrumah. And out of that vision and out of the activity of African peoples, they swept away the whole superstructure of colonial rule. Let us not for a moment underestimate the revolutionary significance, the way in which the map of the world was transformed by the initiative having been seized by African people, by the people of the Caribbean. In our own instance in the Caribbean, come the Second World War, we were seemingly in the doldrums. There was a period when the British metropolitan government had more or less abandoned the Caribbean, had said the British West Indies had become a backwater, were prepared to trade the Caribbean off to the Americans for whatever they could get during the Second World War. And yet our people forcibly reminded them of our existence and said, never mind whatever tatters you have left after centuries of exploitation, we still demand that basic right of autonomy and self-expression. So we won in spite of the odds. That is one aspect of the dialectic. We put it aside and we see that there is another aspect, that one does not sit back and assume that this national independence per se, in and of itself, means that either the day-to-day social life of the African and Caribbean peoples has improved, or that they have assumed any greater control over their production, over their culture, over their future. This assumption would be false. We have to be, in a way, having accepted the validity and vitality of the revolutionary nationalist movement, we now have to become self-critical of that movement and to see its basic shortcomings. The movement produced African rulers. Someone was telling me not long ago about a rather crude, racist joke which is popular in Zambia. But in spite of its crudity, it makes a certain point. And what it does, it simulates a conversation between a white who is an engineer in Zambia, because the Zambians have a lot of white engineers, South Africans. So this South African Afrikaner white engineer in Zambia supposedly goes home to the Republic of South Africa and meets Vorster, the former prime minister, who was his boyhood friend. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he didn't know what Vorster was doing, so they were exchanging information. And he says, well, I'm an engineer, and Vorster says, well, since you went away, I became prime minister of South Africa. And he says, oh, where I come from, that's a black man's job. Now, a kind of crude racist joke, but if you know South Africa, you get the point. You know South Africa. So it's a black man's job nowadays, prime ministerships. You have a lot of black prime ministers. The Washington Post was describing the vice second, what's his official position, the deputy prime minister of Guyana, as a large black man. So we have black men of all shapes and sizes who are prime ministers. And in a certain sense, that doesn't carry us very far. We want to see what substantial changes, if any, what movement is taking place within the African and Caribbean world today with respect to its location to the same international system into which we know that we have been located. And one has to be quite sobering in this, because looking at it realistically, there is not a lot to shout about. There is not a lot to celebrate. The role of Africa and the Caribbean in the international system has been becoming more and more marginalized, more and more peripheral. In fact, frankly regressive. There is nothing to shout about, nothing to celebrate. We were integrated into the world system in a peripheral and dependent position. But over and above that, the changes of recent times, changes of technology, changes of the forms of capital accumulation, and changes in the manner in which capital subjugates both the domestic economy in Europe and America as well as the broader international economy. These changes have conduced to making Africa and the Caribbean more marginal. Take, for example, our share in international trade. It continues to decline. We command year by year a smaller proportion of the gross trade as conducted between nations, while the so-called developed countries of Europe and North America and Japan share amongst themselves an ever-increasing proportion of that world trade. And that is just one of the indices. Many of the other indices can be used to illustrate a decline in our productive capacity, or certainly in our production. can be used to show that there has been, in many instances, a minus growth rather than any positive growth in the economies of many African and Caribbean countries. That we struggle even to produce a few percentage points of growth in the conventional bourgeois sense. And at the same time, the population increases. And at the same time, the rate of inflation increases, so that we can in fact say we are registering a negative growth. And if that seems rather abstract, test it at the level of the goods and services available to our peoples, to recognize that in many instances, the level of available goods and services has fallen. The ability of our people to command resources in these so-called independent African countries as a whole has declined. And there may be one long-term explanation, or one explanation that goes towards underscoring the long-term significance of that change, is that the products which we originally were assigned are no longer products that are central or vital to the development of capitalism. And note I said the products which we were assigned. In the Caribbean, we were assigned sugar. There was no choice. The Ghanaians had an assignment of cocoa. The International Division of Labor allocated to the Senegal and to Gambia and to the Gambia the role of providing groundnuts, or peanuts as we call it. And those functions, which were at one time perhaps crucial, either to the production of food, to maintain the working classes, to reproduce the working classes in Europe and America, or were important as raw material inputs, as in the case of cotton, are no longer vital to the capitalist system. At best, we find their replacement in a few instances by one or two products that are now considered essential to the world system as defined from the center, as in the case obviously of petroleum, as in the case obviously of chrome, still of gold and diamonds, and still obviously the case with any fissionable materials which are crucial to modern nuclear technology. But there is a lesson to be learned in looking at the relationship between one of the older traditional crops or product lines, such as say sugar or cocoa, and what is presumed to be the case with the newer, more dynamic lines, such as say petroleum. There is a serious lesson that we need to learn, and that would suggest that even with petroleum, we are not in Nigeria or in Trinidad and Tobago, we are not moving through a stage of development, that we are still locked into the pattern of dependent development, or rather dependent underdevelopment. Because with oil as with sugar, in spite of the seeming differences, the choice of product is still the choice made from the center. The rationale for production is still derived from the central economies, from the metropolitan core economies. The market is still external to the area of production. It is still the old pattern of the export of a primary good, of the export of that which the economy does not really consume. And it is clear that what has happened in the past is that dependent on the development has tended to create the illusion of growth at various stages. That if, for the sake of illustration, between the two world wars, cocoa brought money to Ghana or to the Gold Coast as it was then, at a time when the economy was becoming monetized and when commodity production was becoming generalized, then it created an illusion that the future was with cocoa, that wealth lay if one could get hold of a farm which would produce cocoa. And long after the reality had changed take today, long after cocoa means anything in terms of a money earner to the Ghanaian or to the Ivory Coast or to the Nigerian people, we find large masses of Africans who are still locked into the cycle of cocoa production. Of course, they're not simply following an illusion. They are locked in because structures have been created that maintain them that way. And they're locked in because classes arose historically within our own society. And segments of those classes, at any rate, still feel that their objective interest is bound up with the type of economy and the type of dependent relationship which might have been the case, or which was the case, when cocoa was the principal crop. And we could, by analogy and independent investigation, make the same case for sugar. But then the time comes when one crop goes. And the capitalist system is capable of selectively substituting another product which will reintegrate different parts of the peripheral world into capitalism. But the choice is a metropolitan choice. And whatever they do at a particular point in time, they are free to undo at a later stage. We do not have the control over the process. This is a warning against the illusions that might be created by things like Nigerian oil and Trinidad and Tobago oil, because it is clearly a situation in which they're at the level of the subjective. It's the same phenomenon that, say, the people of Trinidad and Tobago imagine that oil means wealth, that the extraction of that product is in and of itself the basis of development. That is no different from the illusion that might have been created in the late 19th century when Jamaicans started to export bananas and thought that they were onto a good thing. No different from the illusions created by cocoa and coffee and cotton and sisal and every other product that was determined in its essence, as far as production in the world scale was concerned, determined by capitalism at the center, not chosen by our people as an integral part of an autonomous development, not chosen by our people as part of the development of all of our economic resources. So it is a shortcoming that we have to watch out for. Now, over and above this marginalization in the broad sense because of the changes in technology and the changes in the value of the products which we produce and which we sell to the capitalist world, we also find ourselves the victims of the international economic depression, the international economic crisis, I should say, because it exhibits features which are partially features of a depression and features of a recession. But again, this is something in which we live. And if we think about it enough and we look around ourselves, we need not feel that it is an abstraction. It is something which we are living. From 1974, the capitalist world has been in perhaps the most serious, the most pervasive, the most peculiar of its economic crises. Even the bourgeois economists themselves are looking back and they're saying this thing is far more deep-seated, far more wide-ranging than the so-called Great Depression of the 1930s. And if we were to go even further, we would find that 100 years ago in the 1870s, the period 1878-1879, Europeans used to speak about a Great Depression. The term was used in the 1870s, it was reused in the 1930s to represent points at which the international economy was in severe crisis. And whenever that international economy was in severe crisis, as always, I imagine with any social system, the system had to take stock of itself, and the system had to take new initiatives in order to survive. Well, I'm going to suggest that right now, the international economic system, having been in crisis for these last few years, has been taking stock of itself. That the capitalists who man this system, whose consciousness of the process in which they live is now sharper than ever, are aware of the overall ramifications of the crisis, even where they don't have an immediate answer. And very often, we who live in the peripheral world, we amble along without recognizing what it is doing to us and what is its real significance. Above all, for us, the significance is that the burden of the depression will be passed over to us whenever and wherever possible. That is happening throughout the third world. If you were to make an examination of inflation and identify the specific products that now, with a certain proportion of inflation, and then trace the export of those products, you will see the export of that inflation to third world countries, including some of the vaunted oil-rich states of the Middle East. Those are also ones that import the inflated products and in that sense accept the inflation from the central capitalist countries, which of course is not new, because in previous depressions, central capitalism has also sought to export the depression, to export the penury, to export the pressure created by contradictions internal to the system in Europe itself. A system which believes in the private appropriation of the products of labor, although whether it likes it or not, it has become more and more socialized as the days go by. So the international capitalist system has never been more socialized than it is today. Social forces all over the world enter into the making of the products which are sent out by capitalism. And yet it has never been more private in its appropriation. Never has so much wealth been concentrated in so few hands in a system that has been globalized in its social content. And these contradictions emerge, first of all, in the center where capital resides, where capital concentrates, and they are then exported to the rest of the third world, to the rest of the world. We only need to look at the principal indices of the crisis. 1, the rate of inflation. 2, the degree of unemployment. And 3, the instability of major international currencies. And you see how in each of these instances, the crisis, however great it may be, in Britain or in Germany or in the United States, is far less than the extent of the crisis in Africa and the Caribbean. That's for sure. And the central capitalist countries have some mechanisms for dealing with the problem. They establish priorities, they pass legislation, they take steps to try and cope with the 3 problems I've mentioned. Whereas in our economies, there is nothing but laissez-faire, because there is no power locally resident in the African and Caribbean economies to cope with these major problems. Inflation, which obviously runs at a high rate here, which is really not being curbed in any of the major capitalist countries, not even in Japan or in West Germany, is something which, when exported to the third world, means far more than it does here. Partly because the margin for survival in the third world is often so slim, and partly because of the lack of control over our indigenous economies. So that one finds a situation where goods and services spiral in value day after day, where housewives go to the shops and literally see prices changing like magic in front of their eyes. You have to do a little act of imagination if you are not accustomed to walking the streets of Accra or walking the streets of Georgetown to understand how dramatic can be the changes in price levels in those parts of the world. Don't imagine anything that you complain about in this part of the world, however valid those complaints may be. Do not imagine they compare in intensity and in extent with the rate of inflation in the third world countries. A rate of inflation that has not only destroyed, for the most part, any possibilities of savings on the part of the working class, it has even reduced sectors of the so-called middle class back to the level which they themselves thought that they had put behind them, the level of been employed and will not be employed under the present arrangements that exist, where governments in fact have abandoned the possibilities of offering anything approaching full employment in their society. And even those who are employed are underemployed. Either they are employed for part of the year, or they're really being given jobs which are in effect ways of social assistance, jobs that are not themselves productive, jobs in an expanded bureaucracy. And then when the economy gets into serious crisis, a force such as the IMF comes in and says, well, we want to make sure that you maintain your balance of payments. And we want to make sure that none of the credits that we give you are going into non-productive services like the bureaucracy, so there's more unemployment when they advance. And if there's inflation before they came in, there is more inflation as they enter, because they insist upon the removal of such things as subsidies, which may be vital, subsidies on basic foodstuffs and items which are necessary for life in these parts of the world. So inflation and unemployment assume tremendous dimensions. They have some grisly human aspects, some very frightening human aspects. Some friends and I were discussing the phenomenon of crime in Guyana, a part of the world which under normal circumstances I would say is relatively crime-free. Certain types of colonial societies were not necessarily societies in which there was the production of a lot of crime. Certainly even until now, we have a limited amount of crime and we have no organized crime. But there develops within the context of the unemployment and allied social pressures a species of very violent and depraved personal crime, the type that you would call mugging, which we more appropriately and evocatively would call choke and rob. And you better believe that it is choke and rob, you see, because you get choked first. And that, of course, is really crime of the poor and the poor. It is part of a vicious cycle in which the poor prey on each other, because the structure of society, which I will continue to elaborate later, of course ensures that a segment of the population is accumulating and protects its accumulation. And they cannot be touched, so the poor prey upon the poor. And then, of course, when it comes to financial instability, our countries are totally at the beck and call of the major currencies because of our patterns of export. All of the independent third world countries, of course, have relations with one or other currency group. Those who were former British territories used to have their currency pegged to the pound sterling, and 2 or 3 years ago when the pound sterling was slipping, most of them shunted over to the American dollar. They said, let's leave these shifting sands and set up on the American rock, because nothing could ever happen to the American dollar. And one is not sure what those individuals are thinking of today. But then, of course, our prime ministers, these black men, large and small, have such a capacity that one would not be surprised if they announce that they are shifting to the Japanese yen, looking for something. However far east you have to go, maybe there would be something there for a year or two. A purely adaptive strategy accommodating to whatever takes place in the central capitalist world, with no capacity of our own to regulate affairs. Now, this decline in social and economic circumstances of the third world is not merely an export of the crisis in the metropoles in material terms, but more profoundly, looking at it, I think it is the export or the re-export of particular class relations of production. I'm going to try and deal with that concept. If it doesn't come over very clearly, it's because I myself am struggling to achieve some clarity with the idea. But I believe it to be that there is a fundamental truth in that direction. That at the present moment, the international capitalist world is using the opportunity of the crisis to ensure that it replicates a certain type of social relationships on a world scale. that it is trying to ensure that the classes which will arise within Africa and the Caribbean will both mirror the classes that exist in Europe and, more importantly, ensure the patterns of flow of surplus from all parts of the world to the central capitalist parts of the world. Because in the midst of all of this decline about which I have spoken, nothing is clearer than the fact that in Africa and the Caribbean, a certain minority has continued to accumulate. If it is a fact that the nations as a whole have grown poorer, then it is equally a fact that a certain minority has grown much richer. And we don't need to spend a lot of time at the moment in trying to be very precise in defining this new class that is emerging. It seems to me that it is hard to dispute the empirical evidence that it is emerging. That wherever its focus may be, and I think it changes from one African country or one Caribbean country to another, there is this class emerging, and that it is very closely tied to the state apparatus and uses that for the purposes of its own reproduction. Now, everywhere that is true, that this class has been defending its accumulation at the expense of the increasing immiseration and pauperization of large majorities of the peoples in this country. But these classes find it difficult to carry out this feat unaided. Within the context of the international crisis, even those sectors of the peripheral African and Caribbean ruling class, which had sought a measure of freedom from capitalist domination, are now returning to underscore and to subscribe once more to the domination of capital in a frank alliance which recognizes the sovereignty, as it were, of metropolitan capital in its multinational form, and recognizes at the same time that they will play a subordinate role, a role which for them involves the perk that they will at least be able to continue with the exploitation of the labor of their own peoples. We see this particularly in the aforementioned situation of the International Monetary Fund, because it is striking the number of interventions that have been made in recent times by the fund, not only shoring up capitalism in Britain and in Portugal, but in Egypt and in Sudan, in Peru, in Guyana, in Jamaica, and the list will lengthen because a lot of other, Zambia has already got, Sierra Leone is going to be in line. A whole range of African and Caribbean countries are almost lining up to go to the IMF for help. Now, whatever that means, they're going to the IMF for help. And what the IMF says, in brief, is that we are going to help on certain terms. Our terms of reference have not changed since we were instituted in 1944. Our terms of reference are fundamentally to ensure the flow of goods and the flow of profits for capitalism on a world scale. So we will help to buttress a particular ruling group within any given African state or any given Caribbean state, provided that ruling group at the same time at least accepts as basic the need for their own economy to continue to produce surplus and to export that surplus to the metropolitan world. And if that is so, inevitably, the need to continue the exploitation of its own population along certain lines. Two of the most dramatic examples were in Egypt and in Peru. Dramatic because the level of resistance of the ordinary people of Egypt was very high, and it had to be crushed by the Egyptian army. That was the alliance between Sadat and his clique and his class and international capital. In Peru, the struggle is still going on, a very protracted struggle, where the working class and sections of the middle class are saying to the Peruvian ruling class, we do not accept to be sold to the IMF, to be part of a deal by which your position over us is guaranteed at the expense of this destruction of the living standards of the Peruvian people. And in Guyana, on a smaller scale, it is the same struggle. Workers and peasants who are aware of the fact that the policies that have been pursued in recent years and policies which have been intensified since Guyana decided that it was going to go to the IMF to get certain standby credits and compensation payments, that these policies undoubtedly wipe out whatever minor gains the workers might have won through their own struggle in the colonial period and in the early years of independence, and leaves them naked and exposed to a new form of exploitation, which in our instance may not be through the private ownership of the means of production, but the net result is exactly the same. We will continue to export in the form of compensation payments and in the form of other kinds of remittances, precisely the same value and more which we had exported when there was foreign ownership of the means of production. And the whole economic pressure has created the most amazing political scenario in Africa and the Caribbean. Because you cannot have an economic situation which is deteriorating that rapidly. You cannot have the rise of an indigenous African and Caribbean petty bourgeoisie, which is so ravenous and which is so willing to waltz with international capital. That cannot take place without at the same time there being political distortions within the system, reflective of those facts. And in many ways, it is easier even to start by identifying those political distortions and asking for the explanations why these distortions take place. Because frankly, nowhere in the world do you find a scenario of politics to compare with some African and Caribbean states. One could write a scenario that is a shared tragedy, and one could write a scenario that is a comedy, and they would both be applicable. Because the politics is nowhere so comic as far as the ruling classes are concerned, but the consequences are nowhere more tragic as far as the working people are concerned. So you move from one Caribbean state to another. You find these aberrations that sometimes when you think of certain films or certain novels, certain pieces of fiction which have been denounced as fiction, as having no bearing on reality, you wonder whether in fact you are dealing with fiction or with reality. Prime ministers who shuffle around, who resign and threaten to resign more often than any others in the world. Prime ministers who dress themselves up in different costumes. One day a general, the next day chief of police. Prime ministers in Africa who go to the prisons and haul out prisoners and beat them themselves. A prime minister who makes his wife the chief of the opposition. Those are not things taken from novels. Those are descriptions of what actually transpires in African and Caribbean states. And really what one has to ask is, why is that possible? If we were to take a well-known and classic example to which attention has been focused for a number of years, why isn't Amin possible? Not who he is and what he does, but how was it possible in a place like Uganda? And it seems to me that the possibility of a buffoon and a murderer becoming a head of state is very much connected with the location of Africa in the international capitalist system, its marginalization, particularly in cases such as Uganda, where the primary crop was no longer as important, and the fact that the distortions produced as a particular cumulative class, led at the time by Obote, tried to absorb as much as it could, tried to squeeze as much as it could out of the Ugandan people. It created this distortion, and out of this the monster Amin arose. But he's not just an individual phenomenon. He can be explained in those historical terms. And because Uganda is not central to the production of surplus in the world system, then imperialism sits back and laughs They don't have to enter and intervene in that situation. They simply have to hold him up as an example of what an African ruler is like. Another large black man ruling this society and being a buffoon, you see. So they gain both ways. They are responsible for the fundamental distortions, but then they sit back and gain some propaganda value from the fact that Africans behave in that way when they are located in a specific historical and class conjuncture. And this can be illustrated in other ways. Not only the areas that are marginal, but the areas that have been reintegrated into capitalism are also made to carry out the same absurd political functions. The old Congo, now Zaire, has never really been relinquished by imperialism because of its importance as a zone of mining production and as an area for the concentration of monopoly capital, second to no other part of the world with the exception of South Africa. And in that area, it is imperialism that has consistently maintained the most reactionary and authoritarian and in a certain sense almost comic regime in Africa, that of Mobutu of Zaire, a man who descends from heaven every day on the television. That is his role in Zaire. But on every occasion, as you know, that the Zairean people have made serious efforts to deal with this, imperialism has been quick to intervene. This is not a Uganda growing coffee. We're talking now about uranium and copper and gold and diamonds and bauxite, so that we don't play around there and describe Mobutu as a buffoon. You move in and you help him to liquidate large numbers of other Africans who are trying to create a rational society. And the same applies to Egypt, which at one time under Nasser had flirted with the more radical forms of nationalism, had sought to create some national bases at any rate, even if national capitalist bases in some instances, or state capitalists. But since the swing with the Egyptian petty bourgeoisie, we find, of course, that it's possible for them to move into a very close alliance with Sadat. I was surprised to read an article only about 3 weeks ago, and things that African leaders do and Caribbean leaders do don't normally surprise me. I thought I had exhausted the capacity to be surprised by African and Caribbean leaders. But Sadat taught me something new. I read this article and I found out that Sadat was in France and he was in Austria. And he was negotiating with the French and the Austrians about the possibility that France and Austria would export their nuclear waste to be buried in Egypt. We know, those of us who are familiar with the pattern of life in this society, we know that capitalism, in its drive for profit maximization, has been totally oblivious of the effects on the environment. We know that they have been killing the environment in the process of expanding capital. But the alienations which this has produced in the capitalist countries themselves has at least sparked off the ecological movement, and now there is some resistance to the wanton development of this type of technology. And therefore in this country, in Germany, in Austria, in France, etc., people are saying, we refuse to have you planting nuclear waste in the soil when you yourself know that you have no control over it for the next 2,000 years. When you yourself know that this is the most vicious form of pollution. So capitalism has been restrained in the center from going full blast ahead with certain types of nuclear development which involve the expansion of nuclear waste. And here is a foremost African head of state, seriously sitting down with Europeans and advancing spurious arguments to the effect that there is more space in Egypt and the substrata is more stable, and he is contemplating the possibility of doing some deal with these Europeans so that he becomes the nuclear garbage heap of Europe. As I said, I don't think I'm easily surprised, but if you chew on that, you will realize that you really have to do a lot of chewing. Now in that framework, of course, one is thinking about the possibilities of social change. The analysis of what is happening is only intended to be the first step in an analysis or a program, or at least some sense of direction of where changes are possible. And what I'm going to emphasize briefly in that respect is the question of who makes the changes rather than what changes are made. Because I think we have in part been trapped by the question of what changes should be made. And if I were to make a self-criticism, I would say that I too might have been trapped by that vision. In the sense that in the past, if you made this critique, someone will come to you and say, well, tell us what you would do. Tell us what the economy should look like. What is the proper development plan for Guyana or Barbados or Ivory Coast, as the case might be? And there you go, knocking your brains trying to devise a program of development. But of course, this program of development has to be implemented by somebody, by someone, by some social group. It surely cannot and will not, for the very reasons implicit in this analysis, it cannot be developed by the present state systems, by the classes that presently control that state. And therefore it seems to me that we have to shift from that, although we need to look at it in a technical sense ultimately, and to be far more rational and scientific in planning, we need to concentrate more on who will do the changes, who has the right to reassess the situation. And in this context, I will fall back on a social class analysis, because it seems to me that that is the only valid way that we can understand how the societies are functioning and which groups can make a contribution. Ultimately, although I have to oversimplify, African and Caribbean society breaks down into two large components, or to two components with power. There is the power of working people that derives from the fact that they produce. And the producer always has that power, sometimes only a potential power, which has yet to be actualized, but it is always there. And there is the power of the social groups who control the state, who control the allocation of resources and the allocation of surplus in the society. Now for Africa, let us exclude for the moment the direct intervention of multinational capital and concentrate on the political scene, where undoubtedly the indigenous state has an autonomous capacity, and it has a capacity to wage struggle on behalf of its own class vis-a-vis the workers and peasants of Africa and the Caribbean. And in that context, we therefore need to identify this social group, the leading social group, which will both command the struggle, provide the organizational basis for the struggle, provide the ideological underpinnings of the struggle. And we can proceed inferentially, we can exclude one group as a group that is not operative and is not functioning and cannot historically function anymore to lead the African people and to lead the Caribbean people, and that is the so-called middle class, the petty bourgeoisie. Let us at least put that myth to rest. The petty bourgeoisie as a class is unable constitutionally to lead any third world country anywhere except the destruction. That class was born originally, located, spawned by imperialism and capitalism. Its members, of course, do have a certain choice to a limited extent. They are fluid. But as a class, their intervention in the historical process has been to lead movements, mass movements, has been to lead populist movements. And they have imposed their own stamp on these populist movements. And they have stood as a barrier between the working people and the state, between the working people and the elaboration of a true working class ideology, between the working people and the development of a working class organization. All of these groups, without exception, and this includes some who will be considered as more progressive than others. It will include the Nkrumahs and the Sekou Tourés and the Nereris, as well as the plethora of other reactionaries, of the real reactionaries in Africa and the Caribbean. They have organizationally established the hegemony of the petty bourgeoisie over the working class and the peasantry. All of these political parties, all of these state systems represent petty bourgeois hegemony over the working class. And if the petty bourgeois has a role, as one should hope, at least I would hope so for my own sake, being located in that class. If we have a role, it has to do with the shift of the initiative into the hands of workers and peasants. And then for a change, we begin to serve those classes. Because mostly we have been serving other classes anyhow. Mostly we have been serving the capitalist class. So for a change, we may begin to service the working people, service the working class. But to do so, we have to understand that organization as well as ideology must reside in the hands of the working people. Their own autonomous organizations, born out of spontaneous struggle, but disciplined in that process and addressing themselves to the real needs of the working people. Because when we import our concerns, it's amazing what the petty bourgeoisie can be concerned about. We have all kinds of preoccupations which have little or nothing to do with what working people say and do out of their own immediate activity in production. And we have to begin to formulate, if we at the petty bourgeoisie are involved, it has to be organization that is rooted in the working class, within the working class, for the working class. Which means, of course, it has to be a working class ideology. Again, we cannot import various strands of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, which has been the case throughout Africa, wherever you go. And again, this can be illustrated by taking the most progressive. Never mind the Houphouët-Boignyes in the Ivory Coast and the Ehidios in the Cameroon and the really backward types. But even for the Nyerire's and Tanzanian socialism, Sekou Touré and his talk about African communalism. In the Caribbean now we have Manly and democratic socialism. Burnham has long spoken about cooperative socialism and what have you. All those are petty bourgeois ideologies whose objective function, quite apart from their intentions, has been to confuse the working masses. So we move towards recognizing that social change and social ideas can only be rooted in social classes, social forces. After all, this is not too difficult to establish and to accept, because in Europe itself or in this country, no significant political or economic change could possibly have taken place if that change was not seen to be part of the interest, the objective interest of some given class. The class may have identified its interest as the national interest. That is always possible historically. The dominant classes always assert that their class interest is the national interest. But if we go beyond that facade, we will at least accept that all social political changes, even within this capitalist society, that have been significant, have been monitored, more than monitored, have in fact been engineered and carried out by the bourgeoisie as a class, because that was their objective interest and they benefited. So we have to concentrate on the possible ways in which the working people, defined firstly as those directly engaged in wage production and secondarily as those who are engaged in peasant production on a small scale, that those will find ways of organizing themselves and identifying themselves with particular social change. And this brings me to what may appear to be a totally unrevolutionary concept, a very old-fashioned concept, but one that I assure you, when you think about it in the present actuality, is more desired than any other. And it's the simple notion of democracy. For a long time after independence in Africa and the Caribbean, we started to talk about a lot of things, but democracy was low on the list. Partly because we had identified democracy as the parliamentary mode, so that we had taken a historical form of class democracy, bourgeois democracy in a specific form, and we said that is democracy. So we absolutized from something that was very relative. And after we absolutized, we said, well, we don't want that. Why do we want democracy? That is for the British and these people who were debating in Parliament and so on. So quite a few progressive Africans prefer to lay the emphasis on some species of authoritarianism, some species of old-fashioned duties and obligations, mostly duties from the working people. And they said that this is what is required at the present time. And it seems to me, as we look at one African country after another, at one Caribbean country after another, what we are in fact facing is a phenomenon in which, whether the governments claim to be progressive or not, whether the countries are large or small, whether they are former French-speaking or former English-speaking territories, there is the same tendency for the fossilization of the state almost. It hardens as an apparatus that is totally isolated from and alienated from the vast majority of the people in the society, who in no way are allowed to practice any democratic choice, which has little to do with just elections. It has to do with whether they make choices, whether they influence choices in their own society. And the answer, when you pose that question, is invariably no. The pattern of development in our society has been consistently to deprive the working people of the capacity to make choices. And sometimes we do this under the name of democracy, because we have had high-flown notions. When Sierra Leone decided the present government, to abolish democracy in Sierra Leone, they did it in the name of democracy. When the government of Guyana, like others in the third world, decided to hold a referendum, they said, we want to abolish political freedoms, we want to abolish the right to vote, but we are inviting people to vote as to whether they want to vote in future, you see. We're being very democratic. And of course, as you know, the people supposedly voted that they would not like to vote in future. So under the facade of democracy and in the name of democracy, certain democratic rights have been abolished. And not just the democratic rights in the formal sphere of political choice, but also in the everyday sense of the working rights of the working man on the job. The trade unions of Africa and the Caribbean are almost defunct compared to what they were even in the colonial period as they emerged through struggle. So you move from one end of Africa to another. The trade unions have either been liquidated or they have been so tamed that they run around toothless and are located very civilian regime, and also whether it's a military regime. Because you see the same trend in Ethiopia. They declare their socialism, military socialism, coming out of the army. One may think a strange place, but still, we say let us be as elastic as possible. Let us not be tied to old cannons and shibboleths. Maybe the army can prove to be a socialist institution, so one approaches it with the broadest possible vision. But the reality is that that army took over and proceeded not only to batter the students on the head, to put an end to that democratic ferment that was taking place in Egypt in the last years under Haile Selassie, but again significantly singled out the trade unions, made sure that there would be no independent self-organization of the working people, so that that class could say, we are represented, this is our force, and we are taking this as a basis. As I said, without that, it's not surprising that we have no working class parties in these territories. Maybe we have to fall back on the thrust that is coming from Southern Africa. We have to fall back on that thrust because, in many ways, the nationalist struggle in Southern Africa has already begun to transform itself into something more than a mere nationalist struggle. That inevitably, because of the type of forces concentrated in Southern Africa, the nationalist struggle is already partway into transforming itself into a class struggle. That is one formulation. In actual fact, we could say that at all times the nationalist struggle was a part of the class struggle, but now it is much more explicitly so, and that it is attacking the question of those classes within Africa which are allied with international capitalism. And this being so, the liberation of the whole of Southern Africa, which means the liberation of the whole of Africa, has implications not merely for the people residing in Southern Africa itself, but, of course, for the rest of Africa. It means that questions are being posed and questions are being raised inside of Southern Africa, which are bound to touch and to penetrate, indeed, those territories that are outside of the immediate area of conflict, because it has been impossible in Angola and Mozambique, and it is impossible in Zimbabwe and in Namibia, and ultimately in South Africa, to think of national liberation without raising fundamental questions vis-a-vis the role of capital and foreign capital, first of all, and secondly, the role of indigenous emergent African class elements who might wish to associate themselves with that capital. You may say that for those of us in the Caribbean, we do not have that same growth point, that same point of dynamism. But what is also present in the Caribbean is the actual living experience of the present era of economic crisis, because in effect, many of the illusions that were fostered in the 50s or certainly in the 60s are going by the board. The classic example is Jamaica, a society in which the control over the reproduction of ideas was so total that it was impossible to discuss socialism 5 or 6 years ago. And the turn to socialist rhetoric and sloganeering and so on has been determined partly by the fact that the Jamaican middle class and the petty bourgeoisie and aspiring national bourgeoisie was in crisis on a world scale, that they were finding it difficult to guarantee their share of continued accumulation, and partly by the struggles of the Jamaican working people, who are not just standing still, that there is that pressure to be understood, that many of us who are making these kinds of assessments about where our society happens to be going, when we make these assessments at a purely theoretical level, we seem to ignore the most important fact of all, what the working people are actually doing. We seem to imagine that they are asleep, not seeing that day by day in many complex and sometimes minute ways, but ultimately significant ways, the working people are arising to an awareness out of their direct experience of the meaning of the new forms which the system has assumed in our parts of the world. And therefore, there are really two attitudes, perhaps, that I would like to leave you with. The one attitude is a very critical attitude, is a very sober attitude. It is one that recognizes that the task of development, of transformation, and of independence in Africa and the Caribbean is far more difficult, perhaps, than we had anticipated. There was a sense when, at the end of the 60s and in the early 70s, there was an aura of escapism, of romanticism, a feeling that the political victories of independence would necessarily be followed within the foreseeable future by certain economic changes. Now we're even back to recognizing that the economic changes will not come until there is a deepened political revolution that goes far beyond that struggle for independence. And that is sobering. In fact, what is even more sobering is that if we cannot seize the possibilities of the mobilization of working people inside of our societies, we also have to face up to the possibility that regression will take place, will continue to take place. Not merely whether we will stagnate or we will advance, but whether we will advance or regress. Those are real choices. Historical regression is not new. It certainly is not new in the Caribbean, where the tremendous efforts of the Haitian people produced the greatest revolution of the 18th century. But by the 19th and 20th century, Haiti had obviously regressed below a level even for the rest of the Caribbean. And now we see the same regressive tendencies manifesting themselves, and they are part of a more generalized phenomenon which we see in the southern cone of the Americas, the fascism and corporate state direction of the Brazils and the Chiles and the Argentinas and so on. So we need to recognize possibilities, even frightening possibilities, that we could move in another direction. But when I pose that, it is only as a warning, because there are other tendencies which suggest that regression may occur, but it is not the dominant historical tendency, and cannot be if we understand the movement of matter, if we understand the movement of society. We will not imagine that regression is a dominant tendency. And maybe there are long and short ways of explaining this. I rather choose a rather short way, a way that is perhaps simply an emotive illustration, but it is one that came to my mind and has fascinated me for quite a while. And it was a story which I read, a factual account of a massacre which took place in Mozambique. The Portuguese went to one village which they call Wiriamu, and they rounded up the population in that village, men and women and children, mostly women and children. They butchered that population. After placing them in a line, they shot them down. They then heaped the bodies together and set the bodies alight, and they went off. So supposedly nothing should have been known of this because everybody was accounted for. The story came out because one boy survived. He survived, he had been shot, he had been wounded. He fell, he was put into the pile. The pile was lit, and he managed to creep out from under this pile of burning, bloody bodies. It's a scene that defies even, Dante's Inferno. It seems more bizarre than the supposed reality or the fictional reality. And yet, in a sense, it is symbolic, because as we know, Mozambique won. And somehow, there is a level at which we have to unite an understanding of the real world as we reflect on it, which is the response that is mental, and as we connect with it, a response that I suggest is visceral. It's a gut-level response. Now at the gut-level response, that boy climbing out of that pile of burning, decaying bodies was a symbol of the possibilities that are inherent in human society, and certainly possibilities that are more than inherent in our society, not because of any racial mystique, but because of the dialectic itself, which has heaped upon us certain forms of exploitation and oppression, so that the act of survival requires an even greater act of affirmation. Thank you very much for listening.
Slightly difficult, I think, to follow that wonderful conversation between Mo and Amina, but we are very much going to try. The first session was all about getting our facts straight and really understanding what's happening in terms of mobility on the continent and the synergy between migration and governance. This session is about future challenges and opportunities of the African job market. Skills and jobs have come up in practically every conversation that we have been having since yesterday. And it was a big focus in the Now Generation Forum yesterday as well. And there is obviously a big contradiction in terms of the youth bulge on the continent, which is offering significant opportunities, but also the challenges in terms of education, skills development, and ensuring that the young people are actually able to take advantage of those opportunities. So we have a wonderful panel to help us to think through those questions. Now, Mo, I've been asked to say thank you on behalf of the panel for the invitation to the forum, because we're all going to go straight to it. So by way of introduction, starting on my left, the inaugural Chatham House Fellow and Head of Programs for Well Told Story, Natasha Kamani. Next to Natasha, we have the Chief Economist of the Human Development Group at the World Bank, Roberta Gatti. Next to Roberta, somebody who doesn't need introduction to this audience, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam. And next to him, we have the Minister of Petroleum, Energy and Renewable Energy here in Côte d'Ivoire, Abdou Cissé. And last but not least, the President of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina. So I have agreed with the panel that they will each do a 5-minute introduction. I have said that you will all help me when they start to go over that 5 minutes, when I try to draw their remarks to a close, because like President Johnson Sirleaf in the first panel, we want this to be interactive and we want to hear from you. So we're going to start with former Prime Minister Haile Mariam, who is going to try to address that contradiction that we have on the continent in terms of these huge opportunities, but also these significant challenges. Former Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think we have to see that this contradiction is there because the policy and action is not matching in Africa. I want to be more practical this time because, we don't want to see next year when you come to this conference, nothing changed, and we talk about the same thing again, and again continuing on in conferences. So the most important thing for us now is the takeaway from this conference. First of all, we all agree that migration is taking place in the continent. And the data was showing us that 70% is within the African continent. But when you segregate this, it is in West Africa, for example, it is 90%. So I think the whole issue is how to make our youth, which they have told us this time, that they are deeply dissatisfied, economically marginalized, and socially, as well as civil and politically, they are also marginalized. So doesn't it call for a sense of urgency? So I think it triggers a sense of urgency, and we leaders, as well as civil society groups and partners, should think about this issue as a sense of urgency to our continent. That's, I think, the most important issue we have to see. When I come to the practical issues, I think let's look into our education and skill for life and work for our youth. I think this is the basics where we have to start. When I see this, I think we shouldn't focus on all kinds of skills, but the skills that are necessary to engage at the economic and social development we are in Africa. We are at the bottom of the economic ladder, and so therefore, we are also, as a latecomers, we have a number of advantages. So we need to focus on those issues in our skills development programs. And that's the basic. Our young people, even though you create some kind of jobs at this time, are we ready for having the necessary skills that they deliver on those skills? So I think this is the most important issue we have to address practically. In my country, Ethiopia, we focused our education system in such a way that the vocational and technical trainings and education takes the most priority. Of course, primary and secondary education is important, But for our young people, the most important level of skill we have to deliver is at the technical and vocational level. So I think it should be a result-oriented technical and vocational training and education, which is very essential. Let me give you one example again, that, you know, in most countries in Africa, we neglected our agricultural sector. We do not have, you know, the skills and attractive, provisions to our young people in our agricultural sector. But that's the main stake for us, where 70% of our people are engaged in. Even now, 50% of our young people are in agriculture, but they are not attracted in agriculture. They are forced to be in agriculture. So we need to modernize our agriculture, and we need to bring, you know, smart agriculture, both in terms of technology as well as climate, because the climate issue is complicating the whole agricultural production in Africa. And if we don't address this issue and make it climate smart, that's very difficult for our young people to engage in agriculture. They lose hope immediately when they engage in agricultural sector. So I think we have best practices elsewhere. We have to emulate those best practices, and Ethiopia is doing this, you know, emulating from India, from China, from Israel, those technologies that can work for us in Ethiopia, that can engage many. And, you know, we have to change from subsistence to commercial agriculture, producing surplus. And again, you know, from rain-fed agriculture to irrigated high-tech agriculture and high-value production. So agriculture can take most of our young people into the economy. Second, I think we are also focusing on digital and entrepreneurial skills, which is very important at this time of our stage of development. As a latecomers, we can leapfrog in these areas, and I think our young people are very much friendly to technology and digital. Therefore, we need to have, you know, the information technology and as well as digital infrastructure in place. So I will come later on how we can do it. So I think the what of it is always there, but the how and how to deliver is the main issue that we have to focus in. I mean, we talk many things in our conferences, but it's always, you know, it's not raining, it's just a cloud, and that shouldn't happen anyway. So I think we need to change this issue very much. Now, Africa has gone for safety.
You have about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Ali.
So I think, you know, the infrastructure issue is very important, and we have to address the infrastructure deficit, and therefore partnership comes here, where the public-private partnership and our donor communities and the private sector and financial institutions, maybe my brother Adesina can talk about it, we need to answer the quest of our young people as quickly as possible. As a matter of fact, it's a sense of urgency.
Thank you very much. And I think the themes that you've identified are going to be picked up by our other speakers. So what I'm going to do is to come to Minister Cisse next, because I know that the issues of education and skills development are very important to you. But I wanted to ask you to say something about the role that governments have. You may have heard one of our panelists in the first panel say that don't rely on government. So what is the role of government in terms of, for example, promoting inclusive growth? We've seen tremendous growth here in Côte d'Ivoire, but I know that there has been a huge concern that the benefits of that growth aren't being equally distributed. So if you could perhaps pick up on that and the issue of education and the role of government, that would be hugely helpful.
Avant tout, bienvenue en Côte d'Ivoire. Before everything, welcome to Côte d'Ivoire for all those who are here. So it's an honor for our country to host the Mo Ibrahim Governance Week.
I'm going to go straight to the point that you actually mentioned. But before that, I wanted to just say that, as it was said before on the previous panel, migration is not the issue. But I will say it's not yet the issue. Because when you look at the numbers, when you look at the number of jobs that we need to create up to 2050, we know that if we don't fix the problem, we're going to have issues in our continent. Now, the problem is not only unemployment. The problem is also the low quality of jobs that we have and underemployment for our young people. So we need to look at ways to make sure that we actually find good quality jobs for people. Otherwise, they will leave the country. What are the solutions? Education is definitely one of them, and particularly education for women. I'm not saying that because it's politically correct. I'm saying it because it actually really works. We need to make sure that our young girl sisters have access to good education. We all know in our environment, people that work hard, go to school, have a degree, but at the end of the day, that degree is just a piece of paper. It doesn't help them to get a job. So as the Prime Minister was saying, we need to make sure that the skills that they get at school match the needs of the employers. And that's something really important. In Côte d'Ivoire, what we've been trying to do under the leadership of President Ouattara was to make sure that we focus on vocational training. So we created some new schools, for example, for IT. In 2012, all the new universities that we're building, so Mans on one part of the country, San Pedro, are going to be focused on technical skills. So it's going to be petroleum, it's going to be mining, it's going to be electricity. So we make sure that we actually invest in areas where we know that the student at the end will have access to jobs. One thing that we tried to do also was to make sure that we give tax incentives for companies to hire students straight after university. We also give tax incentives to make sure that they actually hire for internship. Because one thing that we notice is it's really important for people to have at least some kind of experience. Otherwise, they go out of school, they apply for jobs, they don't have experience, and they don't actually fill the gap. So that's something really important. At the same time, we talk about innovation. Innovation is key. But if you want people to innovate, you need to make sure that they have access to the different tools. So, of course, you need to invest into the hard, so fiber, optical fiber. You need to invest in a lot of different things, but you need to make sure that they have access to computers and all. So what we did in 2015 was basically to reduce the import cost of laptops and all. So people used to pay around like 35% of tax. Now they only pay 6%. I used to be budget minister, and by the way, when we reduce the tax level, we actually made more money. Don't ask me why. But
more people pay.
We actually make more as a state. So that's really important for us. Second thing is governance. People mentioned governance earlier. Governance goes right-handed with business environment. We need to make sure that we have a good business environment and good governance to make sure that people benefit from what is being produced. People talk about inclusiveness of growth, but before we reach to inclusiveness of growth, you actually need to have growth first. If you don't have growth, we won't be talking about inclusiveness of growth. So we need to make sure that you have growth. In Côte d'Ivoire, we actually put a strong focus on investment. So we've been investing a lot. We improve our governance. If you look at our numbers for the Mo Ibrahim, for example, governance ranking, we moved from the 41st place to the 22nd. Of course, we know we need to do a lot more. But we've been growing over the past 6 to 7 years at around 8% per annum. But we know it's not enough because we see part of the population still lagging behind. And with the help of DFIs like the African Development Bank, and by the way, thanks Adesina for what you agreed to do 2 weeks ago, we actually put together a specific plan over the next 2 years that will focus on social sectors. As far as, for example, electricity is concerned, we want to make sure that every place in Côte d'Ivoire, people have access to electricity. In 2011, the rate of electrification was around 33%. We moved from 33% to 60% today. The goal over the next 2 years is to get to 80%. And then after, in 2025, to get to 100%. That will have a multiplication effect. If you have a student that can only study up to 6 p.m., when he has the opportunity to study 2 more hours because he has access to electricity, you can see in terms of productivity what might be the impact. So these are areas where we really want to focus. But last but not something quite also important is we need to have, young people need to be accountable also, because it's not only government. We need to make sure that also the young are accountable. We need to see a lot more young people in politics. A lot of them are afraid of going into politics. I might be one of them, actually. I'm afraid of going into politics also. But we need to have a lot more young people engage into politics, engage into the public sector roles. And we need at this point to give credit where credit is due. When you have presidents like President Ouattara, who actually appoint young people as ministers, it's something that you need to acknowledge. I was appointed, I was 32. Now I'm an old minister. I've been minister for 6 years, but when I was minister the first time, I was appointed at 32. We need to have a lot more of this kind of example in other part of the world, because the discussion that is having at the moment is for the young people. So they need to be part of the discussion in order to say the words. That's what I wanted to say to start with.
Abduta, thank you. And you've highlighted a number of issues which I think need to be brought together in terms of the solutions that are being identified, and speak directly, I think, Roberta, to some of the work that you've been doing, Roberta Gatti, at the World Bank in terms of the Human Capital Index and trying to identify what that gap is in terms of human capital, lack of investment, and the future and future prospects. So can you say something about the importance of data, evidence, and the importance of that investment, and what it means on the African continent, and what needs to be done to ensure that that investment happens?
Thank you, Valerie. You speak about something that is very close to my heart. I spent the best part of the last year and a half together with a group of colleagues to develop the Human Capital Index, which is an index that tries to capture in one metric the trajectory of human capital of a child from birth to age 18, and translates this number into productivity, into the potential income that is lost because of shortfalls in health and education. Why did we engage in this? I wanted to go back to a statistics that I heard a lot today. 50% of the population in Africa is below age 25. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. This is a blessing. This is a blessing in a world that is evolving the other way, where the working age population has already peaked and is declining globally, and where other regions are struggling with maintaining productivity growth and coping with potentially higher health spending because of aging. However, this blessing does not translate automatically into an economic opportunity, and it takes a lot to do that. And we heard today many of these steps that are needed, many of these actions that are needed to do that. Stripped to the bare bones, it takes a business climate that works, an environment for investment where firms can enter, compete, grow, or fail if they're not productive. And on the other hand, it takes a fundamental pillar, particularly for Africa, to make progress in human capital outcomes. This is why we engaged into producing an index and to putting out there a number that can help catalyze attention, elevate the conversation from ministries that are always well-meaning, but they're always stretched and sometimes underfunded. So for Africa, the Human Capital Index, and you might have seen it revolve around in the slides, indicates that Africa, if things continue as they are, stands to lose 60% of its income potential because of shortfalls to learning, schooling, and health. 60% is a big number. If we look at it in a positive, that means there is a great opportunity there to be seized, and the time is now. We felt that the index, not unlike the index of the Moe Brain Foundation, so I kind of feel I'm speaking to the converted crowd here on the importance of data, is bringing together the necessity of investing in human capital. And more than 60 countries, including Cote d'Ivoire, our host country today, have joined as human capital project countries to really bring together their cabinet with the sense of urgency to invest in human capital. Now, another important function of data is not only to shine the light, but to keep the attention and the tension high, also bridging across political transitions. We know that it's very important to invest in human capital, but we also know that it takes years and years from a small child who goes to primary school to become a successful professional. It takes 15, 18, 20 years. We as societies need to be patient, and politics is not always patient and long-sighted. So that's another important advocacy function of data. Another function is to really help us on the how, and Prime Minister Desalegn was telling us the important is the how. Now we really need to think about the how. So for Africa, the first port of call is spending for human capital. We know that spending for human capital in Africa is low and stagnant. And even when spending happens, it doesn't always translate in good results. Alongside with the index, we are fielding surveys, again, data, in countries, now we have reached 15 countries, measuring the average experience of a citizen at the point of contact with service delivery, schools and health posts. So it turns out that where we measured, and this is all nationally representative, 1/3 of teachers are not teaching when they ought to. Up to 50% of diagnoses are routinely incorrect. And this is not an issue that's unique to Africa, but this is the place where we could make the most difference for the most people. So the importance of focusing on spending more, but also spending better, is fundamental. And here is also where data can make a big difference. When citizens know that this happens, they can take things in their hands, and they can help with their own sense of accountability and governance to make service delivery better. Let me conclude on something that is, I think it's Ala Dickens, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. We always talk about the challenges, but clearly this is a continent that has made tremendous progress in human capital, and we are riding on a wave of technological change that can be important. So let me just spend a word in my last 30 seconds on harnessing innovation. We all spoke about technology and the importance of technology. Technology can really make social services for people more accessible, fairer, so accessible to the poorest who need it the most, and also cheaper. And there's also a space where we should all try to be innovative. The gentleman who spoke at the panel before said we need to change the mindset. I wanted to conclude with an example that I found dramatically telling. It was published in one of the top journals in the world. It's an experiment on entrepreneurship in Togo. So in Togo, scientists, economists, and psychologists randomized different entrepreneurship interventions. One was the traditional one, where there was training on accounting, how to run a business, the typical things that we do for training. The other one was the innovative one. It was a psychologist who tried to change the mindset of entrepreneurs. And what it taught was personal initiative. We tend to think of those traits as innate, but you can teach it. Lo and behold, after this was evaluated, the entrepreneurs who were taught to have initiative, to be proactive, to fight against adversity, saw their profits increase by 30%, 2.5 times as much as those who had training. So there's a lot of power out there for us to be innovative and make things better. So I look forward to the conversation that we're going to have on this.
Roberta, thank you very much. And again, a number of themes coming out of that are very important for us to come back to. But I want to go straight on to President Adesina and particularly ask you to touch on the point about agriculture and agribusiness which was raised previously and which was also raised in the discussion yesterday at the Now Generation Forum, but also say a little bit more broadly about the areas where there should be added investment on the continent to help to leapfrog that economic development that's so important. And please remember, you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I say that as your friend.
Yes, thank you. I can go on because there are big challenges that we're dealing with. Well, first and foremost, let me say that as I sit here this morning and as the whole conversation was going on, all I think about is how much we talk always about potential of our continent. Well, sorry, nobody eats that potential. We say that Africa has today 470 million young people. That's going to go to 1.2, literally almost 1.2 billion by 2050. Okay, fine. Question is this. 1/3 of those young people have no jobs. I think Minister Sise was talking. 1/3 of those are in miserable employment, underemployed. And so you have a youth population that's supposed to be an advantage for the continent, but they are actually not happy. If you were to measure happiness index in Africa today, and you measure it by young people, you'll be shocked what you will get. And so the critical thing that we have to make sure that happens is that we have to take this demographic asset that we have and turn it into an economic powerhouse for ourselves in the world, in skills, in entrepreneurship, in competitiveness, in all manner of industries. We talk a lot, of course, I'm president of the bank, so we talk a lot about GDP growth. Right? Who eats it? No young person can take a GDP per capita to a market, to a bank and borrow money because it's high. The GDP, it's not the issue. In fact, I think that as economists, we should relook at what we're talking about GDP. We should not be talking about just gross GDP. We should be asking ourselves the question, what is the contribution of young people to that GDP that we are talking about? And so, like you can call it YGDP, why not? Aliko Dangote is here. I thought he was here this morning. He started his business as 21 years old. Bill Gates, my friend, and I'm collective friends for many of us here, started at his business at 19 years old. Look at Bozo, look at Microsoft, look at Zuckerberg. These are the guys whose own businesses run the world. And so the question really we must be saying is, you know, GDP can grow just because you have a lot of oil, so what? The issue is, how are we turning our human talent, entrepreneurship capacity to drive mega businesses for ourselves? And that's what I want to see happen on the African continent. We must invest in hope. The young people, they are the hope of this continent. And that conversation is not a conversation for tomorrow. It's a conversation for today. Look, the old people that we have, the elderly on our continents today, will not be able to have retirement benefits, I'm sorry, in the years to come, because most of the young people that are supposed to be employed to pay all of those taxes that will continue to make sure you have retirement, they won't be able to do that. So life is going to be miserable for the old people as well. And so the issue is we must be very focused on this. Now let me come back to the issues of what we can do about what we are doing about it. First and foremost, the Prime Minister mentioned the issue of agriculture. Yes. Again, potential. 65% of all the arable land uncultivated in the world is not in Asia, it's not in Latin America, it's not in Europe, in the United States, it's in Africa. What Africa does with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. But we can't just say potential. In agriculture, the size of food and ag businesses in Africa is going to be worth a whopping $1 trillion by 2030. So you want to be a billionaire? You want to be a millionaire? Get into agriculture. When I was Minister of Agriculture, I used to wear my bow tie just like I'm wearing this morning, because I think the coolest thing you can have as a business is agriculture. Who drinks oil? Who smokes gas? But you all had breakfast this morning. You're going to have lunch this afternoon. You're going to have dinner tonight. Food business is the biggest business, but we have to make it a cool business. Young people have to come into it as agriculture, as a business, not as a way of life, not as a development activity. I've said it as African Development Bank president. We're going to change the face of agriculture on this continent to a mega business. You're a minister here, you're producing cocoa, right? lots of cocoa production. Your country, with Cameroon and Ghana, produce 65% of the world's cocoa beans. But we account for only 2%, $125 billion chocolate market. What's the brain surgery making chocolate? Nothing. And so we've got to really make agriculture a powerhouse and getting young people into it. As the African Development Bank, we've launched a program that's called Enable Youth in Agriculture, which is, we've just done about $374 million in about 12 countries. And it's supposed to help 340,000 businesses of young people to come. They don't like to be called farmers, by the way, right? They like to be called agripreneurs. And I think that's a very cool way to be a farmer. The second thing I would say is what the Prime Minister said about the issue of the jobs of the future, the skills. Tech businesses are the businesses of tomorrow. And so as a bank, we are preparing that kind of a future right now. We have funds. You know, we don't even trust young people with capital. When a young person enters a bank, you see risk, 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 risk. You don't see opportunity, you don't see entrepreneurship, you don't see growth. And so as a bank, we're putting our capital at risk for young people. If we're not, then we're doing the wrong thing. And so we set up a couple of funds to support tech entrepreneurs. For example, we have one with EU. I think Stefano was here today. It's called the Boost, which is $200 million to support high risk but high-end businesses of young people on the continent. We set up a fund called Park Tech, which is €8 million facility to support, again, fintechs and so on in Africa. We have another one that is called Africa Tech Ventures. It's about $10 million, again, supporting businesses of young people.
You have about 10 seconds.
Yes, I will finish up in 10 seconds. And what I want to say, just to close, is this. I'll give you just one example of what our future can look like. We supported Rwanda to have a $30 million facility for Kigali Innovation Center. They train people. One of them is a lady I'm very proud of. Her name is Clarice Irugabisa. She was jogging one night. President Kagame was walking on the other side. She walked up to him and said, I want to talk to you about my business. And the military people pushed her away. She said, no, but you were trained after by African Development Bank facility. I went to Kigali Institute of Technology, but I have my business. So explaining very quickly to the president. President called her to the president's villa and gave her a small grant. Within 2 years, she turned that business into a $20 million business. That is the kind of youth we have in Africa today. Those are the kind of youth we should be investing in Africa today, because the youth that are here, I see many of them here today, they are not the future. They are the present of this continent. And I can guarantee you, as African Development Bank president, the most important thing we are going to do is to unlock that potential, because you have great potential to build the biggest businesses in the world. And we'll do that. Thank you.
Adeshina, thank you very much, and it's a great point on which to bring in Natasha Kamani, who I know is very concerned about the investments in young people, but also particularly young women. So a challenge that's been put out there by Adeshina. Can you pick it up?
Yes. First, I'll begin with tongue-in-cheek, with deference to my amazing panelists. We're talking about young people, but I'm the youngest person on the panel. So some food for thought there. But also I'd like to challenge us on how we think and talk about young people. When we talk about young people, and for example, when young people refuse unpaid internships, we think they're entitled. But young people know their rights. So can we change the narrative about that? When young people want to become YouTube bloggers or musicians, we think they're lazy, forgetting that musicians are some of the hardest working people in the world. Ask Sauti Sol, ask Wizkid, ask Beyonce. They put in hard work. So we need to change how we think and talk about young people, how we talk to young people, assuming that they don't know what they're saying, assuming they can't speak for themselves, they can't speak about themselves. So instead of assuming we know what young people think, why not ask them? Lastly, which young people are we talking about? Are we talking to the middle-class Africans who are able to afford a foreign education and have an accent And are we forgetting the young people in peri-urban and rural areas? I'd also like to talk about entrepreneurship. We idealize the word entrepreneurship. It's not a magic pill. Oriol Kolo, who's in the room here, often says that entrepreneurship cannot fix bad governance. I agree wholly. Because you have situations where a young person will get into entrepreneurship, but they cannot get into business because they have to pay 1,000 taxes. They have to jump over so many loopholes to get to the finish line. So they've started the journey, but they cannot finish it because of poor systems. And we are laughing about Brexit and the challenges that Britain is facing, but let's talk about the fact that if it didn't have such strong institutions, it would have failed. And right now, metaphorically speaking, London Bridge is not falling because of institutions. How many African countries would have survived what Britain is going through currently? Let's ask ourselves that question. I know my country for sure would not. Let's also talk about budgets and money. Where are you putting your money? We keep saying we want young people to thrive, but we are not budgeting for it. And we know governments budget what are their priorities. So we want to talk about young people and women, but they're not our priorities. Our budgets are not responsive to that. So we have small funds for youth funds, which account for only 1% of government budgets. What happens to the other 99%? Why aren't you including young people and women in everything you do? President Adesina talked about agriculture, and it's fantastic. I solely support his sentiments and the actions of the bank. However, young women and women particularly are unpaid with their labor in agriculture. So when are young women going to get their money? So it's a challenge not only to us, but even to our governments. I strongly believe that we must hold our governments accountable for young people to thrive. Often governments take the easy way out and say, development is also up to you. No, I'm paying taxes. You have a role to play in my development first. So unless we're splitting the taxes, I'm going to hold you accountable. So that's the first thing. The second thing, even when we talk about entrepreneurship, is remember a lot of young people are falling towards informal jobs. And informal jobs are extremely vulnerable jobs, where young people get taken advantage of, specifically young women. They're in vulnerable positions. So even when we push for entrepreneurship, are we ensuring that women are safe? Young men are safe? Are we creating safe spaces for young people to thrive? So those are the things I would love us to think about when we talk about young people, talk about them and talk to young people. Thank you.
Natasha, thank you so much, and that's absolutely why we talk about the now generation. So thank you again for putting that so succinctly. We have about 20 minutes before we need to end the session, and I'm very conscious that you've all been listening. The hands are already going up. I'm going to take a series of questions and then come back to the panel for their thoughts and for summing up. Can you make your questions as brief as possible so we can bring as many of you in? So let's start with the lady here in the middle. Where are the mics? And then there's a gentleman behind her to the right who will be next.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Anne Nyambane. I'm one of the Mo Ibrahim Academy Fellows hosted by Chatham House in the UK. Just listening to the discussion, you said that 470 million youth. We have 470 million youth. But if you look at the number of people in Africa without electricity is 520 million. So it means that all the youths do not have access to energy, to electricity. And if you look at how much the electricity sector would actually play, especially when we've been talking about technology, we've been talking about innovation, we've been talking about agriculture, energy is the most important and a very key driver that actually could be promoted so as to ensure that the kind of livelihood that we want for the youth to take so that they can use that as the driver. And I'm not talking about just the energy that we are talking about, solar home system. It's about productive energy use. We should go beyond this thinking that the fact that some donor brought in some solar home system so that we can light our villages. We need to make sure that this energy is actually used for productive use so that we can do value addition in the agricultural sector and also the other sectors that actually run our economy and will actually enhance the economy of the youth and also Africa in general.
Thank you. Could you pass the mic straight to the gentleman behind you? Thank you.
Hi, Tawfiq Rahim, Executive Director of Globesite based in New York and Dubai. My question to you is, why is it that we keep creating examples of Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos? There's one Bill Gates, there's one Mark Zuckerberg, there's one Bezos, and this focus on creating new billionaires. Why isn't the discussion about how actually we should be creating more billions for the billion people in Africa in 2030 rather than creating more billionaires? Thank you.
Thank you. And there was a gentleman straight behind you. I am seeing the other hands. I will come to you. I'm just doing you in blocks, as they say. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Rashid from Nigeria. Now, we keep on talking about job. But I believe the few ones that are opportune to even have the job, the remuneration wasn't a good thing. Most of the time, they are not well paid and there is no welfare facilities. Recently, there was a job or a recruitment in Nigeria, NNPC, and more than 26 million people applied. Not all of them were jobless, but because majority who are even working doesn't have a proper welfare, the welfare was not there. Meanwhile, those that are opportune to be at the House of Assembly or our senators, the executive, they take care of themselves much more than every year. Their budget is super. Why can't we reduce this kind of thing? Mr. Sisi says something about let's provide. It is not about providing an enabling environment. It is about let us invest what we are investing on the government officials on this particular thing. If we have such thing, we have a lesser number of people that want to go out of Africa. But because the terrain was not even good for those that have the job, and that one makes it the problem. Create an enabling environment. All the resources people are taking, and I have there's a person representing European on the seats over there. Most of the time, European and America interfered in African affairs. Why can't you block the corrupt leaders that are taking our resources back to your own country to go and save it here without doing anything? Those resources, if it is invested in Africa, I'm assuring you, a lot of people want to stay. But
so thank you. I think you've asked 3 questions, so I'm going to stop you right there. Thank you very much. And I hope you caught the 3 questions. One was around quality, the second was around investment, and the third was around Europe and America and supporting corrupt leaders. I'm going to take one more over here. I'm looking for a lady's hand. Yes, the lady at the back. I'm not going to take every hand. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. There's a lady right at the back there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yawa Hansen Kwao. I work for an organization called Emerging Public Leaders. I know we've been talking a lot about jobs in the private sector, but what about public sector jobs? I worry that as we look at kind of the issues of the future and we're looking at the future of work, we're not paying enough attention to how to get competent and ethical young people into governance. So I'd love to hear what your ideas are about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to come back to the panel, although and then I'm going to come back to you in a moment. Let's start with the question on energy. Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, on the energy side, definitely you need to invest into production. I will give you another number to add to what you said. The 48 countries of sub-Saharan Africa produce the same quantity of electricity as Spain. And then, you know, the population is not the same. So we know we need to invest into, capacity. We need to build capacity, we need to improve capacity. And if you take, for example, Cote d'Ivoire, we actually improve our capacity, but we also export electricity to other countries. Every individual country cannot, increase the capacity. There's a project that we're working on at the moment, which is a West African power pool, whereby people will be able to buy electricity, and then you can move from one country to another. So that's one thing. Second thing is connection cost, because we don't talk about it. I remember, we actually spoke to one of, in one area of Côte d'Ivoire, we put electricity, and then I sent people to actually check how people were feeling. And then one of the people there told me that the electricity that we brought to the place was only for the cats. I was like, wow. And the connection cost, you can bring electricity to any region, but the connection cost to have electricity at home in Côte d'Ivoire is around $300. Not everyone have $300 to pay upfront. So when we noticed that, President Ouattara decided to make sure that people only pay $2 to have the connection cost, and then they pay the remaining balance over 10 years. By the way, the African Development Bank is supporting us in funding this initiative. So yes, you need to increase capacity. Second, you need to make sure that you actually send electricity across the region. But on top of that, you need to make sure that the connection cost is affordable for the population.
Okay, Adesina, you wanted to add something very quickly on that?
Just very quickly on that. Just to say that when it comes to energy, we also have to realize that Africa has a lot of potential in renewable energy. And I don't accept that people think renewable energy is just not the thing to use for energy. It is. The African Development Bank helped Morocco to build a new concentrated solar power plant. It is almost 800 megawatts today, and it is base load power for industries. So it works. Lake Turkana in Kenya, right? It is 350 megawatts. It is all from the wind, and it's base load, and it works. And that's why we at the bank, we are investing heavily in renewable energy for base load. I announced at the One Planet Summit to President Macron that we are going to be creating a base load renewable energy facility to allow Africa to power itself. Last thing I would say is in the Sahel, right? I lived and worked 14 years of my life as in the Sahelian countries. They don't have electricity. May Robinson is sitting here as a global leader on the issue of access of women to clean cooking energy and also to desertification. We have all this great green wall that is built over there. No electricity, no clean cooking energy for women. So they're going to cut it all down. And so that's why at the African Development Bank, we've launched a major effort. It's called Desert to Power, which is to power the entire Sahel, right? From Nigeria, northern Nigeria, to Niger, to Chad, to Senegal, Mauritania, all of that. 10,000 megawatts. It will be the largest solar zone in the world. God loves Africa. He gave us the sun.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Just a second, let me just finish up. Because it's about love. God loves Africa. So, all we have to do is turn that potential of solar into power for ourselves. And it can be done, and it's been done.
Thank you. I wanted, because I want to come back to some more questions. So, Natasha, this point about, we keep talking about billionaires and all these men. Do you want to come back on that?
Yes. First of all, Mark Zuckerberg, everyone keeps talking about the fact that he doesn't have a university degree. Yes, he dropped out of Harvard. He didn't drop out of normal university. So let's begin by that and begin to talk about privilege and the perks that privilege comes with. I'm not even going to talk about the privilege of race. I'll just talk about privilege. Secondly, we need to talk about money in a different way. Are we just out to benefit the 1%? Or are the young, vulnerable Africans going to benefit from this revolution in the GDP that everyone keeps talking about? So we need to change the narrative of how we address money, how we address development, economic and socially. We need to ensure that it's inclusive, responsive, and representative. Yeah.
Thank you. And Haile Mariam, very quickly, quality jobs. So let me just come back to that in a moment. Haile Mariam, the issue of quality jobs?
I think, first of all, I fully agree with the young lady that the energy production generation in Africa is lagging very much behind. I think we have to agree. If we have to create jobs, I think electricity, energy is number one, number two, number three. So this is lagging behind. My country has a very good example in this regard. We used to have only 320 megawatt capacity, but immediately we turned it to 10,000 mega capacity within the last 6 years. So it is possible, but we have to invest in it, prioritize in the energy sector, which is very important. And second, I agree with a young man also. We have to talk about the majority of our young people who are involved in small and micro enterprises, not the big ones. That can be said. You know, in Africa also we can count a number of big enterprises and the young people who are successful. But that's not the case. Now the whole issue is the majority of our young people should engage, maybe 70% should engage on small and medium and micro enterprises, and that's where we have to focus. And I think this is where we have to change the whole scenario of thinking towards helping those guys.
Okay, thank you. Roberta, I'm going to come back to you next time. We'll start the next round with your point about the investment of the billions. There was a lady over here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Kaneza from the African Diaspora Youth Forum in Europe, and I'm coming from Burundi. I was looking at the numbers circulating behind, and it was quite striking to see the comparison we were doing between Europe and Africa in terms of the age range. So I had two questions actually, because we are talking about ideas and what kind of policies should be put in place in order to change the situations for the youth in employment. But I was wondering if some of you could just give me some implementable actions to prevent also the ongoing brain drain, and what are the implementing policies that maybe are being put in place in order to attract also the young diaspora, in order for them to come back also and participate in the effort of the African development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back over here, and there's a gentleman there. We have a mic, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Worms with the World Agroforestry Center, and one of the things that I do is to try to look at transformative businesses across Africa, mostly run by young people. There is one such business in Zambia, for example, called Komako, which has the best human resource management system I've ever seen in an African corporation. Last week I was in Zinder in Niger, and I found a transformative company called Sahara Sahel Food that was turning over 50 abandoned foodstuffs from the Sahel that grow well in that dry environment and trying to make them desirable foods in Niamey and Zinder. That company could not find machinery, it could not find packaging material. It had to do everything by itself because of lousy infrastructure and because of extremely high import taxes into Niger and because of low training of Nigerian youth. The question that I have is, what can the bank do to facilitate trade in industrial goods for agro-processing across African countries, and what can it do to encourage the cross-fertilization between African countries that have solved issues, such as, for example, human resource management, with those that need it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And final question from the gentleman over here.
Thank God the right wing wasn't forgotten. My name is Promise Amaha, and I'm an agripreneur. And right there seated is my mentor, the president of the AFDB. He included me in the growth enhancement scheme he set up in my country when he was Minister for Agriculture. Well, I play in the rice value chain, and I farm, I process, and I market. Currently, we are going serious issues of smuggled foreign rice into Nigeria, and that has greatly affected both the production of rice and then also jobs being created in the sector and the revenue. So most processors in Nigeria under the association called RIPAN are not able to sell rice because foreign rice is smuggled into the country, and in collaboration with some of our law enforcement agencies which are complicit. So I had to use this more realistic case study to invoke a level of strategy which we all expect. We've heard about the what and the why. What I think is missing mostly in this conversation since morning is the how. What are the strategies to be able to counter most of these issues? How do you create jobs where major issues like staple crops like rice, which is consumed majorly in Nigeria, cannot find expression because of the issues of smuggling of foreign rice, which is also aided by our law enforcement agencies. So we need to speak to more of the how than speak to the most exciting part of this whole program today was the free kick between Uncle Mo Ibrahim and Dame Amina Mohammed. That's the best part of it. The rest has just been attack and defense. Africa attacks, Europe defend, and then there are no midfielders to kind of galvanize the strategy.
Okay, I think we get the analogy. Thank you very much.
Please, I need the rights value chain. It's very critical for the
Thank you. I'm
area.
very conscious that we're running out of time, and I really want to give the panel a chance to come back on those questions. So it's a minute each, and I'm just going to go down the row. And Adeshina, I'm going to start with you, and don't forget about the investment of the billions.
Well, I'll be very quick. I think the young have to grow. I think that, I'm confident that Africa has young people. If we invest in them, they can build businesses. There's no reason why those guys who did Toyota and so on, they were very young when they did it. So we must think big. I don't want Africa to remain small. I hear a lot of things about small and medium-sized enterprises. We support them, and we want to do a lot more. But you have to connect them. They have to grow. We must think big as a continent. That's the point I'm making. Not to say it's only exclusive to those people. I want to say something about brain drain very quickly. We talk so much about brain drain as a negative thing. Today, the amount of remittances that Africa actually gets is higher than the foreign direct investment coming to the continent. It's also higher than the amount of official development assistance that Africa is getting. So actually, without a lot of those diaspora folks out there, Africa will be reeling in a lot of more problems than it is today. So we must also look at it as it's also an economic gain for us as a continent to be able to do it. And last thing I want to say is on agriculture. And just to say that, when it comes to the issue of agriculture, the fact is most of the food and ag businesses today, they are located in the urban areas, close to the port. Now you tell me, which farms do you find very close to the port? No, they bring in imported materials that actually you process, you send to the rest of the country. They are the link for the rest of the country. The bank is investing today. We've started a new program called Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones. Special areas where we will invest concentrated investment, infrastructure, power, water, roads, ICT, so that you can give incentives, fiscal incentives, to those food and ag businesses that are all located in the urban areas today to move into the rural areas. You can process, add value to what you produce and be more competitive in regional and global markets. And the drift of jobs out of rural economy to the urban economy will stop. And the rural areas that we constantly call today, or appears to me, as zones of economic misery, we'll be able to turn them to zones of economic prosperity by building industrial processes around agriculture through value-added agriculture.
Thank you very much. Abdul.
Yeah. If I may, I'm going to come back on the public sector job and diaspora. I was part of the diaspora, by the way, and in 2011, when President Ouattara was elected, I actually came. But I came only because of good leadership. If we didn't have the right president, I would have stayed where I was. So good leadership is the first thing that people need before actually moving. I have a big responsibility as being, a young minister, because I know people are looking, upon and saying, is it going to work, or it's not going to work. I think one thing also when I joined the ministry, the first thing that I noticed, I went to, into a meeting where we had to do, a big negotiation. I came into the meeting, I saw the private sector, in front. There were like a lot of lawyers, and I only came with one or two guys. And I was like, okay, 500, pages of documents. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not stupid, so I can understand. But we need to make sure that we have people, in the public sector that are strong enough. I was quite fortunate to have a president that is really forward, looking. So he actually allowed us to hire people. So we hire people coming from abroad, people coming, from the local system, from the private sector. Now we have a team of, youngsters, in all the different ministries that are quite technical to actually defend the right of the different states. So people shouldn't be afraid. Sometimes you can come, it's not going to work, but now you can come to the public sector and then go back to the private sector. There is no, it's not a one-way direction. I know that, if I leave the public sector, I might find, another job elsewhere. So people need to, they need to try. And we need our diaspora to come back home and serve the country. We need them. We actually opened a scholarship recently whereby every Ivorian that is actually admitted to a list of, a couple of schools that we actually defined, regardless of the place where he is, he can just write and say, I'm admitted and we're going to finance. Because we know we need that skills here.
Thank you. Highly Mariam?
Thank you. I think Ethiopia is one of the countries in Africa where we have huge diaspora community. And the development what's taking place in my country is basically most of the diaspora people are involved in technology transfer, in research and development in universities and research centers. I think they have huge potential to support us. We call it not brain drain, it is brain circulation, because they need to go abroad and get the exposure. And we do not have that exposure in Africa. So we need to send them. I think sending them, Chinese are intentionally sending them to United States and UK, simply because they know that they can get exposure and come back and serve their own country. So I think diaspora is a very important asset for Africa and we have to use it. Second, for the transformative jobs, again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The Asian countries has a very good experience how governments should facilitate the small and medium enterprises by supporting them to be viable. And we can do that like the other countries have done. So governments should be at the forefront helping these, supporting these kind of companies to establish. So I think investment facilitation and avoiding all those red tapes and obstacles is very, very essential, and my country has tried some, and in terms of industrial parks development and technology parks development, and we were successful in those areas. So government should be at the forefront supporting and facilitating those things.
Thank you very much. Roberta.
Well, many of you, including Natasha, raised the question of what about the most vulnerable? What about the poor? So human capital is often the only capital that the poor have. So if we want to invest and be serious about inclusive growth, investing in human capital, particularly of the poor, and investing in access to jobs for them is a fundamental component of a well-working system. Now, that investment is really everybody's business, the government, the private sector, the civil society, but it cannot now go through a competent and ethical set of public sector servants. I think it was Yawa who brought up that point. And it's very important to generate a cadre society where public servants are selected for their motivation and they are supported throughout their careers to serve and really make the difference. Because think about it, who made a difference more to any of you than, well, besides your parents, of course, than a teacher?
Thank you. And Natasha.
I'll speak about the public sector for just a second. It worries me that a lot of young people think that government is the best employer. That scares me because they believe that that's where the money is. And we've been shown that it's true. Those who work for government in a year or two, they have houses in places we know they cannot afford. So government should not be the best employer. And if it is, there's a problem. And we need to start talking about the elephant in the room. My colleague there said we are always talking about problems. Actually, I think we are not talking about problems enough, because the more we make our government officials uncomfortable, the more they'll change. So I am for, and I'm a huge proponent of putting our leaders on the spot. And I do it every chance I get. Ask them the difficult questions, because the more you ask, the more you get. Do not be afraid as young people to challenge. Believe that you can and you will. Yeah, cliche. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the startup world. A lot of the startups in Africa have an invisible foreign hand. So if we're encouraging young people to be entrepreneurs and to get into the startup world, can we also challenge the way we think about young people and encourage organic African-led organizations? Finally, to my young fellows who are in this room, dare to dream, dare to challenge. And it's okay to ask for what you think you deserve. It's not a bad thing. Get it, and you ask for it, and you'll get it. That's all.
It's been a very rich discussion of some very complex topics, which is difficult to sum up, but the reinforcement of the strong link between governance, migration, accountability, growth, investment, the sense of urgency that's required in terms of linking policy and action, the importance of creating quality jobs, investment in education and skills, and in young women, making agriculture a business, making agriculture cool, let's remember that, changing the narrative and the way that we think and talk about young people, and giving them opportunity, not seeing them as a problem. And remember that entrepreneurship is not a magic pill. I love that line. And don't be afraid to challenge. Thank you all very much, and a huge thank you again to the panel. Thank you.
Some people and some ancient traditions believe this is the dream and that is our real life. What do you think about that?
Big question. I can't say for sure whether this is all a dreamlike illusion and when we go to sleep it's less of a dream or more of a dream, and when we die it's less of a dream or more of a dream. I don't know. But what I do know is the same rule applies. Right now, if this were a lucid dream rather than waking reality, I would know that you are part of me, that you are not separate from me, and because you're part of me, I'm going to give you all of my attention and all of my love. So I think the same rule applies. If we can show love in the waking state, love in the dream state, and love in the after-death state, then we cover all bases, because love is the most powerful force there is in the universe. So I don't know what's the dream or what's not, but I know that I'm going to show love as much as I can.
Well, what's interesting is if this, what we call daily life, is but a dream, as some traditions believe, that when we're out of the body, we're our true selves, then we could treat life with so much more adventure.
Yes.
We could experiment and create and play more, but because we think this is it, this is all we've got, we take it so seriously and we really cut off our creativity and don't take the chances we would take if we saw it otherwise.
Exactly. So my teacher, Lama Yeshe Rinpoche, who is the abbot of Samaling Monastery in Scotland, a Tibetan refugee from the 60s, 70s, he said that one of the greatest benefits of lucid dreaming, so the art of training the mind to become conscious within your dreams, is that it gives you a better sense of humor. And I was like, out of all these amazing kind of Tibetan Buddhist things where it said to, you know, train yourself at the moment of death and do your spiritual practice in your sleep, he said the best thing is it gives you a sense of humor. Because in a lucid dream, you can interact with things that seem as real as this. You know, in a lucid dream, I can touch the lucid dream chair and it will feel like this. It will have the same texture as this material. I can touch my arm and I can even notice the hairs on my arm. So I see that the human mind has a huge potential to create dreamlike illusion. This means that the next time I'm in the waking state, whatever that means, I can also interact with this dream with a similar sense of flexibility. One of the trainings is to walk through walls in your lucid dreams. Now, for ages, I thought this was a practice so eventually you could walk through walls in this state.
Right.
What I now realize is the reason my teacher was training me to do that was because nothing seems to be more solid than a brick wall. So if in the lucid dream state, you can train yourself to walk through a brick wall, you're creating a new habit of mind that says things that seem to be solid are not always so. So the next time you confront the brick wall of your own self-doubt in the waking state, the brick wall of your own poor me in the waking state, the brick wall of your own bull in the waking state, so too can you walk through that and see it as flexible as it was in the lucid dream. And this gives us a sense of humor.
It does, and not only that, you can practice.
Yeah.
There's nothing but time and opportunity in the dream world to practice and to work things through. Even, we'll talk about this later, because as you say, 99% of, in your experience, 99% of what we encounter is ourselves in one degree or another, but there's still that 1%.
Yeah.
And we still do connect with others, and we can practice and play out into the future with ourselves and with others. So it's a wonderful experimental ground.
Yes.
Right? And
Yeah.
that should be reflected in our daily life as one big, I think Buckminster Fuller said that once he was suicidal at one point. He had failed at some things, and finally he realized, but life is just an experiment. I'm just going to make everything an experiment. Major contributions to this planet. But it was that attitude that it's all an experiment.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about the notion of taking the lucid dream state into the waking state. So let's talk about where lucid dreaming happens on a physiological level. We'll get into a little bit of the science of it, the prefrontal cortex and so forth, and how we can start tapping into or waking that part up, and then we'll go into the Tibetan dream yoga.
Absolutely. So your question there about training, using the lucid dream state as a rehearsal space for the waking state. That's been talked about in Tibetan Buddhism for thousands of years, but now we have science to back it up.
Talk about some of it.
Okay. So when you are having a non-lucid dream, so your normal everyday dreams where you're dreaming away but don't know you're dreaming, the back part of the brainstem, visual cortex, highly activated. But the front part of the brain, especially the prefrontal cortex, is deactivated. Now, the prefrontal cortex, scientists believe, is where your sense of self resides. Your sense of agency, your sense of I am Charlie having experience is around the prefrontal cortex.
Right, and that's where a lot of beta activity happens, and it's where we go about our life, kind of a lot of left brain activity and so forth as well.
Now, in a non-lucid dream, that is deactivated, which is why you can happily dream that you're the Queen of Egypt and you believe it. It's only when we wake up, the prefrontal cortex switches back on and we go, oh, I'm not really the Queen of Egypt, I was dreaming I was the Queen of Egypt. On that basis, when we have a lucid dream, we now know what part of the brain is activated. It is, of course, the prefrontal cortex. So you're dreaming away, you're the Queen of Egypt, and then suddenly prefrontal cortex becomes engaged. Ah, I'm not really the Queen of Egypt, I'm having a lucid dream about being the Queen of Egypt. Now, once that happens, not only is your sense of self engaged, so you can decide what to do, but once the prefrontal cortex is activated, neuroplasticity becomes activated too. And this is where it gets really interesting. Neuroplasticity, of course, the phenomena of the brain to rewire itself in favor of a repeated action or habit.
Yes.
Neurons that fire together, wire together, the classic thing, right? Once you get lucid, what you do in the lucid dream, how you spend the lucid dream, actually rewires your brain in favor of that activity. This means that you can learn in your lucid dreams. So interestingly, the first people to put funding into this were the German Sports Science Association at Heidelberg University. Because they thought, well, if you can actually retrain your brain through lucid dreaming, what if we teach it to athletes? So they did a big study, over 100 athletes involved. They whittled it down to about 20 who could learn lucid dreaming, spend a few months training so they could have these lucid dreams almost at will. They put them into the brain scanners, they gave them all the psychological tests. Then once they got lucid, out of all the amazing things they could do in their lucid dream, like meeting your inner child and integrating trauma, like working with stressful situations in the daytime and reframing them through your dreams, like meeting Godhead, meeting Buddha in your lucid dreams, no. They were told to do squats. So literally in the lucid dream, they're dropping doing squats, right?
Build those quadriceps.
Exactly.
Are you searching for unique handmade Black cultural crafts, t-shirts, and accessories? Look no further. Introducing your ultimate destination for the vibrant and captivating creations that celebrate Rastafari and African culture. At Black Dominion, we bring you a curated collection of exquisitely designed, crafted products honoring the rich heritage of Rastafari, Ethiopia, and the Black diaspora. With our user-friendly website, shopping is a breeze. We ship worldwide, bringing Black culture to every corner of the globe. Visit www.blackdominion.shop today and start exploring the incredible range of handmade Rastafari and Black culture. Find your inspiration, embrace your roots, and stand out from the crowd.
This is the History of the World podcast with me, Chris Hasler. And this is Volume 2, The Ancient World. Episode 31, The Olmecs. Humankind began to populate the Americas in waves from around 25,000 years ago. A significant amount of human activity has been discovered dating to around 15,000 years ago, stretching from the far northwest, which would be the logical entry point from Asia across Beringia, with evidence of human activity right down to the far south and Patagonia in South America. The Americas were the home of a significant amount of animal species, including megafauna, which are large animals. A number of these species disappeared around 10,000 years ago, and there exists much debate about how much of an influence human beings had on these extinctions. Certainly, one of the earliest cultures, called the Clovis culture, has displayed evidence of spear points and mammoth hunting. The Clovis culture emerged shortly after 11,000 BCE in and around the modern state of New Mexico in the United States. It is something we spoke about way back in episode 11 of Volume 1 of the podcast on the prehistoric world. We then learned that the peoples of the Americas started moving towards agricultural ways of life. And we speculated about why this same development would happen in an area of the world which appears to have absolutely no connection with Eurasia, especially as the land bridge between Asia and the Americas had now disappeared underwater, cutting the Americas off from the rest of the world permanently. We also see the development of ceramics in the Americas, which possibly dates back almost 10,000 years. Now, it is interesting to speculate once again that we are aware that the people of Chinese lands had developed the most advanced ceramic skills known in the world, which may have influenced the notable Jomon pottery culture of Japan. This development in the north of modern China occurred before the last major wave of migration from Asia to America, so ceramic skills could have migrated along this route. However, I would expect to see some evidence of ceramics dating back before 10,000 years ago in the Americas too. So this suggests that ceramic technology emerged independently from Asian cultures. Specific pottery in the Americas would come much later. One of the other major developments of the Neolithic world was metallurgy. And although we know that metallurgy emerged with the development of copper working, especially in North America in around 5000 BCE, it is notable that the Americans were not smelting their metals and were simply hammering the ores, a very archaic form of metallurgy that typically represents the step before smelting when specifically discussing technological advances. The most well-known and talked about agricultural crop of the Americas has to be maize. Maize, which is commonly known as corn, with varieties that are well known as sweet corn and peppercorn, it could have been cultivated in the lands of modern Mexico as long ago as 10,000 years ago. But widespread cultivation normally offers an accepted date within the 4th millennium BCE. It was in the areas of Mesoamerica, fundamentally the lands of modern-day Mexico and Guatemala, and also in the lands of the Central Andes, that agricultural societies would advance quickest. And it is in these areas that the next two podcasts will we'll concentrate on. This week, we're going to stay in Mesoamerica and concern ourselves with the developments of the 2nd millennium BCE. This is where we see one of the most important and earliest developments of civilizations in the Americas, which is something we refer to as the Olmecs. These lands were a home of a species of tree called Castilla elastica, which is more commonly known as the Panama rubber tree. During the 2nd millennium BCE, people were cultivating the milky sap from these trees. This would be the first step to the creation of rubber that would ultimately end up being distributed over a wide range. The sap itself would be somewhat brittle, so there was a requirement to use the juice of vines to give the sap a soft elasticity, which could be wound around objects such as stones to create rubber balls. There are a number of explanations for the purpose of these rubber balls across the wide spectrum of experts who have an opinion of them. One of the most obvious and potentially surprising uses for these balls, for a date so early in history, is the speculation that they were used in ball games, not unlike modern volleyball or baseball. Now, we know that ancient humans certainly had a desire to engage in leisurely competition with the board games of the Mesopotamians and the Indus Valley civilization. We also know of physical challenges, such as the ball leaping practices of the Minoans of the modern Greek island of Crete. However, this is the first evidence of a ball game which resembles those of modern society. Also, it has been put forward that rubber and rubber balls were being sacrificed in a ritual ceremony, and this is evident by the presence of these objects in pits that have been excavated. So this would point towards a common ancient practice of sacrificing objects to deities or ancestors, which is commonplace in most ancient societies. I've even seen that it has been speculated that the rubber balls may have been used as a means to roll heavy objects from one place to another, which may be something that relates to practices used to move the large rocks that form Stonehenge in the United Kingdom, as an example. Whatever their purpose, or likely their purpose is, we do know that the word Olmec is actually a word that has been translated from the language of the later Aztec people to mean rubber people. And therefore, with the emergence of rubber production, by association, we have the emergence of the Olmecs. And we can date this back to around 1600 BCE. The sacrificial pits in which we find the rubber balls also contain other items. Many wooden sculptures were recovered, which is incredible for this age, as we have recovered very little in the way of wooden artifacts because wood doesn't stand the test of time, as well as metals, stone and ceramics. Some of the wooden artifacts recovered from these pits are busts of men with elongated heads. The subject of wild-looking heads is something that is going to be significant. San Lorenzo. San Lorenzo Tenochtitlan is a collection of archaeological sites to be found in the state of Veracruz in the modern-day country of Mexico. The collection of sites gives us a good illustration of some of the earliest developments of this Mesoamerican culture, which seems to have emerged, which we call the Olmecs. The site of San Lorenzo overlooks the Coatzacoalcos River, which feeds into the Gulf of Mexico. What started out as a small settlement began to flourish over time, and by 1200 BCE, we have something what we can describe as the centre of a culture, not unlike a capital city. The population may have initially only numbered at around 1,000 people, but later estimates at its peak may exceed 10,000. So we should not be surprised to find early evidence of a hierarchy with an elite class ruling the city, skilled artisans in the middle classes, and labourers in the working class. So we can refer to it as a type of chiefdom. San Lorenzo itself appears to have been built partly on a man-made plateau, and it appears to have been a ceremonial centre. So we see the same desire for elaborate ceremonial large-scale building projects in this American continent site as we have done in Afro-Eurasia, which is another name for the landmass which connects Africa, Europe and Asia. We even have reports of the discovery of a drainage system to control the flow of water within the city. This is something comparable to the drainage system of Mohenjo-Daro, which was created by the people of the Indus Valley civilization. So here we find another development which happened in the Americas, a continent where it was surely unlikely for the exchange of ideas with the Eurasians to have taken place. These developments are very likely to have taken place autonomously, which means that the people of the Americas were coincidentally making the same or similar advances to the cultures of Afro-Eurasia. However, this autonomous development of ideas is always a matter for debate. But for me, I do believe that these were the natural next steps. However, I can't be right about everything, so do make your own mind up. Large clay platforms were constructed for the residences of the elite in San Lorenzo. One of these residences gives us a very good insight into the construction techniques of the Olmec culture. A palace was discovered with earthen walls and floors, which resembled the rammed earth technique used by the ancient cultures of China from the same era. The walls of the palace were plaster finished, and the plaster was coloured with hematite, which is the same mineral which gives red ochre its red colour. As such, the palace has been named the Red Palace by archaeologists. Commoner residences were constructed using the wattle and daub technique, which was a typical technique of house building in many Neolithic cultures of the world. It's basically a wooden frame called a wattle, strengthened by wet earth, which is a process called daubing. It would be around the year 900 BCE that there appears to be a change of the balance of power in the Olmec world, where San Lorenzo appears to be the number one site from 1200 BCE. It appears that San Lorenzo declined, and it was supplanted by the emergence of another city called La Venta. Quite what happened to cause the decline of San Lorenzo is very unclear. Climate change, river course change, conflict between two cities, or something else. Archaeologists are yet to agree on the truth, as existing discoveries are inconclusive. It does seem like the Olmec culture continued regardless. La Venta. La Venta is northeast of San Lorenzo in the modern-day Mexican state of Tabasco. It is much closer to the Gulf of Mexico and near to the Tonalá River. La Venta was situated in the middle of marshlands, so it had that natural protection that San Lorenzo may have lacked. So if there was internal conflict, this could be a factor in why La Venta survived and San Lorenzo did not. We just can't be sure whether it was the population of La Venta who destroyed the monuments in and around San Lorenzo. If it was, then we might consider that this is the end of one culture and the beginning of another, but we will discover during the rest of the episode there are cultural connections between these two dominant Mesoamerican cities. It should come as no surprise to discover that La Venta became a larger settlement than San Lorenzo, with a population much closer to 20,000 people, it is suggested. As with San Lorenzo, La Venta was a civic and ceremonial centre. If we take a close look at the physical archaeological site, then we can separate it into a number of different sections. At the north end of the site, we can see a temple complex, and just south of the temple complex is a great pyramid. So here is a very interesting aspect of this culture when compared to other ancient societies of the world: the desire to build large monumental buildings, not dissimilar to the ziggurats of Mesopotamia and indeed the pyramids of Egypt. La Venta Pyramid. To look at, the object that is referred to as a pyramid at La Venta looks more like a large mound. However, closer inspection has revealed that the mound was clearly a deliberate construction. Investigations have revealed that there was a deliberate desire to construct a rectangular-based pyramid with steps to the top at each corner. Around 100,000 cubic metres of clay was used for the construction, which reached over 100 feet in height. Speculation about its purpose is debatable, but most theories point towards it having a ceremonial purpose. It is the earliest known pyramid of the Americas and seemed to usher in a trend of pyramid building throughout pre-Columbian history. It seems astonishing that large-scale pyramid building seemed to occur independently in the Americas over 1,000 years after they were constructed in Egypt. There is speculation whether there can be any possibility of a connection. Is there any possibility that the peoples of the Americas could have learned how to build pyramids from the Egyptians? The biggest argument against this possibility is that the majority of experts believe that cultural and information exchanges between the Americas and the rest of the world, namely Afro-Eurasia, were not possible after the flooding of Beringia by 10,000 years ago. The flooding of Beringia made access to the Americas impossible without a sea crossing, and the sea crossing would have had to have been made through extremely cold conditions. If this was the case, then it could not be possible for the exchange of the idea of pyramid building to migrate from Egypt to the Americas, and therefore the concept of pyramid building had to have emerged autonomously in two different areas of the world, along with agriculture and stratified cities, among other things. It is widely accepted that no significant exchange of ideas between Afro-Eurasia and the Americas could have taken place until after the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus discovered the Americas in the year 1492. After this time, many European nations began to mass migrate and exploit the riches of the American continent, which was named the New World. After this point, the exchange of information and the ideas between the two land masses was irreversible. Naturally, the Afro-Eurasian landmass would assume the reference name the Old World. Anything that happened before Christopher Columbus's discovery of the Americas was assumed to be of a time when there is absolutely no awareness of each other between the Old World and the New World. And this period of the New World's history is called pre-Columbian to distinguish a time before Columbus's arrival in 1492. The exchange of knowledge and ideas after Columbus's arrival is called the Columbian Exchange. La Venta, as a complex, is aligned 8 degrees west of north. This alignment is typical of Olmec sites. The reason for this alignment is mysterious. The pyramids of Egypt were also carefully aligned. However, the Olmec alignment went beyond their pyramids. The alignment of buildings at La Venta is similar to the building alignment of later cultures of the Americas, which are attributed to observance of the sun. So here we are again, talking about construction in relation to the objects of the sky. It is similar in popular reasoning to the Neolithic megalithic sites such as Göbekli Tepe and Stonehenge. Plus, let's not forget the constructed observatory of ancient China. So this would suggest that human beings were naturally fascinated by the cosmos wherever they lived. Beliefs and rituals. When we are studying a culture where there is very little in the way of contemporary writings about cultural beliefs, we have to look at the objects that were being created and the nature by which they are discovered. So in very simple terms, if we were to discover many objects that are in the image of a particular animal, and they are in abundance in the most artifact-rich grave pits, then we can recommend that this particular animal must have held a high spiritual importance to the people of that culture. The Olmecs left behind artifacts and carvings which depict supernatural activity, such as a priestly figure offering a crested rattlesnake, possibly as an offering to a deity. Some of the other artifacts demonstrate other figures. The Olmecs were using jade to create figurines, but the jade available to them was in the form of jadeite, whereas, if we recall, the ancient Chinese cultures were using nephrite. Both jadeite and nephrite are forms of jade nonetheless. Some jade figurines that represented human form would be arranged in a particular manner and accompanied by celts, which would be carefully engraved. Celts are a kind of tool which resemble an axe head, but the celts discovered with the jade figures were very likely created to be ceremonial, and the way in which all of these items were collectively discovered strongly suggests some form of ceremonial ritual. Closer inspection of the sculptures and carvings seem to demonstrate a creature which appears to be part human and part jaguar. The jaguar is a key animal to both Mesoamerica and South America. The jaguar is at the very top of the food chain, and in ancient times it would have had a widespread range which had depleted as the centuries of human occupation of these areas have rolled by. It seems that many ancient American cultures were in awe of the jaguar, and this anthropomorphic jaguar image became a part of the mythology of the Mesoamericans. It is very unclear what this were-jaguar figure meant exactly to the Olmecs. Often we can see that the were-jaguar is depicted as an infant, and sometimes in the arms of an older father figure. So there exists some speculation that it's possibly a figurine closely linked to a shamanic practice of harnessing the fearless and dominant power of the jaguar. Some experts have speculated that the were-jaguar is a result of copulation between a male jaguar and a female human. However, this is based on speculation alone, with some experts even doubting the fact that it has anything to do with the jaguar at all, and that we have misinterpreted it. If we go with the popular consensus that there was a were-jaguar spiritual being within the Olmec belief system, then we appear to have evidence of jade masks which depict the were-jaguar with its slanted almond-shaped eyes and its down-turned mouth and broad nose. Often these objects were relating to the were-jaguar were discovered at locations which would be related to shrines, cemeteries and temples, so there must have been a significant spiritual meaning to this image. Colossal heads. Quite possibly the most iconic image of the Olmec culture has to be the colossal heads which were carved. The stone was basalt, and it is believed that it had to be imported from the Tuxtlas Mountains. This means that the basalt stones could weigh up to 50 tons and had to be transported for dozens of kilometres. Once again, we see an instance of the mysterious transportation of massive stones, which we have seen so many times already. It appears that humans were innovative enough to find solutions for transporting large objects wherever humans could be found. The heads themselves are fascinating. The facial features are not completely unlike the features found on the were-jaguar masks, with large lips, wide nostrils, and almond-shaped eyes. The colossal heads can be found at La Venta, but also at San Lorenzo, which suggests that the production of these monuments was something that continued over a number of centuries. Some experts speculate that the heads each represented an Olmec ruler, but there is absolutely no conclusive evidence of this. One of the fascinating aspects of the heads is the fact that they are wearing some kind of headgear which resembles a helmet. One of the first assumptions that one could make about ancient headgear is that it would be part of some kind of military armour, which would offer protection to a warrior belonging to a society. However, it may actually be related to the rubber balls mentioned at the start of the episode. The rubber balls that gave the Olmecs their name. It might be the case that the headgear was actually part of the outfits worn in the ball game that we believe the Olmecs may have been playing. Ball games. Now, there's not been a lot in the way of written rules for the Mesoamerican ball game of the Olmecs. We have to rely on contemporary depictions and tracking back from future versions. The National Geographic Atlas of the Ancient World describes the ball game as a game between two teams playing on a sunken ball court. The balls used were the rubber balls described earlier in the podcast, made from the milky sap of the Panama rubber tree. It is suggested that the idea of the game was to get the rubber balls into your opponent's end of the court without using your hands. Such is the competitive nature of the game that it is also suggested that injury was not uncommon, hence the requirement for protective equipment, such as the headgear previously mentioned. Versions of this ancient American ball game exist to this very day in the form of ulama, but although it is a competitive form of leisure these days, there may have been a much more sinister side to the game in ancient times as depicted by some of the ancient artwork discovered. It may be that those who ended up on the losing team may have been executed, possibly as human sacrifice. So human sacrifice is something that is considered as a very realistic possibility in Mesoamerica, and it seems undeniable when you look at some of the carvings and depictions. Wherever we go in the world, we see evidence of sacrifice, whether it be offerings of metal jewellery, surplus agricultural yield, livestock, or human beings themselves, even children. Bloodletting may have also been taking place, with evidence of stingray spines being uncovered at grave sites. The Olmec figurines that depict young children could represent child sacrifice, but they equally could represent rebirth. The beauty of the Olmecs is that they have given to us a great number of mysterious constructions and artifacts, all of which appear to be open to our own interpretations. The mystery is in part due to a lack of written explanation. Although there was the Cascahel block, which was something that we spoke about way back in episode 22, it was a stone block on which symbols have been carved which could easily represent written glyphs. However, we have absolutely no idea whether they are part of a glyphic writing system, let alone what they might say. decline. Although the Olmec culture seemed to be centred around the lands between the Tutlas mountain range eastwards through the area of San Lorenzo and as far as La Venta to the far east, there is definite evidence of a cultural influence on a wider area, as evidenced by the excavation and discovery of Olmec artefacts in the wider area. Olmec artefacts have been discovered to the west of Olmec heartlands in the direction of and up to the modern capital city of Mexico City, but also along the south coast of Central America, heading east up to the area around the other modern capital city of Guatemala City. Olmec culture appeared to be successful and somewhat unchallenged. Evidence of its early emergence began in around 1600 BCE, and a major cultural centre called San Lorenzo emerged in 1200 BCE. This would rise in stature over the next 300 years before apparently being destroyed in around 900 BCE and subsequently supplanted by another settlement called La Venta, situated further east. La Venta developed and dominated for around the next 500 years until around 400 BCE, when there was a steep decline before La Venta was destroyed and abandoned. We really cannot be sure why La Venta was evacuated, but it may have been the case that the population of La Venta headed east and amalgamated with the Proto-Mayan societies. It may have been that the rivers silted up and left the city dehydrated, or it may have been that volcanic activity in the vicinity caused people to move on. Whatever happened, it was the end of the Olmec culture. Pre-classic Mayan cultures to the east continued to prosper, but we will need to wait until Volume 3 to discover more about them. As for our journey, we need to travel south to the lands of Peru. Significant human activity had been taking place throughout the ancient period. So next week we will discover the progression of human culture in and around the coastal lands and the highlands of this region. Thank you very much for joining me in this week's podcast about the Olmecs, the first ancient episode in the Americas. It's been a pleasure, so thank you. Well, we're fast approaching the end of the volume, in actual fact, so we're going to be looking at Peru next week. Going on from that, we'll probably take an overview of America. Before we look at some of the things of the ancient world that deserve a little bit more attention, such as the weaponry and the medicinal practices of the ancient era, which should be quite an interesting diversion before we take an analysis of the entire period. So maybe a handful of episodes to go, and then we'll wrap up Volume 2, and then we'll go into the very exciting classical world, which will be Volume 3. We've had one or two kind recommendations through the Facebook forum for the History of the World podcast. Dylan Smith writes, amazing, extremely informative, uses a format in which anyone can understand, and also promotes individual research and for people to form their own opinions. 5 stars. Thank you, Dylan. Darren O'Connor wrote, this is a very interesting podcast. Although I'm not an expert, I find this to be very easy to listen to in a way that makes it clear and understandable. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Darren. Thank you very much indeed. So anyone else that wants to drop me a line or put a review online for the podcast, I'll always be happy to read it out so that you get the respect that you deserve for taking the time to write a review for the podcast. Remember, if you want to support the podcast in a practical manner, you can make a financial contribution through the Patreon website. And in order to find that, you just go to the History of the World podcast.com website and follow the link for Patreon. Now, we already have a number of Patreons. We'd love you to be able to join them and support the podcast and keep the podcast developing, keep it moving forward. That would be wonderful. Otherwise, rating and reviewing the podcast is always most helpful and increases our exposure. So don't hesitate, do that right now. So next week we head south to South America, to Peru and to the Andes, and find out exactly what was going on in that area of the world during the ancient period. So until then, have a great week, everybody, and we'll do this all over again next week. See you then. The History of the World podcast is available on many different podcast platforms. So please don't forget to rate and review us wherever you find us. Visit our website at historyoftheworldpodcast.com and email us at historyoftheworldpodcast@mail.com. Support the podcast at Patreon by clicking the Support the Podcast link at our website, and join us on social media at Facebook, Twitter and Tumblr.
The shock of the hour. See, brothers and sisters, you're not going to straighten up on any word from me. Just the better ones of you. You're not going to hear no warning. No. Bush is not going to straighten up. Deng Xiaoping is not going to straighten up. The world leaders are bent on their course. They don't straighten up with no preaching. The shock of the hour has to be so powerful that it casts terror into the heart. Make you drop to your knees like the oxen that is being laid under burden. Force you to pray to whatever God you think you know. Make you call him.
Does I know what's happening every day? Sunny day, I pray. Jaja leads the way to Zion highway. Sunny day, I pray. Jaja leads the way to Zion highway. Now I'm on a journey, who is gonna stop me? I see no one in my way. It's even more than words can say. And it's the last year leads the way. If it takes more than birds to sing, to let them know he's the only King of Kings. God, I bless him pure. And for us the last year, sunny day, I pray. Jaja leads the way to Zion highway. Sunny day, I pray. That leads the way to Zion highway. And the king is passing, wicked out is mossing. They can easily be taken away. No for them I hate them, long time Rasta see them. None of them can go chase away. Sunny day, I pray. Jaja leads the way to Zion highway. Sunny day, I pray. That leads the way to Zion highway. Some moon is shining, just stars are shining, and Jah will bless a brighter day. No for them I hate them, long time rest I see them. So that's it, if we cleanse your ways. come good today. Shut down to Zion way. Sunny day. I pray. Jaja leads the way. To Zion way. Sunny day. I pray. Jaja leads the way. To Zion way. Though I'm on a journey, always gonna stop me. I see no one in my way. It's even more than words can say. I listen last year, I lead the way. If it takes more than birds to sing, to let them know he's the only king of kings. Should I bless him pure? Emperor Selassie, sunny day, I pray. Jaja leads the way. To Zion highway. Sunny day, I pray. Leads the way.
Each and every time.
To Zion highway. Anything is passing.
Wonderful evening, blessed evening.
Easy living taking away.
Yeah.
So for them I aid and long time I start seeing them.
Without a doubt, we are definitely scoping out all those who are trying to put some kind of snares and traps in our ways. You know, we cut and clear in the name of Marcus Garvey. All praises the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards to be exalted. Yeah, power and might of the Holy Trinity, the Father and Mother of creation, man. Of course, you know this is the shock of the hour. Thank you very much, Asante Sana, for your presence with us. The Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. Yeah, as always, we have a wonderful program for you in store for you tonight. In fact, what we're going to be doing a little bit of a little broadcast here. We are going to be listening to a bit of Hitchens directly speaking of Henry Kissinger. I'm sure we should all know who Henry Kissinger is. So Mr. Christopher Hitchens will be talking about the trial of Henry Kissinger, discussing his crimes, and basically you could say it is, how should we refer to this? You know, it speaks for itself, really. It speaks for itself. So I'm not going to waste any time because it's a lengthy interview. We're not going to really listen to all of it. You know, we have something to say. So we're going to come in and jump in here and there. But before we get to that specific Christopher Hitchens presentation.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
In Africa, yes. Because there is a policy of the American government. It's called the Kissinger Report.
And before we get to the Kissinger Report, remember we actually did a whole program just when the COVID came out as it relates to the Depopulation 2000 agenda. Yeah. So this is Raymond de Sosa. I'm sure you've heard of him, Human Life International. And yeah, so he's going to be speaking about what's really taking place in Africa.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
In Africa, yes. Because there is a policy of the American government. It's called the Kissinger Report, which was produced in the mid-70s when Henry Kissinger was involved with the government. And it explicitly states, which to this day, it remains the official policy of the American government. It has not changed. May not be implemented by Trump, but it remains the same. That the purpose of the foreign policy in Africa was to reduce the population. So to give aid to countries in Africa, not clean water and schooling and things like that, but contraception and abortion, in order to shrink the population of Africa, because they have great mineral resources there.
That sounds diabolical.
It is, yes.
That sounds like something conceived in the mind of Margaret Sanger.
Yeah, definitely. And so at the time, Kissinger and those involved with the Carter administration wanted to shrink the population, make sure that the Africans do not develop and do not use the resources for themselves, because we in the States, we need them. There's a concerted effort of foreign powers to control the population of Africa. Africa is a huge continent, could feed thousands of more people, but the policies of the West, especially in Europe. For example, between 1990 and the year 2000, the United States, Canada, and Europe contributed about $6 billion in contraceptives, not to help the people, not to give clean water, clean food. That is
not to fight malaria, for example.
Now, of course, perish the thought, never.
Yeah.
Let them die. That's the whole idea. So in our work in HLI, we denounce this reality to make the Africans aware that they have to defend themselves against the influence of foreign powers.
Is it just the United States, or do you believe that China is also playing a role in jockeying for the resources of Africa?
China is playing a major role because China is buying property in Africa. For example, in Mozambique, which is a Portuguese-speaking language country, they when Portugal was in charge of Mozambique, they used to export rice. Now they are importing rice from China because they cannot produce. The socialism has wrecked the production of rice. And the Chinese come and buy farms. So about almost a third of Mozambique belongs to China. So I was in other countries of Africa, the same reality. In South Africa, the Chinese are buying property, buying land in Africa. So and they send their own workers, the Chinese workers. They don't employ people of the place. They send their own workers to populate and to live in the place.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we like what we heard, but we still didn't like what we heard at all. So wow, you got it straight there from Mr. LaRosso's mouth of exactly what is taking place there with that whole mission. All right, let's get to this one.
Motherland, here I come, to take my inheritance. Sing, oh, Namibia, Mama, oh, now, oh, South Africa, oh, Mama, here I come, Motherland, here I come. I found out in a Babylon system, only poor people alone is the victim. From the courthouse over to the jailhouse, from the jailhouse on to the arms house. Did spend our days in penal institutions. So, oh, Namibia, oh, South Africa, oh, Mama, here I come, Motherland, here I come. Gotta meet I at the bank of Jordan River. Well, if it is too big, I need help to cross over. Help, Jaja. No hope for the poor, I just can't take it no more. Oh no, I've got to reach Ethiopia shore, where we sing right now. Oh, Namibia, Rastafari, oh, South Africa, yeah. Mama, here I come, Motherland, here I come, here I come, Lord, no. But a long time we call some did no one come. They were trample the giant and chant Babylon down. Lightning and thunder, earthquake and fire burn. Fire, fire burn. I asked them for water, they gave my vinegar, saying it's wine. They wanna intoxicate Jaja, but the West is perishing in destitution. All them up there is guns and separation.
I met murder on the way. He had a face like cancer. Now, a great deal of what Henry Kissinger has done to this republic and to its democracy and its constitution, and to countless defenseless populations and individuals around the world, a great deal of what he's done has actually been justified in point of saving face. I met murder on the way. He had a face like Castlereagh. Now, A great deal of what Henry Kissinger has done to this republic and to its democracy and its constitution, and to countless defenseless populations and individuals around the world, a great deal of what he's done has actually been justified in point of saving face. I'm sure you know how the argument goes. If we don't kill all these people, everyone will think we've gone soft. Our face is at stake, our credibility. It's therefore a good thing there is a book here, although someone seems to want me to sign it, and it's got a thing on it. You won't mind if I know you know the face in a way, but just think, who would you kill to save that face? To which massacre would you make yourself an accomplice to prevent that face from creasing with anxiety? You laugh. So you should. But if you have tears, prepare to shed them now, because that was done on a gigantic scale, and in your name and with your money. Though you can, a shred of dignity can be saved. It wasn't done with your permission. At least they cared enough about you to lie to you about these things. But when they leaked out, it was usually a face-saving operation. In fact, it was the saving of face that Henry Kissinger himself gave as the justification when he was asked by President de Gaulle why he continued to bomb formerly French Indochina. He said, it's a matter of our face. Have you recently heard the phrase, orderly, peaceful, democratic transition of power? I'm just trying to brush your patriotic G-spot here. You have heard it, haven't you? You've heard it quite a lot recently. You've been perhaps prompted to think, why do they keep on saying that? Isn't it a bit suspicious that they keep on mentioning that we here have and enjoy an orderly, peaceful, democratic transition of power? If we really had an orderly, peaceful, democratic transition of power, why would there be a need for them to keep on telling us that we have an orderly, peaceful, democratic transition of power? Is there something sinister about the repetition of the phrase, orderly, democratic, peaceful transition of power? Is there something perhaps a little robotic or uncertain about it? Well, could be. What I want to speak about, and I'll be as terse as I decently can, is exactly that. Because the origins of the career of Henry Kissinger, the moment when he morphs, if you like, from being a mediocre, power-worshipping academic in search of a powerful patron, morphs from that into one of the most powerful people in American history and on the global stage, and the single greatest unpunished criminal so far unindicted. The moment when that happened was in the closing months of the 1968 presidential election in these United States. Now, we used to speculate that this had happened, and some people guessed that it had happened, hypothesized that it had happened, but I think I can claim from my book that it can now be documented as having happened, that that election was criminally subverted by a group of named individuals around candidate Richard Nixon, who in a very tight election in which the Johnson-Humphrey administration rested its entire claim on the Paris peace negotiations on Vietnam, because along with the rest of the political establishment, including Henry Kissinger, by the way, they had long concluded that the war had to be stopped. With that as the background, as I say, the Nixon gang, as I don't hesitate to call it, evolved a plan, a very simple one. If they were to go covertly to the South Vietnamese military junta and say to them, look, if you will withdraw from these talks, and if you will withdraw just before the elections and destroy the Paris peace negotiations and simultaneously the Democrats claim to be running on a peace plan, and should we become the government of the United States, we, the Nixon campaign, you will get a better deal from us. That's the essence of the deal. How can I speak about it without sounding as if I'm advancing a conspiracy theory? Very simply, it's taken a very long time, and a number of us in Washington have been working on it for years, but now we have the FBI transcripts because the Johnson administration, though it didn't share this with you, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, brothers and sisters, did know this was did get wind of this treasonous, illegal, covert diplomacy, and placed bugs in Mr. Nixon's headquarters and on his plane and elsewhere. Legal bugs, by the way, but not bugs they wanted particularly to own up to. So we now actually have, and I've reprinted them for your delectation, we have the conclusive evidence of the evolution of this disgusting plan, which I want to spend a little more time on. There were two prongs to it. The first was Mr. Nixon, Spiro Agnew, and John Mitchell contacting the South Vietnamese military dictatorship and dealing with them and their representatives in Washington privately on the deal. The second was to have a spy at the Paris peace talks where Averell Harriman was conducting the negotiations, so to speak, openly, legally, constitutionally for the United States. And the person who attached himself to those negotiations was trusted by many of the Democrats, Harriman, Holbrooke, and others whose names will be known to you, was Henry Kissinger, ostensibly there as a friend of Nelson Rockefeller and as a liberal Republican. And now we know that that's how he contributed. He was the one who forwarded the news to Nixon of what the United States negotiating position would be at any given moment. So Nixon had perfect knowledge in subverting the Democrats' election campaign of all that he needed to know. Now, it's a trivial objection to make, but all of that was highly illegal under the Logan Act, which specifically punishes private secret diplomacy by American politicians that undercut the negotiating positions of the United States. Every country must have some such law. That's what it's called in this country. And as I say, it took a very long time to establish it, but it now can be said to be true. And that's why Richard Nixon, who only met Henry Kissinger twice in those years, once very briefly to shake his hand, and the second to ask him if he'd like to be national security advisor. Pretty odd for someone who disliked even the presence of Jews in the room. That's how it was done. And a star was born. But, mark the sequel, the illegal mortgage, the covert lease that was taken out by that action on another 4 years of war, because the South Vietnamese military dictatorship did withdraw from the Paris peace talks, very abruptly on the 3rd of November, just before the vote, perfectly as to time in point of the plan, expected that the deal was supposed to stick. And the Nixon administration behaved thereafter as if it was indeed supposed to stick. And so, in the next 4 to 5 years, 22,500 of the names you can find on the wall on the Vietnam Memorial in Washington were lost. And we don't know, and I sometimes think don't really want to know, how many walls we'd have to build to record the names of the Vietnamese civilians who were lost in the same period, whose lives were thrown away, murdered actually, nor to record the fact that the war was extended into 2 neutral countries, non-combatant countries, Cambodia and Laos, by carpet bombing concealed from Congress, and directed at civilian populations en masse. No one's ever going to know how many people are buried under that, but we know who ordered and supervised and intimately conducted it at any rate. And all this was done, and all those lives were needlessly, criminally thrown away in order that the war could finally end with some face for Nixon and some face. Do you want another? Can you take another? No, you don't. You don't. You've gotten the point now. Face, say, on exactly the same terms as had been on offer in Paris in 1968 from the Johnson-Humphrey administration. Now pause and consider that. Taken together, in other words, the subversion and destruction and derailing of the United States presidential election, and the extension of an already criminal war of aggression and atrocity into Indochina and into 2 new countries for 4, maybe nearly 5 years. Taken together, because they are the same action, I think there's no rival yet to my modest claim made in my book that that's the most single wicked act in American history. And you might pause to note another thing. Of the 4 conspirators, Mr. Nixon, who was nearly impeached, people forget this, but the first article of impeachment against him when the articles were being prepared was for conducting a secret war in Cambodia. Had to cop a plea, as is well remembered, and resign in disgrace. Vice President Agnew, as he became the first vice president to have to leave under similar circumstances, and was indicted for other reasons as well. The third of the 4 conspirators, John Mitchell, became the first United States Attorney General to go to the joint, to the slammer, to jail at last. Got one. Just once. Just every now and then it does happen. And I have his prison number in my book if you want to look it up. And he was, of course, with Henry Kissinger, the main member of the 40 Committee, the committee that oversees all United States covert actions abroad, and though those are illegal, at home. Only one of them remains unpunished. His impunity is beginning to look conspicuous, not to say obscene. So that's where we start with orderly, peaceful, democratic transitions of power. But it's not by any means where we end. I'll give golly, from a potential salad of examples, one might choose that of Chile. Why do I propose Chile? Well, because the Chilean people were very proud of the fact, and justifiably so, that of all the governments and societies in the southern cone of the Americas, Latin America as it's sometimes called, South America, they were the only ones who had managed to evolve a political system where the armed forces, though they were not considered politically neutral, and did intervene in social battles here and there in between elections, very deliberately, very noticeably, very honorably, abstained from picking the government or determining who would win an election or whether an election would be held. Chile had an unbroken record, in other words, of peaceful, democratic, orderly transition of power. And in 1970, it became the turn of the Popular Unity Coalition, led by Dr. Salvador Allende, to win. And though that was against some odds, vast financing of the other side by the CIA and so on, that was more or less ordinary. That was the kind of thing one had come to allow for. The Chilean parliament was going to ratify him, and the Chilean conservative parties were going to vote to confirm him as president. Chile has I think it's a 60-day, but it may, I'm open to correction, it may be a 90-day transition period. First you win the election, then there's a transition, after which Congress and the Supreme Court confirm you. Orderly, peaceful, democratic transition of power. However, pressed by various interests of their own, the scope of which I'm not going to bore you with now, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Kissinger decided there wasn't going to be democratic, peaceful, orderly transition of power in Chile. There should instead be a military coup that would destroy the Allende presidency and the coalition that had elected him. This much is now fairly well known. Principal obstacle to this, the reluctance of the Chilean military to do as was requested of it. Symbolic, emblematic element in that reluctance, the single person of General René Schneider, an honorable conservative, a constitutionally minded officer, the chief of the Chilean General Staff. He told all his officers they were to obey their oath to the Constitution and to play no part in any seduction of them from their duty, whoever might offer it. Quite a guy. At a meeting on a certain day in Washington, D.C., of which I have the minutes, Henry Kissinger decided General Schneider had to be murdered because he was that obstacle. Because if he remained chief of the Chilean armed forces, there would be a peaceful, democratic, orderly transition of power in Chile. And we have now what lawyers call, and I can present it, I do have document by document, minute by minute, cable by cable, what lawyers call a lay-down case. Henry Kissinger suborned, formed the plan for, supplied the money for, and the armament for, and the cover-up for, and the payoff for a murder in a country that was a democracy with which the United States was not at war and had always enjoyed excellent trade and diplomatic relations. To read what I present, I perhaps shouldn't advertise it too melodramatically myself. You might want to be the judges of it, but I'll just say what it was like to read it for me when I went through it. It's like reading the John Gotti tapes. Not just the tones of voice and the thuggishness, the vulgarity, the greed, and the certainty that everyone can be bought. Not just that, but the way in which a wet job, a hit, is actually planned and executed. For example, you might ask yourself, I was challenged on this by some right-wing cretin the other day in a television series. He said the Chilean fascists, he didn't deny, there was a Chilean fascist organization with a proven record of violence that had actually tried to overthrow the Christian Democratic government in Chile from the right a few years before. So there were identifiable men of fanatical violent tendencies, proven records of violence, who had been found by Kissinger for the operation and given the guns. This man wanted to know, well, they had guns already. Why did the U.S. Embassy want to give them guns? I said, it wasn't the embassy. They were sent from Washington, all the way in the diplomatic bag, with special serial numbers to be given to these people. Well, ask yourself the question. This is where the criminal mentality it becomes so evident. Of course they had guns of their own. They were nothing but gun nuts and, as I say, political fascists. What they wanted was the proof that the United States government was really on their side. That's what they had to be given. That's why the guns had to be sent through the diplomatic bag, to impress them so they could impress others. You might not believe this, but our plan has Washington's support, and so it did. And it took 3 tries to kill General Schneider. And every time there was a failure, there were urgent cables from Washington. What are you doing? Why have you failed? I have them all. Try again, try harder. The money was then paid to the gang, and the arrangement was made to conceal the complicity from investigators in Santiago and also in Washington, D.C., to this day, but not for much longer. And I will just tell you something that might make you have a little holiday in some of your hearts, as it does in some of mine, so in mine, some of the time, or some of my heart, if you like. the bit that hasn't been shriveled by exposure to this. I must pick my words with care. Now that all this evidence is in, there is nothing to stop the relatives of people murdered in Chile from bringing a suit under the Alien Tort Claims Act in the United States against named identifiable American officials and accusing them, it's a civil suit, but accusing them of murder, kidnap, torture, and disappearance. And I know that there is such a group of Chileans and that they are going to bring such a suit, and Henry Kissinger's name is going to be on it. And you applaud, and so you should, and it shows your generosity and your decency, your solidarity. But why are you applauding? Is it not an absolutely shattering disgrace that that task of bringing that case should be left to victims and volunteers in another country? Isn't that a shame? Isn't that an absolute scandal? Where is there not one district attorney in these United States or one congressional committee that will not say that with this evidence before it, it should proceed, it should adopt this task? Are we really to say to people who've lost their sons and brothers and fathers and husbands to torture and murder and disappearance that they must scrape together the funds and bring themselves as petitioners to a court in the United States and only then have a word of justice spoken to them? What an appalling state of affairs that would be, and is, but that's what they ask you to live with now, and that's in the face of all the evidence, because there's no defense that can be pleaded to this. It is, as I say, a prima facie laid-down case. Well, that's the situation now, and that's the situation also as the United States remains the chief moral tutor and chief lecturer on human rights and war crimes to every other society in the world, the one that requires the speedy bringing to justice of war criminals and wanted violators of international law, that threatens with guns and with money those societies that do not speedily examine themselves and conduct, quite properly, by the way, in my view, purges and inquiries and trials of their own. But how much longer do you think this ridiculous dichotomy, this morally shameful and legally impossible dichotomy can be allowed to persist? Well, we don't know how long, but in that interregnum, the case of Henry Kissinger becomes the salient one, the test case. And so it will be a case of everything that's described as American values. Now, I don't know if I might make the assumption that I already made my point. Could I make that assumption? Because I'm quite happy to assume that people who come to meetings of this kind in bookstores of this sort have come to talk as well as to listen. I hope I'm not wrong about that. And my usual principle is that I won't leave if there's an unanswered question. But I think perhaps I might give you one more transition before we... I'll tell you why I like it, or I don't like it, why it's sort of, I want to insist upon it, because it does involve me reading a bit from my own stuff, but then you expected that. Because it's been so much forgotten, and that's the mass murder in Bangladesh in the early 1970s. I remember it. I'm sure some of you remember it too. It's slightly slipped out of history now. In 1971, when Kissinger had been National Security Advisor only for 2 years, a crisis arose in Pakistan, a major US military ally in Asia, which then consisted of two chunks of territory. One, what we call Pakistan, still with its capital Islamabad, but its main city, Karachi, and the other, what's now called Bangladesh, but was then called East Pakistan, West Bengal. It had been obvious ever since the partition of India that the Bengali wing of, as Salman Rushdie describes it, as a country with two wings, an east wing and a west wing. The people in the east wing wanted to get out. They would want to devote themselves into an independent state. And having not had any elections for a long time, General Yahya Khan was pressed by all kinds of people to have one, hold one. And there was even talk of a peaceful, democratic, orderly transition of power in Pakistan, which hadn't been any talk of that for a very long time. But it was known to all that if there was such an election, that the Bengali Nationalist Party, led by Sheikh Rahman, would win it, at least in the east, would win it overwhelmingly, perhaps conclusively. So it was argued in the State Department and to Henry Kissinger and others that that the United States should remind General Yahya Khan that he better respect the results of the elections, because it looked as if he might not. But no message of that kind was ever sent. None whatever. So when they did, the Bengalis, win the elections, first General Yahya Khan cancelled the elections, then he dissolved the parliament, then he arrested all the people who'd won the elections. And not content with that, he unleashed the Pakistani army in Bengal in an operation that was described at any rate by the American accredited diplomats on the spot as genocidal. It certainly had every appearance of a genocide. In other words, it had been long concerted. And though it was very indiscriminate in point of the mass of the people, we think, we are not, again not certain, and it may be indecent to speculate, but probably not less than 3 million Bengalis were killed in this bloodbath. But it was also, as other genocides are, rather specific and intimate. In other words, in the first day or so, the army rounded up and killed all the intellectuals, all the journalists, all the lawyers, all the academics, all the journalists and broadcasters in the capital city, trying, so to speak, to decapitate Bengali nationalism. And the best remembered symbol of this was the laying of an ambush, the setting up of a machine gun barrage outside the women's dormitory in the university. Then a fire set at the back of the dormitory, and the women students machine gunned as they ran out. This was repeated across the city. So 2 telegrams were sent at that point, one from Pakistan to Washington and one from Washington to Pakistan. I'd like to read you the first one, which came from the consul, the ambassador, in fact, in Bangladesh. His name was Archer Blood. He should be remembered not just for his name, but as a good man with a good staff, and it was signed by almost every single person in the U.S. Embassy in Dhaka, and it was sent on the 6th of April 1971 back to Washington, and it said the following: our government has failed to denounce the suppression of democracy. Our government has failed to denounce atrocities. Our government has failed to take forceful measures to protect its citizens, while at the same time bending over backwards to placate the West Pakistan-dominated government. Our government has evidenced what many will consider moral bankruptcy, ironically at a time when the USSR has sent President Yahya Khan a message defending democracy, condemning the arrest of a leader of a democratically elected majority party, incidentally a pro-Western one, I'm still quoting, and calling for an end to repressive measures and bloodshed. In this conflict, in which, I'm italicizing this as they did, in which unfortunately the overworked term genocide is applicable, when that 20-signature message from the U.S. diplomatic office in Dhaka arrived in Washington, it was signed by a further 9 of the senior officers for Asia in the State Department, and that it remained for some time the most widely publicized and the one most widely signed and promulgated by professional civil servants in Washington in protest of a policy, until the mass resignations from Kissinger's staff over the invasion of Cambodia, another record he was later to set and break. That was the telegram that Washington got. The telegram that Washington sent was signed by Henry Kissinger and sent to General Yahya Khan and said, we thank you for the delicacy and tact with which you have handled this very difficult situation. That was the 3 million dead, 5 million refugee, mass destruction of the intellectual and cultural life of Bangladesh resolution in Kissinger's terms, of the peaceful, democratic, orderly transition in Pakistan and Bengal. And I could go on. The East Timorese people are only this year beginning to recover enough feeling in their limbs to have the election that was promised them under international law in 1975, when they should have become independent as a Portuguese colony, but were instead handed over by Henry Kissinger to the genocidal rapacity of an Indonesian government that has since thought better of it and has renounced even its own claim to East Timor. That episode that you just heard about from Bangladesh is known to the New York Times editorial board as the opening to China, Henry Kissinger's proudest monument. Because what wasn't known at the time or understood was that General Yahya Khan was the intermediary for American diplomacy in arranging a photo op for Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon in Beijing, where they could pose with Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong. It's never been explained to me, or I think to you, ladies and gentlemen, why it is that U.S. diplomacy had to be conducted as a covert action. After all, many of us had for a long time been saying it was rather absurd for the United States to pretend that the People's Republic of China did not exist. That door was nailed shut by Henry Kissinger and Richard. Any one of us who said, shouldn't we consider having diplomatic relations with Beijing? It looks like the capital of quite a large country. They appear to have had a rather large revolution. There seems to be a lot of people living there. We're in a country with... No, what are you, some kind of a communist or a faggot? What is this? No, we'll do the door opening, thanks very much. To rescue what? To rescue our faces from the shame we've inflicted on the country in Vietnam. To try and drive a wedge between China and Russia, to try and be clever that way, and to try and get a photo op and get on the nightly news. But we could only do it through the intercession of a dictator. We couldn't ask Congress to help. We couldn't ask the diplomatic service to help. We couldn't tell the State Department about it. It's a hasty thing. It's a racketeering covert operation. It's the opening to China. You notice the opening to China still hasn't taken place? There is no transparency in U.S.-China relations. Nothing of the sort. Have you ever been asked, hey, about that opening to China, I'd say worth the lives of 3 million Bengalis, wouldn't you? On any day. No, of course you've never been asked that. That's what it did take. That's what they thought it was worth. That's what they think of you, that you might swallow such a thing. But think of the sycophancy of the press in the way that it always talks about this. My profession has made this man, this assassin, this common murderer, this accomplice in mass murder and genocide, this accomplice in the breaking of American law, in the violation of the American Constitution, in the subversion of an American election, in the killing of many, many people much better than himself, to please a boss, Richard Nixon, the thought of whom in power now makes everybody gag, would make a maggot gag when you think about it. There's my prose going again. This man is the independent, detached, neutral commentator on events on ABC News nightline. He's the syndicated columnist for the Los Angeles Times and the Washington Post. He's the honored guest at Tina Brown and Harry Evans and Mortimer Zuckerman's dinner parties and cocktails in New York. So it's a huge indictment of a craft, a trade. I won't call journalism a profession quite yet, but of a calling that is, of which I haven't completely despaired. A very big indictment of that and of the role it plays in our culture. And I have much more to say about that if asked. And it's also tremendous. If I say this for myself, what the implication of what I say at any rate is an enormous reproach to that fantastically overfed and complacent group, the American human rights community, which is now almost a state within the state. In Washington, I think I could probably go every night of the week if I cared to and eat for free at a dinner where one human rights group gives an award to another for its own bravery and courage. In New York, you could do it at lunchtime too, most days. Human rights prizes for journalists, human rights prizes for retired diplomats, human rights prizes for other human rights groups, human rights round robins, full-page advertisements in the New York Times, all of them tending to the view that the United States really must do more about the situation in Sri Lanka, or which, by the way, it ought to, or practically anywhere else you can name except the west bank of the Jordan River. And I'm in enough trouble for now. I'm not going to get into that right away. But there in the middle of Manhattan, where they meet for these dinners and give themselves the prizes and the awards, is the man that I hope I've persuaded you they might be taking, or should by now have taken, another look at, and it will be to really terribly to our shame, if the task of bringing him to justice and doing justice for the victims is left to the victims themselves. We must swear we can and will do better than that. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of ARCHAEOASTRONOMY from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information. This is Radio Anu International, cutting and clearing, renting and tearing.
Some
Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the true biblical land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the 3 together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks.
From education to employment, income to home ownership, African Americans endure a range of inequalities. But the gaps in health and wellness might be the most ominous of all these disparities.
For too many of us, our primary health care comes in emergency rooms. Instead of preventive care, we're in catastrophic care.
African American men who, at an alarming rate, have been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Health disparities between black women and white women are well documented.
Did you know that African Americans are almost twice as likely to have diabetes?
I would have to say, just based off of the patient population that I've experienced, during my time here in Minnesota in my professional career, and even in residency, we as African Americans will present one for later stages for cancers, more malignant forms of hypertension, uncontrolled diabetes, overweight. There's also some resistance to the whole health culture.
Mental health issues are real, and we have to understand that we can't pray away everything.
Your health transfers over into other parts of your life. If you're sick, you can't go to work. So in terms of the economy, so it's kind of a ripple effect.
These medical inequities are complicated by daunting and convoluted approaches to health insurance.
I have a slight heart murmur, and so it led to me being categorized as uninsurable. I ended up having to pay $800 a month, and with a $6,000 deductible, $3,000 for me and $3,000 for my children. Just the weight of premium and deductible. We have this dark cloud overhead. Pastor is a trusted voice, and so that's why I'm stepping forward. That's why I'm basically sharing my story. And being a pastor, you see what happens to a lot of people who are not insured, young people and old people. Young people are really not thinking through just how important healthcare is and living a healthy lifestyle is.
Healthcare concerns may be far from the minds of many millennials, but feeling invincible can keep some young adults from considering healthcare options.
My generation and the generation after me being accountable to making sure that we are engaging.
We want to know the nuts and bolts behind this. I'm an active member with the Temple of Hip Hop, which is KRS-One's organization.
You gotta keep doing this, yo, okay, we're pursuing this.
I'm one of the official hip-hop cultural specialists that have been directly guided and taught by KRS-One as well as Ministers in Aru. What I do is just looking at everything through a hip-hop lens. I mean, in essence, hip is a form of knowledge. To be hip is to be updated and relevant. Hop is a movement. So hip-hop, in essence, is about intelligent movement. And so we're not just going to blindly follow just because the masses say, hey, go sign up for health care.
Exclusion, discrimination, and the historic trauma that follows have created barriers to Black participation in these systems.
over 200 years of a sort of hesitation towards government structures and institutions and corporate structures and institutions. So there's a lot of, we don't want to go to the doctor because we don't trust you.
And I think that definitely goes back towards, of course, the Tuskegee experiment. The healthcare system itself, it has created some distrust, and I definitely do understand that.
My parents grew up in the Deep South, in Jackson, Mississippi. When my mother had a toothache, of course, they could not go in the front door. They had to go to the back door. They wouldn't actually feel your tooth. They would actually pull them. And so what it developed in her is this apprehension about going to the dentist that she lived with for many, many, many years, even after moving to Minnesota. And that kind of fear, I think, is pretty pervasive within the African-American community. It's a fear that emanates from a historical reality.
This historical reality is that African Americans have been neglected and mistreated by medicine, health insurance, as well as banking and other financial systems.
African Americans didn't come to this country as buyers and sellers and participants in the market in a traditional way. We were the property in the market that was being bought and sold.
Medical experiments, malnourishment, poor hygiene, sexual assault, exposure to disease, violence, and many other maladies were visited upon the physical and mental health of enslaved Africans.
The other thing that many people don't know is that for us, on many plantations, health care was attended to by veterinarians, not by physicians. So there's been a long, deep distrust of health and the care of our people.
The medical and scientific community supported racist ideology with diagnoses specifically for blacks. Medical science even identified being black as a disorder, calling it negritude.
The slave owners had to justify their treatment of my ancestors by convincing themselves that we were an inferior people, therefore denying health care, denying education, denying family, so they could live with themselves.
Following slavery, from Reconstruction through Jim Crow segregation, separate but equal laws perpetuated the unequal access to health care. Some scholars conclude that much of today's health disparities are directly attributable to the slave health deficit and all that followed. But too often the focus is on the problems, pain, and pathos found in African American history. Discovering truth, revealing little-known realities, and surprising stories can offer inspiration and instruction, even in the world of healthcare insurance and other forms of financial self-sufficiency.
You've heard before how we couldn't get pork chops, so we made chitlins a delicacy. Well, in the same vein, we had African-American leaders, primarily coming out of our religious community, ministers like Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, who at the end of the 18th century, while we were still struggling with slavery and disconnects of all sorts, created, out of their religious fervor, mutual aid societies.
Richard Allen, along with a number of other Black Methodist bodies that came together, formed the African Methodist Episcopal Church and had our first general conference in 1816. The AME Church, initially started from what we like to consider as the first sit-in Philadelphia in 1787, led by Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, and some worshipers at St. George's Methodist Episcopal Church, where they were not welcome to worship freely. After they completed their prayer, they walked out. And they started the Free African Society, which was a benevolent society that was really focused on caring for those that really were having trouble caring for themselves.
The Free African Society's Articles of Incorporation, written in the spring of 1787, called out a concern with health and wellness that resonates across the centuries as they stated, "A society should be formed without regard to religious tenets, provided the persons lived an orderly and sober life in order to support one another in sickness and for the benefit of their widows and fatherless children.
African Americans pool their funds that we might be able to bury our dead, that we might be able to take care of the widows, that we might be able to provide some health care for the youth.
We can find mutual aid societies providing protection, providing funds for food, for education, libraries, homes that were founded for orphans of color who had nowhere to go, who couldn't be part of orphanages that served white people. All of these sorts of things, as at the same time they were fighting against slavery.
In the very beginning, I mean, the black church was everything to the African American. I mean, it was a place where we did our theology, of course, our politics. It was our conservatory of music. It was everything for the African American family and the African American child.
The gospel of Jesus Christ is about wholeness for people. If you look at Jesus in the Gospels, as the story is told, he's always concerned about the wellness of people. People who were blind, he wanted to have sight. People who were deaf, he wanted them to be able to hear. People who were crippled, he wanted them to be able to walk straight. And people who were even having issues with emotions, he wanted them to be whole, right? And so the church should operate the same way.
The scriptures say that it is the desire of God that we prosper in our health in the same way that our soul would prosper. The holistic kind of philosophy that undergirds the black church comes out of our kind of collective struggle. And so we have to address and have had to address these kinds of issues collectively for some time.
Well, it's an important model because at the time, there was no insurance for black folks.
These historic works of these heroes evolved from mutual aid societies to, as we move further down the line, African American insurance companies. The Atlanta Lifes, the Golden State Mutuals, the Supreme Life Insurances, the North Carolina Mutuals.
A multi-million-dollar enterprise operated solely by and for Negroes. Inside the Home Office this morning, switchboard operators, clerks, stenographers, bookkeepers and secretaries prepare for a routine day's work with their usual composed dignity.
These came as responses of a community that was left out, that decided it needed to take care of itself.
Charles Spaulding makes his way through the busy third-floor office to the early struggle of youth, the three white collars, and the day he closed his struggling grocery store to become general manager of Durham's first Negro insurance company, the North Carolina Mutual and Provident Association.
What they did was so much a part of what our people did. Our people have always felt that they needed to lead the way.
Look on history and you look back on our ancestors and our current elders and their ability to take ownership of the health of our community, you know, was so powerful.
Cooperatives offered another avenue of economic self-reliance.
We think about slavery as an economic institution. You can see why it would be very easy and seem like common sense to many African Americans to form economic cooperatives that actually go against the grain of that hyper-individualistic, exploitative capitalism, because they and their families and their friends had been debased by that kind of capitalism. And you see figures from Du Bois to Ella Baker to Ida B. Wells and others calling for African Americans to not turn their backs on trying to build wealth, but to do it in a different way, a way that would not be so exploitative. In Oklahoma, this section of Tulsa that had lots of African American owned businesses, and people like to call it the Black Wall Street of the Midwest. Well, Wall Street has this connotation of hyper-capitalism, making money, getting a good return on your investment. But obviously, the people who put together what we call Black Wall Street in hindsight were working together the whole time. It's not that they were trying to leverage futures or something like this. They were bringing people together, creating credit unions, grocery stores, small businesses that they knew people in their neighborhood would frequent, and they also knew were under siege. And unfortunately, in this case, that came true with a white race riot that just completely destroyed that part of town. Many people have started to talk again about the history of the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, which brought sharecroppers together to pool their resources and try to get better ways of selling their crops and getting fair prices, as well as fair rent on the lands that they worked. So these spaces we usually think of as places where people are just hiding and scared and waiting for the civil rights movement decades from now to happen. But actually, if we look at this history very closely, we can see people across the country banding together and trying to make a better life by using these cooperative entities to leverage the power of the group.
The strong history of African American labor unions offers yet another example of effectively engaging in economic systems.
People know what a union is in terms of laborers negotiating with management. However, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, which is one of the most important labor organizations founded by African Americans, also had a ladies' auxiliary. And those two organizations, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and their ladies' auxiliary, created cooperative economic institutions, including grocery stores and credit unions, to help members and their communities become economically stronger. We don't want to romanticize the kind of self-reliance efforts that occurred during the Jim Crow or slavery past. People making pretty bold statements about how Jim Crow helped keep Black people together. I think that's a very dangerous path to go down. However, I think it is important for us to relearn or learn for the first time a lot of the stories of African American community cooperative economic development.
While African Americans have had to create self-sufficient systems for healthcare since the first decades of nationhood, the broader American journey towards affordable healthcare is a long and difficult one that goes back to the Progressive era.
Remarkable thing about health insurance and the clarity that we've had in these United States about how important healthcare is, we hearken all the way back to Theodore Roosevelt.
In 1909, Roosevelt organized the first White House conference on the health of dependent children. But with the Progressive era fading and with the start of World War I, federal efforts on healthcare faltered.
His cousin later, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, pressed for universal healthcare. He ended up coming away with Social Security.
FDR had to remove healthcare coverage to assure passage of the Social Security Bill in 1935. He tried for healthcare reform again in the late 30s, but the decline of the New Deal and the outbreak of World War II ended these efforts.
Harry Truman pressed for universal healthcare and was unable to achieve it. Subsequently, we had efforts by Lyndon Johnson and Nixon, William Jefferson, Clinton, and Hillary, all to achieve healthcare. None were able to achieve it. 98 years of struggle in this country towards universal health care was unable to achieve it. So the work of President Obama to bring forward health care is a source of pride for us.
I'm not the first president to take up this cause, but I am determined to be the last.
At the end of the day, no matter what side of the aisle, improving health care was important to everyone. It was just how you get there.
And we're going to sign this bill.
More challenges remained after the Affordable Care Act became law. From Supreme Court decisions to the development of the online marketplaces, the process continued to be contentious and controversial.
What we're going to do today is create your account on the Mentor site and complete an application and submit it.
But now it's more about people and less about politics. It's about making sure everyone can access these marketplaces to get the best health care insurance for themselves and their families.
I am Tamika Tody, Mentor Navigator Coordinator for Stair Step Foundation.
I was sent a letter to reapply my insurance by computer.
Major's concern was he didn't have access to computer or internet at home. I said, come on in, Major, we'll sit down and we'll take care of this. So in this section, we'll add the other people that are in your household. He had a couple questions along the way, so I was able to answer those questions. We have had some glitches, and the nice thing about the tool is there's so much support. If there's a case where online's not available, we can still do a paper application. So it's really a nice support community. There's always backup. That is the process all done.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
When we're able to see this positive change and see individuals getting their household covered. And it's also nice to see when there's people that might have been paying these huge premiums and deductibles and had these pre-existing issues, seeing them having affordable coverage. It's really nice.
Because you get used to forking out that close to $1,000 a month. And but when the numbers came up, and it was a revelation, and it was a blessing. It was a life changing. I have kids in college, and so 3 in fact, and so those monies can be used elsewhere. So I'm grateful. It's not enough for me to benefit, and I think that the church is an incredible venue or avenue through which this story should be told. That we have a responsibility to empower people, our people, and people in general.
We have been setting up mass community enrollment events in churches. We answer any questions that individuals might have, and then we actually do enrollment right there on site. So we're enrolling people right there at those events.
We hosted one Mentor navigation session after our Sunday worship, where we had several navigators come out and assist folks with getting signed up. And it was an awesome time. And it was good to be able to be involved in helping people get the health care that they need.
Without that trusted voice, we found that in our community, people won't step forward. People won't get engaged. They won't sign up.
Our events are open to the public. They're held in churches around the community, but they're open to the surrounding neighborhoods. So we're reaching everyone. I remember sitting with a white male coming into a little Baptist church, him just kind of looking around at all the children running, and just being amazed and welcomed and helped. I understand the fear that can come along when you don't have coverage for your family. And I understand the bills that can pile up because you're still doing those things that you have to do to protect your family.
We had 2 that were off to college, and we had 3 that remained at home. And we had to make some real decisions because both parents being outside of the house at the exact same time with child care for 3 children becomes a little challenging. And my wife could not, we had to have surgery for her. And I mean major surgery about 8 weeks ago. And in the process of having major surgery about 8 weeks ago, when we first signed up for Mentor, as a man, as a husband, as a father, it was a very proud moment to say, honey, children, we have this insurance, and Dad was able to get this done.
The pride that he can have in signing his family up, especially for the men in the community, to be able to kind of have that as an example and be like, yeah, you know what, that's great. If it worked for him, it'll work for me. We are in 40 years now of hip-hop culture. Really, when it kind of got started, it was all just about the self-expression, self-reliance. But at the same time, now that we're at 40 years, we see a lot of the pioneers of the culture who are aging, who are looking at different health issues. Cool DJ Herc, who is one of the pioneers of the culture, back in 2011, he actually ended up having kidney stones. Of course, no health insurance. This is something now that the masses of the hip-hop community are beginning to start to look at, but they're not going to just sign up blindly. So there has to be an awareness campaign. There has to be some outreach. There has to be community engagement.
The Invincibles think they're young and they're going to live forever. And it's just good to inform them of the importance of health insurance and coverage. And you want to have it and not need it versus need it and not have it. It's important to take care of yourself and have access to all of those health resources and do the preventative steps versus the catastrophic care.
There's a writer who said we're all just temporarily able-bodied. And so if we think about healthcare in that way, and we think about preventative care, getting into that system and thinking about yourself as actually doing a social good by being part of a healthcare system is another way of thinking about it.
We can be the model for the nation about how to get health care for everybody and how to get the community healthy.
The reality is we're in this together. This is a life-changing thing and has been a life-changing thing for a lot of people. And I think ultimately will change the world in which we live.
I think the biggest thing is having the know of who started this process and why it began and why we have to arrive to this place.
We understand how important healthcare is. If we understand that history of the mutual aid societies and the African American health insurance companies, that we might move from a place of disadvantage to a place of inclusion and respect. I know that Absalom Jones and Richard Allen thrill to think that President Barack Obama thought enough about the importance of universal health care that he staked his entire political capital on achieving it. Glory to God, 2010, he was able to stroke the pen.
That Egyptian civilization is theirs. And as you know, what's his name, DeSantis in Florida here in the United States.
Discover Truth, a healthcare journey, is a Minnesota Partnership co-production of MNsure on the web at mnsure.org, the Stair Step Foundation, and Twin Cities Public Television.
Interested in learning ancient astronomy, archaeoastronomy, or astrotheology? Well, the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is now offering certified courses in the field of astronomy, covering all the above mentioned. Sign up now for our online courses or visit us in Antigua, in the Caribbean, for 7 days and 7 nights of practical underground research, plus archaeoastronomical observation on Green Castle Hill. You will learn how to identify the stars, the constellations, and the planets, as well as their makeup and their value. This will be a studycation. Enroll today by visiting our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or sending us an email, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, or search us out on TripAdvisor, the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Ancient Astronomy, Archaeoastronomy, and Astrotheology, the wave of the future.
I want to have uncomfortable conversations. I want the room to be divided. I want people to be screaming and mad at each other. Then I want them to understand each other. I want to see things from a different point of view. This is Unpopular Opinion.
Greetings to the upstanding citizens. It's always such a pleasure to be with you. As you know, on this couch, we speak about the things that we need to speak about, not the things we want to speak about necessarily. Because if we spoke about things we want to speak about, we'd be gossiping, right? Today's episode, very special. I hope you guys get a pen and paper. Please do that now. We're doing African spirituality. All the stuff that they have misinformed you on. We're gonna go from point A to point Z. Obviously, we won't finish everything, but we've got one of our greatest spiritual teachers in the country. We are very privileged, guys. This is one of Credo Butwa's students. So humble yourself, open your ears. We're doing this. Mkhulu Nzingisa, thank you so much.
Thokoza
to all the people that you have brought into our space. We acknowledge them. The audience we have, a lot of them doesn't have any of the basis. So I'm going to ask you to start from the beginning for us, from the kingdom of Kemet and what it means to us and how we're connected to it.
Okay. Igama Mkhulu Ntsingisa, founder of a great empire of Kemet. The great empire of Kemet, it was an empire that once unified the continent, meaning Guti, it was formed by different royal houses, kingdoms on the continent. They formed what is known as the Great Empire of Kemet. In the southern part, here, they call themselves Bonabakulu Basekemu. You know, it was a brotherhood of, African kings and queens, that united, and also that is responsible for civilization of the whole world. Yes.
I'm going to give you lots of space to talk today.
Yes.
Lots of space. So you're going to give us the story. Because when we try to imagine Kemet, we don't know what to imagine.
No, sure.
Or where to imagine it.
No, sure. Remember, Guti, just quoting, Ubabu Credo, Vusamazulu. Ubabu Credo, who actually taught us, he answered a question when they asked him about Kemet. Why should people in the south be involved? Why should they associate themselves with Kemet? Kemet means black. And Ubab Credo says, Egypt didn't start where fools think it did. Because a lot of people, they think Egypt started in the north.
Yes.
Egypt started here, not Egypt. Remember, Egypt, it's a Greek, it's a colonizer's name, for the northern part, of Kemet. So Ubab Credo said it started here. These symbols are ma'angs. You found them all over, he said you found them all over Natal. They are painted on rocks. Some of the things that he used to wear, he found them on one of the caves in Natal. And another thing, there's Inzalo Elang. Inzalo Elang is the oldest stone calendar in the world. It's here in Mpumalanga. And there are also pyramids in Mpumalanga next to Inzalo Elang, that calendar. And those pyramids are older than the pyramids of Giza. Inzalo Elang, that stone, formation is older than the same thing, a Kemet.
I actually wanted to get to Inzalo Elang later on, but since we have gotten there, please unpack it for us.
Yes.
Because we know the word and then we move on.
Yes.
So what is it? What does it mean? What? Inzalo Elang.
Inzalo Elang, umazisikazi. It's those, a huge stone calendar, a formation that is there in Mpumalanga. There's a place called Kapse Whoop.
Yes.
Lapanga Sengodwana. Meaning Guti is the oldest stone calendar in the world. It's older than Stonehenge. You know, we should...
What do you guys mean when you say stone calendar? How do you know it's a calendar?
It's a calendar because it marks the equinoxes as well as the solstices. You know, how does it happen? On the spring equinox, the sun creates a shade in one of, those stones, right? So that then becomes a marker for the spring equinox. Then, for the summer solstice, one of, those stones are also a marker. You know, when it is summer solstice, the sun will hit on the eastern marker, in that direction.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Also, like how those clocks, those the ones that use the shade.
Yes.
So it's a structure like that.
Yes, it's a structure like that.
Oh, okay.
But now the other important factor is that in Zalo Elang, it's along what is called the Golden Meridian. The Golden Meridian is the electromagnetic field of Earth. So it passes there, from Elenduza Eplaf in Devon. We were there, 2 weeks ago, doing a ceremony there, right at the root chakra of Earth. Where this electromagnetic field begins. Then it passes in Zalo Elanga, then it goes and hits.
So you're saying the Earth, like human beings, has got chakras?
Yes, certainly. So that in Bluff, it's a chakra of Earth, not of Africa. Meaning Guti is the southern point of, our Earth. So the energy moved from south to north. So that electromagnetic energy moved from south, kon lape Blafe Deben, Ioshayale, at the Great Pyramid of Giza.
But you mustn't talk to us like we understand you. Because you're speaking like we're professionals.
Yes.
Now we need to understand what you mean when you say energy and the meridians.
Yes.
And the solstices and these big words you're using.
Yes.
You need to unpack that for us.
Okay, the electromagnetic field.
Yes.
It's a combination of the energy from the sun and the energy from the moon. They combine here on Earth. So everything that lives on Earth has this electromagnetic, field. So when we talk about this thing, but these are just simple things. Umoya welanga, no moya wenyang. That makes everything live and, animate here on Earth.
So song is now.
Nejalo, neilwane, everything, ipiliswa, ile electromagnetic field.
So the different phases of the moon, does that mean the electromagnetic field in our bodies changes according to where the moon phases are?
No, certainly. Remember, Guti, the moon reflects the energy of the sun. And that affects the electromagnetic field. Because during new moon, then the first crescent happened, until a full moon, when the energy of, the sun is fully reflected upon the moon. Meaning, Goti, Inyang plays a very important role when it comes, to the energy of the sun. Because if there was no moon, we will burn. There won't be anything that left. The energy of the sun will burn everything. So the moon, the moon is the controller. The sun gives out energy, the moon controls the energy, how much we get here on Earth. And the moon controls everything. Yingako gutiwa. In the African sense and context, you don't go to the father through the son, you go through the mother. Do you understand? Meaning the moon controls everything. So tina mesmele sikhulume nomvelinqangu qamata. We go through untu or we go through nomkhubulwane. Asikhulumele nomvelinqangu. So that is the order of our universe. So abelungu baze ngokuthi you go to the Father through the Son. There could never be a son without the mother. So that speaks also to a Trinity, African Trinity.
They actually talk about the son, not the male son.
No. The son, ilanga leli, umvelingane. You know, because what Westerners did, they then personified, you know, a cosmic, you know, body. By replace manje ngokuthi banikeze a human figure, so that we are able to bow down to this human figure. And we're not supposed to do that. Nobody can equate the sun. That is why we need to connect our people back to nature, back to the sun and the moon. Because the consciousness here is no longer there. Situnjiwe. We are sistontiwe kahle kahle.
This is a lot of information to process. So, uthatha ngonomkhubulwane nomvelingqangi noQamatha. Are these different entities then?
uQamatha umvelingqangi uRamasedi. Mudzimu is the same concept. Untu ungwedi nonomkhubulwane is the same thing. It's just different packaging in terms of geographical position. Ukuthi KwaZulu Natal simbiza unomkhubulwane, le eLesotho bambiza ungwedi, le elenduza in the Eastern Cape untu. Meaning ukuthi we are talking about the male and female energies of Earth.
Is that what the moon and the sun represent?
Yes, those are the two cosmic bodies that are responsible for life. And Okhokho bethu were not ambiguous about the Creator. The Creator is the sun. I'll tell you why. The chemical structure of our universe, it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Meaning kuti carbon, this is the fuel which is burned by the sun. Because the sun burns carbon to create the hydrogen, right? Then there's oxygen, which is carried from the moon. So without this chemical structure, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, there's no life on Earth. So we should move away from. Remember, Guti, African spirituality, it's nature-centered, meaning Guti. The foundation or the basis of African spirituality is the African calendar. Once you understand the African calendar, you also understand the African creation story. You are then able to then connect back to nature, imvelo.
Please, can you break down the African calendar for us? I'm so glad you put that up. Yes.
Okay.
We've been waiting for you.
Yes. The African calendar is very important for us. This is the calendar that we used before we were colonized, by these Westerners. All along, we've been using a calendar that is based on the Northern Hemisphere. Meaning ukuthi siloko siguqa nalabantu ngesikhathi la kungamelanga siguqe nabo. Meaning ukuthi mesenza lama festivities afana neChristmas ne-Easter, you are then assisting amadlozi abelungu. You are giving them strength and power to continue, and dominate us. And when it comes to remember, Guti, there's the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. Okay. We are on the Southern Hemisphere. Yes. We're not supposed to be using a calendar that is based on the Northern Hemisphere.
The climate, the seasons are different.
They are different. When it's summer here, it is winter that side. So, now when we took all over the continent, there's no country that is aligned with the energy flow of the continent, because all these presidents have been adopted, a Western, calendar and imposed it upon the majority of African people. That is why siloko sithandaza sithi uNkulunkulu akasizwa umvelingqangi kanti siguqa ngesikhathi esi-wrong. When we're supposed to kneel here on the Southern Hemisphere, like in New Year yet. In New Year yet, it's on the 23rd of September. What does it mean? In terms of science, that is the day of the spring equinox. meaning ukuthi that is when the earth energies reach equilibrium. Yingakho kuthiwa is the equinox, meaning ukuthi day and night are equal on that day. So that from that day, kuqala ilentuza spring ngapha on the southern hemisphere, so we're getting more light and less, night. Okwamanje kudominate the night. Why? Because the sun is in the northern hemisphere. It will come back on the southern hemisphere. That journey, figure on the 21st of September, the sun officially leaves the northern hemisphere, and it takes 3 days for the sun to transit, through the line of the equator, the imaginary line of the equator. So the 21st, the 22nd, 23rd, it makes 1 degree southwards, which then signifies a new cycle for the southern hemisphere. So a calendar lentuza that we reintroduced, it is based on inzalo yelanga, because inzalo yelanga marks the solstices and the equinoxes.
So then if we had to follow the African calendar, what would that look like? And
if we are, following the African calendar, we are in the season of the principle called Set. Set is that a principle that governs, but in entropy. Entropy, it means a contained energy, gets released. Do you understand? If, let's say, and as an example, a manzi that flows from a waterfall, right? That is an energy that is not contained. It's free. It's just, evenly distributed. But then when you put a turbine somewhere down there, we are able to enhance that energy to create electricity, from that flowing water. So we are in that season city, ngesizulu, isikhathi sikambhidlizi, uset umbhidlizi, meaning ukuthi is the principle of chaos. That is why you witness so much chaos. Even, in our country, what is so painful? Uset uza nezifo, July.
Okay.
Uset uza nezifo. Batubula abantu le Eastern Cape, batubula abantu le, and bangena kuma-tavern. Batubula abantu la Orlando. 13 people were dead, is all. I believe nasekatle home. Hey, last year, Uset, when it was this season, there was this looting that was happening. Meaning, it is the release of a contained energy. It then becomes free. But then the next season, Gamma Art, that is when it is contained and enhanced again, because Art is the principle of order, which then says, Guti, you can never have order without disorder. Do you understand? Chaos gives birth to order. Yingakho that is represented ebukhosini. Ebukhosini, inkosi represents the order. Yingakho inkosi mayigcotshwa kumele iyobikela okhokho bakhe ukuthi order has been restored. Sengihleli esitulweni, because without inkosi is the center that binds everybody in the community together. So without that head, inkosi, there's a chaos in the community.
Okay, now I'm going to go back to, because this I jump on.
I know. I still have to lendoza. Hey, calendar. Yes, the basic calendar, it has 12 seasons. Yes. And that are linked to the 12 tribes of Israel.
Okay.
There's nothing like that. Yes. Yes. Okay. And this season, Jengoba Z 12, abantu that are born during September. Yes. They embody energy ga asa, which is the energy of renewal. Abantu that are born in October, they embody energy ga heterosity, umvundisikazi. Why? Because it's so potent, energy ga October, yiyo le yenza ukuthi ama seeds aqhume.
Oh, wow.
Angithi September is renewal. Then October, it's potent energy yakhona iqhumisa imbewu. Then we come to ulentuza uJehuti, which is the third month, which is November, ngesilungu. That is the principle of communication, meaning ukuthi le mbewu eqhumile now develops ama roots so that it is rooted. Then you come to ulentuza uDecember. December is the most, one of the most, because it's associated with the summer solstice. What does that mean? It means ukuthi the sun and earth are closer. It's the only time when the sun is closest to earth. And ilanga pumps enough hydrogen on earth for earth to sustain itself until this period. Yingakho it's associated with the birth. December, meaning ukuthi kuzalwa lo moya, le hydrogen that is being pumped, so that we can sustain ourselves, because on December, ilanga begins its journey now moving to the northern hemisphere. And that period is confirmed on the 21st of March, when now the sun has officially left the southern hemisphere, saying alego on the northern hemisphere. Yes. Then we are from December, January, that is Heru, Inkosana.
Yes.
Inkosazana, that is the spirit Yamakos, meaning Guti, that is the time when Amakosi begins officially umsebenzi wabo of serving, the community.
Okay.
Yes, in January. Then February, it's associated with gap, umhlaba, meaning that is when time for a big harvest. That's why elenduza eSwazini uzothola ukuthi kunomkhosi wamagana. People are taking whatever abayivunile to the royal house in February. Yes, that is the time yelenduza, meaning ukuthi the sun now is really preparing to depart completely from the southern hemisphere. Yingakho sivuna. Then ngo March undasa, it's time for yenala, meaning ukuthi there's plenty food, because that's the last harvest, and that's when we then start storing some of the seeds for September, in the new cycle that comes. And also, March, wiwo lo senza umkhosi sithi umkhosi isililo sikaNomkhubulwane. Remember ukuthi uNomkhubulwane is a partner kaMvelinqangi. So uNomkhubulwane departs, or iMvelinqangi departs officially on the 21st of March, meaning ukuthi officially ilanga liyasuka from the southern hemisphere seliya kuphi on the northern hemisphere. Thina sesiqala ngapha si experience iwinter njengoba sesikulentuza. Actually that's autumn. Iwinter kahle iqala manje ngoJune. ngoJune is the official, on the 21st of June officially uqala iwinter until September.
And then what does that mean to us as Black people?
As Black people, meaning ukuthi thina as abantu abamnyama, we need to connect with that energy. Okay, let me explain. Ukuthi from the 21st